When this guy comes to try out the virtual arena for Awakeners, he straight up says he's gonna fuck up everyone here to prove no one is a match for him. The manager thinks he's just bragging and tells the staff to bring him an extra heavy spear and shield to put him in his place. But Seomin Yop easily lifts his new gear and even says it's too light. Then he just throws away the useless shield he doesn't need anyway. Yop enters the arena with only a spear, and a huge flying monster spawns right in front of him. It instantly attacks our guy, but before it can reach him, Yop simply flicks his finger once, completely destroying the monster. The manager is shocked and can't believe his eyes. But it's no big deal for our guy. He just tells them to bring him a stronger opponent. Suddenly, the system throws an error when an Awakener who was offended by our guy's earlier words joins the virtual match. He immediately starts the fight with his strongest attack, closing the distance and delivering a devastating blow. Yop just stands still and takes the hit without dodging. He gets hit so hard that the arena floor crumbles, and all the viewers think he's dead. But suddenly a spear shoots straight out of the dust. To the shock of the Baldy and everyone watching, Yop is just chilling on the floor, completely unharmed. The Baldy simply can't understand how his strongest attack only sliced our guy's training suit. But Yop calmly explains that he just wanted to test one of his skills, immortality, which makes him immune to death from physical attacks. That's when the Baldy realizes he's cooked. So why is Yop so unbelievably strong compared to everyone else? The thing is, when dungeons first started appearing on Earth, he was the leader of the very first team of Awakeners. When they reached the final dungeon, he told his comrades to save themselves and sacrificed himself by sealing the doors shut. He was left alone against countless monsters and fought them for 17 years straight until he passed out after defeating the last monster. Back on Earth, everyone had been sure he was dead for years, and even built a statue to honor Seomin Yeop. Then one day, a portal opens high in the sky, and an unconscious Yeop falls straight to the feet of his own statue. He wakes up in fear and confusion, wondering where he is. A nurse enters and informs him that he is in the hospital, asking him to relax. She explains that he has regained consciousness after a very long time. The hero looks at the date and discovers that it is now 2021. He is shocked because when he entered the final dungeon, it was 2005. He cannot understand how so much time has passed. The nurse explains that he entered the dungeon 17 years ago. She then turns on the news, where reports focus entirely on him. The media announces that Seomin Yeop, the leader of the 7 heroes who sacrificed himself in the final dungeon, has returned. His body was found near his statue that morning, and he is confirmed to be alive. Scientists are discussing how he still appears so young after 17 years, suggesting that a time paradox may be the reason. Our boy is shocked as he hears all of this, and asks the nurse if it has really been 17 years. She confirms it, and mentions that many reporters have been camping outside the hospital ever since he arrived just to get an interview. When he looks outside and sees the reporters, he becomes irritated and asks for a mirror. The nurse brings one, and he studies his reflection, realizing he looks exactly the same as when he entered the dungeon. Suddenly, he remembers his money, and his body trembles as he worries about his finances. The nurse explains that his entire fortune has been donated to his favorite children's organization by his friend. The hero then asks about his house, and learns that it has been turned into a museum since he is a famous figure, and it could not be sold. His supercar has also been auctioned off and bought by a wealthy man for a huge amount. Bro realizes that even though he survived the final dungeon, he is practically homeless now. The nurse reassures him that since he sacrificed himself in the final dungeon, people will surely come to help. She tells him that Jeho will arrive soon and asks him to press the bell if he needs anything before leaving the room. Left alone, our boy reflects on how much the world has changed. For the time being, he decides to check his stats, realizing he has not reviewed them since returning from the dungeon, and uses his scanner eyes to examine his abilities. It is revealed that when he first awakens, he gained a special ability called the Scanner Eyes. With it, he can see not only the skills a person currently has, but also the abilities they will gain in the future. Thanks to that ability, he was able to progress faster than other espers, and eventually ended up as the leader of the 7 heroes. That was also the time when he met the head coach. At first, Yeop thought he was just a loser, but looking at his stats and abilities, he realized that the guy had immense potential. He agreed to let him join, and Jeho became part of his team. Back in the present, our boy realizes that all of his stats are the same except of his mentality, which is at 110. This is strange because for humans, the maximum limit for this attribute is 100. On top of that, he also has a new skill called immortality, which prevents him from dying due to physical attacks. Our boy is confused since he hasn't seen this ability before. He guesses that he probably developed it from his last battle. Just then, someone opens the door and he turns to see his comrade standing in front of him. The head coach tears up as he witnesses his leader alive after 17 years. Later that night, the two friends sit together, drinking coffee and talking. Once Jeho calms down, our boy teases him for crying. His friend remarks that when he grows old, he will understand why tears come so easily. but the hero replies that he does not need to worry about such things because he is still young. He then asks what happened to his biography. The head coach explains that he hired a ghostwriter to write it, and the book is titled Savior of the World. He also shares that several movies are made about him, and many of them become massive box office hits. One of them even becomes the highest-grossing film in the world. Hearing all this, our boy reflects that when he was inside the dungeon, he never believed he was going to make it out alive. So when he woke up in a hospital, he felt shocked and found it hard to accept that everything was real. He adds that he feels like nothing more than a poor beggar now. Jiho places a reassuring hand on his shoulder and assures him that he can always count on him. Hearing this, the hero brightens up and asks whether he started a business with the wealth he earned after the dungeons. His friend confirms that he did and says that he couldn't just sit around and relax his entire life. Our boy teases him, saying that he is surprised the business didn't fail since it was run by an idiot. Jiho lets out an awkward smile and admits that he hired someone else to handle it. Right now, he is working as the head coach of the national team. When the hero starts questioning him about it, he simply pulls up a video of his team fighting in a battlefield arena. Yop is shocked since they had already cleared out all the dungeons back then. His friend explains that this is a virtual reality sport called Battlefield, where they create virtual dungeons and fight to clear them. After their final raid, they had to create something to keep the espers relevant. To our boy, this all looks like child's play, but his friend reveals that some of the top players in this sport might even be a match for their original squad. Hearing all this, the hero asks him about Korea's rank in this sport. He guesses they rank pretty high up since they had a lot of strong espers. However, his friend shocks him by revealing that they are dead last. The scene shifts to them driving away in a car. During the ride, Jiho begins explaining that the person who kills an evil often ends up becoming the next evil himself. However, our boy struggles to understand what he truly means. His friend then hints that this was the main reason for the downfall of Korean players. After they cleared the final dungeon, the government became wary of the espers since they had the potential to turn against them. To prevent this, they started posing strict restrictions in order to control them. Hearing this, the hero guesses that all the strong players must have left the country to become athletes or coaches. Even back in his days, he had people who tried to control them, but he fought against them using his words. His friend glances at him and mentions that due to all these reasons, they had to start from scratch. Then all of a sudden he turns towards him and begins saying something, but the hero refuses before he can even finish his sentence. When his friend complains that he didn't even let him finish, he replies that he already knows that he is asking him to join the battlefield. He explains that he doesn't want to live like an esper anymore since he left that life in that final dungeon. When he was young, he fought to survive and then to be recognized. However, this time, he simply wants to live for himself. He continues by saying that if he joins the battlefield, everyone will expect the world's strongest fighter to save the country again, just like before. People will place all their hopes on him and expect victory. Hearing all this, his friend realizes that he truly has no interest in joining the battlefield, so he decides to stop pursuing him. As they sit in silence, our boy looks out the window and comments that their country still has some hope. When his friend reacts in confusion, he points at a poster of Haeyeon telling him that they still have espers like her. Bro then starts making weird comments about her until his friend reveals that she's his daughter. This is shocking for him because she used to be 6 when he died. He tries to save it but fails miserably, so his friend simply tells him to shut up. The two of them finally arrive at Jeho's home where they are greeted by his wife Han Sung-hee. After welcoming the hero, she turns to her husband and asks him if he is tired from driving. While the two of them talk, our boy looks at them and realizes that he has actually come back to life. Not only that, this world is quite peaceful, and he has no idea what he is supposed to do now. For now, he decides to rest a bit and turns on the TV. What he sees on the screen almost shocks him since they are airing reruns of his favorite show. Since he died before the show ended, he still hasn't seen the ending. This makes him excited, and he comments that he must have survived to finish this show. Bro gets a bit too carried away and declares that he will watch every show released after 2005. Hearing this, even his friend is left surprised. The hero casually reminds him that he was the one who said he could do anything he wanted there, so he intends to spend his time watching all those TV shows. Jaeho clarifies that this is not what he meant and tells him to step outside and look at the crowd surrounding the house. A large group of media reporters is gathered there, hoping to interview him. Realizing he has no way out of this, our boy declares him that he will give them the interview tomorrow, but after that, they must stop following him. The next day, the scene shifts to a large hotel where the press conference is fully prepared. Reporters gather in one place, commenting that they had expected to wait outside his house for a month, so getting this opportunity so soon feels fortunate. When the interview begins, Yop calmly addresses everyone, telling them that he finds the situation just as strange as them. He admits that he does not know how he managed to survive the final disaster. Watching him speak so smoothly, his friend is amazed at how much he seems to have changed. However, the hero quickly returns to his usual blunt nature and warns the reporters that after this interview, they should leave him alone and never chase him again. He then instructs the reporters to raise their hands one by one and ask their questions properly, Someone asks if he remembers anything from the past 17 years, and he dismisses it, explaining that for him it still seems like 2005. As the questions continue, someone brings up the current battlefield situation and mentions that the head coach must have already explained it to him. The reporters ask about his intentions regarding joining the battlefield. The hero immediately refuses, stating clearly that he has no interest in getting involved. Hearing this, the reporter sarcastically asks him if he is lacking confidence. My man fires back, telling the guy that the only thing lacking is the hair on his bald head. He then repeats that he has no interest in such matters and believes all the questions have been answered. With this, our boy prepares to leave when a young reporter suddenly stops him for a last question. He mentions a player named Gerald Walker, who claims that the Seven Heroes team is nothing compared to him. Hearing this, Yap asks who this person is. The reporter explains that Walker is a star American hunter who is often called the best tanker in that country. Hearing this, the hero asks him if he is the strongest player. The reporter denies this and explains that the top 3 ranked fighters are Nathan from France, Roy from Ireland, and Daniel from Germany, who holds the first rank. Walker is not yet among them, but is considered strong enough to possibly reach their level one day. After hearing this, the hero sends a clear message. He says that before that player even thinks about challenging him, he should first enter the top 3 most powerful fighters in the world. Moreover, if he really wants to fight him, he should meet him in person instead of the battlefield. Bro even shows him the middle finger on live TV. It doesn't take long for Walker to get this message, and he immediately decides to fly to Korea to meet our boy in person. Soon, news spreads that the American team wants to challenge the Korean team. Hearing this, Jaeho becomes extremely worried. He admits that his team is not ready and stands no chance against the Americans, as they are far weaker. However, our boy, who is casually watching television, tells him to stop shouting. If he wants to talk, he should step outside because the shows he is watching are more important to him at the moment. Frustrated, his friend sits beside him and blames him for provoking Walker unnecessarily. Confused, the hero asks who that guy even is, claiming he has never heard the name before. His friend reminds him that Walker is the very person he insulted during the press conference, even challenging him to come find him if he wanted a fight. Now he will likely take revenge on their Korean team since the hero refuses to play Battlefield. After hearing all of this, our boy casually responds that it has nothing to do with him and goes back to watching TV. However, he suddenly realizes that Haeon will also be participating in the Battlefield competition. Just then, the doorbell rings and she enters the house. Yap is startled for a second until he realizes that it's Haeon. She explains that she came as fast as she could upon hearing that the hero had returned. As soon as he waves at her, she runs toward him and gives him a powerful hug, knocking him off the sofa. He scolds her gently, saying she is grown up now and should stop acting like that. Upon seeing her excitement, Yeop admits he thought she might have forgotten him after so many years, but she assures him that she remembers him clearly because he used to bring her chocolates when she was a child. As they continue talking, the girl asks him why he refused to join the battlefield. Hearing this, our boy covers his ears dramatically and repeats that he has no intention of joining. He says he has many TV shows to watch and plenty of things to do. If her dad sent her to convince him, he refuses in advance. The girl replies that he seems different from before, but he insists that he has not changed at all and claims she is the one who has changed. Feeling disappointed, she steps back, making an innocent face, and reminds him that he used to grant her every request. Yop responds that in the past she only asked for snacks, but now she is asking for something far more serious, which he cannot give. Finally, the girl says that if he does not want to join the battlefield, that is fine, but he can at least accompany her to check her avatar since her father is busy. At first, he declines since he has to watch the final episode of his favorite show, but when she insists, he finally agrees. Clearly annoyed, he asks her where they are going, but she simply smiles and tells him that he will know soon enough. The scene then shifts to the Korean battlefield facility, revealed to be a massive building. As the two of them enter, they are warmly welcomed by staff members. An instructor greets them and begins guiding them inside, explaining that he will first help the girl with her avatar check. After picking up her weapons, she finally puts on her helmet and connects to her avatar. From inside, she excitedly asks for a monster to be sent to her. Soon, a creature starts forming in front of her and fully materializes. Seeing this, our boy realizes that they can even create monsters like this. The instructor explains that Battlefield is a virtual reality game developed by the Battlefield Association using advanced proprietary technology. They can recreate dungeon monsters and players inside this digital space. Every new player must visit the association to create an avatar before joining. The hero admits that it feels incredibly real and says that the girl seems talented at it. Suddenly, a wolf-like monster attacks her, but she reacts swiftly, wrapping her whip around its neck and finishing it off with her sword. The monster disappears instantly. With this, the instructor announces that her avatar is fully synchronized and that she can disconnect. After removing the helmet, Haeon eagerly asks how she performed. The hero teasingly remarks that for a 6-year-old she was not bad and would improve with time. This makes her annoyed and she asks him to try it himself. Yap repeats that he already said he would not compete in Battlefield, but the girl clarifies that she is not asking him to compete, only to test it. She admits she has always been curious because her father constantly praised his strength, yet she never had the chance to see it herself. By the time she grew old enough, he was already gone. Seeing her disappointment, our boy finally agrees, saying he is doing it only because she asked. The instructor seems surprised and explains that normally several measurements are required before testing an avatar. However, since he does not intend to compete, they can proceed with a simple test. The girl becomes excited at the idea and comments that it'll be a lot of fun. Our boy asks if he simply needs to enter the module, but the employee explains that without selecting a weapon first, he will not receive any equipment inside. Two staff members bring a spear and a shield, though the shield looks heavy even for them. After picking up the weapons, the hero observes that these weapons feel lighter than the ones he used in the past. The employee offers to bring him something else, but he declines and chooses the spear, saying he wants to finish quickly since everything feels unfamiliar. With this, our boy puts on the helmet and prepares himself, deciding to see what this virtual battlefield is truly like. As he connects, an association employee asks if he can hear him, and explains that the area he is in is an exact duplicate of the real testing facility. Looking around, our boy feels as if he has just passed through a dungeon gate. The console shows no synchronization errors between him and his avatar, which means that he is ready to go. Hearing this, the hero warms up and asks for the same type of monster that Heian faced. The employee agrees and creates a special monster called Salaboon. Yap notices it looks different from the monsters he remembers. The instructor tells him that he is correct and explains which this is a special type of monster that can only be defeated using aura. However, they change the data to make it as strong as possible. Suddenly, the monster charges forward and our boy casually remarks that bringing the spear was unnecessary. He throws it aside and destroys the monster with a flick of his finger. This leaves everyone in shock and even the girl can't believe her own eyes. My man tries playing it cool and asks why they are reacting so strangely, since it wasn't that big of a deal. Hearing this, the instructor comments that this type of monster is not that hard to defeat, but it's also not weak enough to die from a finger flick. Turning towards the screen, the hero asks for something much stronger this time, because he wants to test something. Since there is no difference between the VR world and the real world, he figures it would be best to try that skill here. While our boy complains about the weak monsters, a voice suddenly echoes through the area, mocking him and calling him the so-called strongest superhuman. Everyone looks around, confused about where the voice is coming from. A warning sign flashes on the employee's screen and he realizes that someone is forcibly connecting to the module from the outside. Moments later, Walker jumps inside the battlefield and asks the hero if his offer is still valid. When our boy doesn't reply, the guy mocks him for talking big on the TV and comments that he looks speechless now. Walker declares that whether Yeop is one of the 7 heroes or the strongest superhuman, it means nothing to him. Before our boy can respond, the guy charges forward to attack. Just as his strike is about to land, a powerful blast erupts, and the hero vanishes from sight. Walker is stunned by his speed and loses track of him completely. Suddenly, he hears his voice from behind, asking him if he really thought he would be scared of someone like him. With an evil smile on his face, the hero decides this is the perfect time to test his new skill. The girl watches all of this in confusion and wonders what is going on. The next moment, she hears someone telling her not to worry. We then see the association president Park Jin-tae arriving at the scene along with Walker's manager Emma Moss and the head coach. He assures them that it's all good since he has already signed off on this fight. Looking at the manager, he asks her if things are going well. She confirms it and thanks him for agreeing with their request. Turns out, the president used to buy food for the hero before he came back to life, so he thinks he won't be able to protest. However, the actual reason he allowed this fight to happen was to get him interested in the battlefield. The two of them finally charge at each other, and the tank manages to push our boy back. Yop realizes that the guy is tougher than he thought and starts scanning him using his ability. Upon reading his stats, he realizes that Walker has max stamina and health, which makes him the perfect tank. While he is analyzing him, the guy notices him and asks why he isn't fighting. Our boy smiles, thinking to himself that if he had met him 17 years ago, he might have taken him to the final dungeon with his team. While thinking, he suddenly realizes that he wanted to test his new ability that he saw in the hospital. This guy happens to be the perfect test subject for that. With this, he instantly leaps forward and appears in front of the tank. Walker is a bit surprised by the speed, but he manages to read his move and counterattacks. For some reason, the hero stops right before attacking and takes the hit directly. This causes him to fly back several feet as everyone watches in shock. Even his opponent is confused since he could have avoided the attack. Out of nowhere, the hero throws his spear, commenting that it hurt more than he thought. Walker barely manages to dodge and almost loses his hand. He can't believe what is happening since his previous hit should have killed the hero. Shockingly, Yeop is still alive and kicking. As the dust slowly settles, he looks at the guy with a smile and asks him what he thinks about his trick. Walker is in disbelief and questions how he survived his attack. Our boy explains that he got a new ability after coming back, which prevents him from dying due to physical attacks. Not only that, his injuries also heal by themselves. However, this means he can't really fight fairly with the tank, so he calls out to the employee and asks him if he can somehow seal his ability. The guy tells him that it's possible and locks his special ability, so he can't use it in this fight. Walker asks him about this skill, but the hero simply tells him that it's also his first time hearing about this. He knows if he used it during their match, he would go around crying about it, so he decided to lock it. Hearing this, the tank guy takes out his spear from the wall and hands it back to him, saying that he is as cocky as people say. This makes him curious if his skills are also up to par with the rumors. Yap smiles while catching his spear and comments that he is actually way stronger than what people say. As the two of them continue trash talking, the hero says something about him not being in the top 3, which makes him furious. The guy charges straight at him, but our boy blocks all of his attacks. Then all of a sudden he disappears from his sight. Just like before, he appears behind him and aims directly at his head. Walker is quick to react and leaps back in time. Even the hero is impressed by his reaction time since he attacked him from the blind spot. However, it doesn't really matter much since the next moment, our boy throws his spear directly at him. The tank tries to block with his shield, but the spear changes direction at the very last second and hits him from the back. Bro finally realizes who he is fighting against, but he still refuses to give up, arguing that the spear actually missed. Yop tells him that he did it on purpose so he wouldn't actually die. Moreover, he has no chance of winning with that huge shield. Hearing this, the man is confused and asks him what he means. The hero explains that he should switch his massive shield with a smaller one, since it is obstructing his sight on several angles. He guesses that the guy probably has a narrow field of view, so he uses a huge shield to have more time to look around. This might work against most players, but if he fights against skilled opponents like him, they will surely take advantage of his narrow field of vision. Switching to a smaller shield will help him in the longer run since he has good agility and control. Hearing all this, the guy asks him if he is messing around. The hero tells him that he was being serious, since he knows he won't be able to win against him even if he follows his advice. Even though the tank guy is mad, he knows our boy is spitting facts, so he agrees to give it a try. The hero smiles and tells him to figure the rest out himself since he has shows to finish. Moreover, since he taught him something valuable, he expects to be paid a consultation fees. Strangely enough, Walker agrees but tells him that he has a condition. When the hero asks him what he wants, he reveals that he wants to fight him one more time. They are going to fight the Korean team in 2 weeks and he wants him to face them. Our boy makes an annoyed expression and refuses, saying that he isn't interested. The guy starts shaking him and even offers him money, but the hero still doesn't want to do it. As everyone from the outside watches in shock, the president suddenly gets a brilliant idea and starts smiling internally. The next day, our boy sits at his friend's house watching TV when his show is suddenly interrupted by a broadcast. As he watches, he hears the anchor talking about his recent encounter with the American player. They show a low-quality sound clip from their fight and reveal that the hero has supposedly agreed to join the battlefield on a condition. According to the news channel, if the American team wins 11-0 against the Koreans, Yeop will face them in a friendly match. Our boy can't believe his ears as they mention that he has agreed to this condition. Furious, the hero storms back to the organization's headquarters and demands to know who created and leaked the edited video. He points out that the footage has been manipulated, cutting out the part where he clearly refused to fight and even altering the audio. It's clear that someone deliberately framed him. During the heated exchange, the president finally turns his chair around and apologizes. He admits responsibility and explains that, as president, his hands are tied because American companies have heavily funded their country. Due to that financial backing, the match must happen. Bro even tries bringing in their old friendship to convince him. Still, the hero feels hesitant, so the president places a hand on his shoulder and assures him that he has already thought of a plan. He only needs to participate in the friendly match against the American team if they can defeat Korea without a single death. Even though their team isn't that good, they can still manage to kill one player so he wouldn't have to play. Our boy doesn't want to bet it on luck, so he refuses again, but the president assures him that the condition is unlikely to be fulfilled. He is even willing to donate all of the profits for that match to his favorite children charity. Yop grows increasingly irritated, but eventually feels pressured because of the old debt between them. Reluctantly, he begins to reconsider, warning that if Walker's team manages to defeat even a single player under those conditions, he won't participate even if he comes begging and crying. The president starts laughing and promises him that it won't happen. Now that they are done with business, he suggests that they go out for dinner. The hero responds that he will have to pay the entire bill, and the president assures him not to worry, promising that he will cover all the expenses. Before they leave, he turns back to glance at the simulation match results between both teams, which clearly shows that the American team is leagues ahead of the Koreans. The scene then shifts back to the head coach's house. A news report on TV announces that Yeop has joined the battlefield. Seeing this, our boy becomes extremely angry. He wonders why the media is talking about him instead of airing Korean dramas and blames everything on the old man, thinking he should have cut all ties with him much earlier. After stepping outside for a while, he goes into the garden and sees his friend and his daughter practicing together. Jaeho praises Haeyeon's reaction speed, but explains that she still needs to become faster. Since her role as an assistance dealer, he believes she must improve her mobility to better support her teammates. The girl indicates that she understands. Watching them talk, the hero thinks that the guy is wasting his time. He then uses his Eye of Analysis ability, and a status window appears before him, displaying Haeyeon's stats. He notices that her agility and focus are already at their peak, so she cannot improve further in that direction. Although her overall level is lower than Jaeho, her strength and resistance actually surpass his. Our boy concludes that keeping her in the assistance dealer position is foolish. He believes that while her dad's method may suit him, but it doesn't suit her, who still has untapped potential in other areas. Approaching her, Yeop reflects that if a key member of the Korean team remains at this level, they might not even defeat a single American player. Noticing him, the girl asks if he saw her training. He acknowledges that he has, but says she does not need more agility training. His friend disagrees, insisting she is still behind at this level. Our boy counters by arguing that her speed and agility training should stop because she has already reached her limit in those abilities, including her whip skill, which she has fully mastered. Although she shares similar speed-type powers with her dad, he emphasizes that they are different. He asks the girl what she would do after capturing an opponent with her whip. She explains that she would unbalance the opponent, knock them down, restrain them, and wait for a teammate. Yeop immediately tells her that this approach is wrong. He insists she should finish the opponent instantly instead of following her dad's fighting style. She lacks agility and speed, so unlike her dad, she can't wait for others to finish the job. Instead, she should rely on her strength and swordsmanship to finish them off. To demonstrate, he picks up 2 swords and asks her to watch carefully. He selects a target, captures it with his whip, and in one swift motion cuts it down with his sword. Yeop points out that she cannot kill using the whip alone, so concentrating on sword training is the better choice. He then changes her position from assistance dealer to a proximity dealer role. Both the girl and her dad are too confused to even speak, so they just stare at him blankly. The hero orders them to start with 500 sets of strength training, which makes them even more shocked. Noticing them standing there, he shouts at them to start moving since they only have 14 days left for the match. From now on, he is going to coach the girl. The scene then shifts to the US, national team's Korean training center. Walker's manager comments on how much his skills have improved in just a few days. Ever since he fought the hero and changed his shield, he has transformed significantly. The manager expresses curiosity about what happened between them, and predicts that if Walker masters this new fighting style, he might even enter the top 3. However, he warns that achieving such a drastic improvement will require intense practice. Previously, Walker struggled against speed-type dealers like Nathan, but mastering this style could give him a major advantage. The tank then asks how much money he will earn by mastering this fighting style. The manager replies that he will receive $10 million, and if he completely perfects it, his contract and revenue could increase even further. Upon hearing the amount, Walker decides that all the money should be sent to Yeop's account as a consultation fee. The manager is stunned by this request, but he explains that it's just the consultation fees. Reaching for the screen in front of him, he vows that no matter what happens, he will make sure the hero gets back on the field. At last, the long-awaited day arrives for the historic Rank A match between Korea and the United States. 2 commentators begin the broadcast, highlighting the intense excitement and anxiety among the audience. One of them explains that the long-anticipated dream confrontation between Yeop and the American side will finally be decided today. After that, he introduces the full lineup of the Korean team entering the arena. The camera then shifts to show the members of the American team. From the Korean side, Haeyeon is introduced as a close combat fighter and the team's ace. On the American side, Walker is presented as both the tank and the ace of his team. Sitting in the stands, our boy quietly watches everything unfold. Meanwhile, the commentators highlight that this will be the first match with Haeyeon playing in her new position. As the camera zooms in on the hero's face, the dungeon for this match is announced. The battlefield will be an ancient castle guarded by skeletons. The first boss on the player's path will be a skeleton warrior. On the second floor, a death knight awaits, and on the final floor, Von Dragon and a lich will be waiting for the challengers. For the sake of new spectators, the commentators briefly explain the key rules of the game. In order to win, the teams must gather as many points as possible by killing enemy players and monsters. Soon after, the Korean team enters the arena, followed by the American team. The announcer declares the start of the first game, and both teams rush into the dungeon. The American team encounters a group of skeletons first. Walker steps forward to face the monsters, and the hunt begins with perfectly synchronized movements. The commentator observes that although the American team's mobility is relatively slow, their defense becomes almost impenetrable once they level up through hunting. Meanwhile, the head coach's daughter grips her weapon tightly and prepares for action. While the commentators are explaining the American team's strategy, the Korean team suddenly advances at high speed. The commentators are shocked because the Korean team runs past the skeletons without attacking them. They continue rushing forward and even ignore the monsters in the next area. Watching his team's rapid advance, Jaeho believes that they simply need to keep moving forward. If the plan works, they will have a chance to win. The commentators explain that Korea, which usually prefers long and careful matches, is now using an aggressive strategy by heading straight toward the boss. The risk is extremely high, but if it succeeds, the Korean team could gain a huge number of hunting points. Once the boss is defeated, the first floor would close within minutes, which could completely disrupt the American team's strategy. Soon, the Korean team reaches the boss area and confronts the skeleton warrior, the first floor boss. Meanwhile, one of the American players suggests that Walker should wait because an unexpected situation has occurred. Hearing this, he asks one of his teammates named Paulward whether the reconnaissance has been completed and what exactly is happening. The player reports that the Korean team has already started hunting the first floor boss using an unusual strategy. Considering the situation, one teammate suggests rushing straight to the second floor, but the tank decides instead to finish the hunt and head directly to the boss area. Turning to a female teammate, he admits that he is not very fast and therefore needs to borrow her ability. At that moment, the Korean team is on the verge of defeating the skeleton warrior. They believe that Hyeon will deliver the finishing blow. The leader orders everyone to hold their positions and give her the chance to finish it. However, just as she jumps forward, something suddenly rushes toward her at incredible speed. She does not even have time to react before Walker strikes her directly. The girl is thrown backward and wonders where he suddenly appeared from. The Korean team is stunned by the tank's sudden arrival. The head coach quickly realizes that he used his teammate's ability to launch himself through the air. The powerful impact sends the girl crashing into the dungeon wall, and the system notification soon appears announcing that she has been eliminated. Walker admits that focusing on the boss was not a bad strategy, but he calmly states that even if their plan had succeeded, the final outcome would not have changed. At that moment, the rest of the American team arrives behind the skeleton warrior and attacks the weakened boss. The system announces that the first floor boss has been defeated and that the area will close in 10 minutes. Walker then decides that it is time to finish the match. The American players advance and attack the remaining Korean members. The commentator explains that after the tank's sudden appearance, the American team eliminated their opponents almost instantly. The Korean team loses the boss fight and stands on the brink of complete annihilation. In the end, Walker prepares for the final strike. A Korean player lies helpless on the ground, unable to react, and he eliminates him as well. The scoreboard reveals that the American team won the first set with a perfect score of 11-0. Later, while walking through a corridor, Hyeon keeps thinking about how the same thing has happened again. She stops in front of a door and feels frustrated by the defeat. Looking inside, she regrets that she did not even get a proper chance to fight, despite receiving help from her uncle. At that moment, a man suddenly draws everyone's attention and says he has something to say. The girl looks at him and is shocked by what she sees. Yap explains that watching the match almost made his eyes pop out in disbelief, and he suggests that everyone would be better off following his advice. When one player begins to mention that their coach is Jaeho, our boy immediately silences him. He explains that he is stepping in because, at this rate, he might end up having to compete alongside the team himself. He admits that the team attempted a winning strategy, but it failed due to a lack of skill, and their overall level is far below their opponents. According to him, with their current skill level, their probability of victory is exactly 0%. However, he also believes that surrendering without a fight would be disgraceful. Therefore, he decides to at least teach them a way to at least take down the enemy's star player. Yap then explains that Marta Born's palace is a dungeon he once targeted in his youth along with the current association director. While attacking it is not particularly difficult, the bones on the third level were extremely troublesome. Considering the team's current condition, even reaching that level would be a miracle. Because of this, he tells them to focus first on the game they have just lost. In his view, the first set's strategy was not bad, but only if every assigned role had been executed properly. Pointing at the players, he criticizes the vanguard positions for entering the boss room without scouting the enemy's positioning. Once the vanguard fell, the rear guard should have immediately covered them. Instead, the moment their ace player was killed by Walker, everyone froze in place. He explains that the reason they keep losing by scores like 11-0 is because they have not even mastered the basics. Shaking his head, he says he cannot believe this is the national team and admits that he feels sorry for his friend Jaeho. Finally, the hero states that there is nothing more to discuss about the first set. Instead, he moves straight to the point and begins explaining the strategy for the second set. At the same time, the second set begins. As soon as the game starts, the American team moves forward and splits into two groups. They prepare to use a 6-5 formation, where the faster group will advance toward the hunting ground first. The strategy divides the team into two groups. One group focuses on securing the area, while the second group, led by Walker, concentrates on hunting. This approach is designed to fully utilize the abilities of the team's S-rank players. The audience watching the match is shocked by the Korean team's sudden change in playstyle. The commentators explain that Haeon briefly disappears and then suddenly reappears. Soon after, the entire Korean team begins rushing through the dungeon again. The commentators question this new tactic because Korea has always relied on a defensive strategy. Haeon's sudden position change is completely unexpected. Meanwhile, our boy watches everything with a faint smile. He believes the team is performing well because the plan will only succeed if they follow his instructions precisely. Only then will they find the opening they need. The girl moves forward once again. At the same time, a Vanguard player from the American team stops at a corner to scout the area. He informs Walker that he cannot see the Korean team anywhere nearby. Based on this, he assumes the dungeon has only a single path and concludes that the Korean team might be saving their effort for the second half of the match. The tanker quickly realizes that after the disaster of the first set, the Korean team must have changed their strategy. He decides to remain where he is because he believes it is only a matter of time before Yap personally enters the arena. Suddenly, something cracks in the cave wall behind him. Startled, he turns around to investigate the strange sound. In the next moment, a powerful explosion tears through the dungeon wall. From the cloud of debris, the entire Korean team bursts out and lands on the ground. As soon as they arrive, they surround the American players, leaving them completely shocked. Walker wonders how they managed to reach that location. A flashback reveals that the hero had earlier ordered the scouts to move ahead first. Since Haeon was the fastest member, he sent her to check the enemy situation. He also clearly instructed the team not to kill any monsters or bosses if Walker's group had fewer than 5 players. This order surprised the team at first. The hero then explained that everyone knew Martha Burns' palace was considered a one-way dungeon, but there was actually a hidden passage containing a teleportation point. That secret route is perfect for launching an ambush, and he orders the whip girl to use it. From the outside, the passage looks exactly like a normal wall, but the hero promises to show them how to locate it. By using that hidden route, they can reach the American team without being noticed. In the end, he instructs all 11 players to rush through that path and split up to attack the American hunters. Back in the present, the Korean team bursts out through the exploded wall and launches a surprise attack from behind. Haeon lands directly in front of the tanker. Yap's instructions are clear. When fighting Walker, she must target his legs. In another flashback, she questions this tactic, but he explains that Walker's legs are currently a weak point. Because he has switched to a smaller shield, more of his body is exposed, and he has not yet fully adapted to it. Combined with the pressure of avoiding casualties, the sudden ambush, and the presence of an Esper with incredible speed, the American team will face serious difficulties. Therefore, he asks the team to trust him and follow his instructions. In the present moment, the girl silently thanks her uncle and immediately moves forward, before the American team can properly form their formation. With support from her teammates transferring power to her, she charges toward Walker. However, the guy blocks her attack and eliminates 2 Korean players. At that moment, he realizes that the whip girl has actually bypassed him using teleportation. Her real targets are the American support players standing behind him. She strikes them from the rear, instantly eliminating 2 of them. Walker quickly understands that the true target was the support line, and he responds by taking down another Korean player. After the 3rd elimination, he calls the Vanguard back immediately. However, the situation has already turned into 3 Americans against 8 Koreans, because the Vanguard needs time to return. Even so, he confidently claims the enemy team is still easy to defeat and attacks with his axe, securing a 4th kill. At that moment, Haeon suddenly rushes toward him from behind. The guy turns around but finds no one there. In the next instant, she appears from below and strikes his leg. The impact causes Hai to stagger, and he collapses onto his knees. The American team somehow continues to resist, but during the surprise attacks, the Korean team uses their numerical advantage. Even though 7 Korean players are sacrificed, they manage to eliminate 3 American players. As the players continue falling, the Korean ace walks up to Walker with her sword. He stares at her in confusion and comments that her combat style has changed. This makes him believe that her team must have received coaching from Yeop. As she points her sword at him, he smiles, and instead of feeling annoyed, admits that it was impressive. The crowd erupts with excitement at the dramatic turnaround when the scoreboard shows that the Korean team has eliminated 5 American players. The head coach quietly watches the scene, clearly surprised by the result. Meanwhile, our boy sits comfortably and reminds him that he did agree to help them take down Walker. The commentators celebrate the Korean team's incredible and completely unexpected performance. However, the match ultimately ends with the American team winning 2-0. One commentator expresses regret, saying that if the Korean team had not encountered the returning American group, the match might have been even more exciting. Walker looks at the scoreboard and reflects on the Korean team's performance. Even against such a strong American team, the Korean national team still managed to secure 5 eliminations in the second set. The commentators agree that the highlight of the match was the Korean team's surprise entrance after breaking through the wall. They also note that the main driving force behind the turnaround was a single player who secured 4 out of the team's 5 eliminations. Later, an XBC sports anchor interviews the head coach and asks for his thoughts on the match, noting that the national team displayed a completely different side compared to their usual style. Yahello explains that despite the loss, the match serves as an important learning experience and provides strong motivation for the team. The reporter then asks about the memorable strategy involving the secret passage in the second set. He admits that the strategy is impressive because the dungeon is widely known as having only a single path. After glancing to the side, he also hints that they received some help in creating that strategy. Watching the interview from a distance, our boy quietly mutters to himself, realizing that the coach is still trying to convince him to participate. Soon afterward, the coach's daughter also appears for an interview. The reporter describes her as the most impactful player of the match and asks about her training. She explains that her uncle has recently trained her extensively and that she changed her position based on his advice. Seeing this, our boy becomes slightly frustrated. With a sigh, he wonders why both the father and daughter keep mentioning his name, before reminding himself that it does not really matter, because it is simply the truth. Just then, the association president approaches him and comments that he still becomes irritated whenever he feels embarrassed. Yap points toward the interview area and asks why the association president is not there. The old man responds that it is better to let others handle things. Our boy then directly asks what he wants now, and the man begins bringing up old memories, mentioning the time connected to that secret passage. Only a handful of people knew about the secret passage, and he was among them. Hearing this, our boy admits that the second set strategy was his own creation, though he finds the idea of using a hidden passage in a sports match somewhat cheap. To avoid forced participation, he chose a method he trusted more than a guerrilla attack. The president mentions that he has heard he trained the Korean star player, who has since discovered her own talent. The hero responds coolly that this is nothing new. The president stands and reflects that after so many years, it feels good to finally see his strategy play out in action, and that talent like his isn't meant to go to waste. Our boy decides to play cool and admits that he is amazing. Before he can leave, the president asks him if he will consider using that talent of his for a bit longer. Yap reminds him that he has already won the bet, but the president makes one final request, promising that if he refuses, he will never bother him again. He reveals that the Korean Professional Battleground League season is approaching soon, and that he wants the hero to participate in a charity match featuring famous players before the league begins. The old man expects an immediate refusal, but the hero by saying he will think it over. Jin-tae is visibly stunned, since the hero typically declines anything he doesn't want to do without a second thought. Our boy explains that watching the girl play has sparked something in him. TV shows are entertaining, he admits, but real battles are something else entirely. And now that the dungeons are gone, competitive matches are the only place left to fight. The president becomes immediately energized at this, ruffling his hair and showing him that footage from the Rank A match has already crossed 10 million views in just 1 hour, with comments flooding in praising both the Korean team's Haeon and him. In his excitement, the old man gets a bit too carried away and gets scolded by the hero. Yap reminds him that he hasn't made up his mind yet, but the president seems satisfied that he is even thinking about playing. Still, our boy A seems a bit suspicious that the charity match is scheduled so close to the actual Pro League, which makes it seem like it was put together urgently. The president starts sweating as he realizes that the hero has caught on. However, our boy doesn't dwell on it much and instead reveals that he has some conditions for joining. Before even hearing what he has to say, the president immediately agrees to all conditions. Back at the training area, the head coach arrives carrying a sword to find the hero already waiting, spear resting on his shoulder. When the guy asks what's going on, Yeop tells him that the president agreed to all his conditions, so he said yes to the charity match. He jokes that he had been given a second life and was planning to spend it watching television, but now that the decision is made, at least some preparation is necessary. Before starting, our boy takes a dig at the national team's training standards. His friend apologizes for the poor training and asks why he is being dragged into this. Yop tells him simply that he won't travel this road alone, and aside from his daughter, there aren't any decent players around. His friend gets mad and complains that it's been 17 years since he last fought, but the hero assures him that it's all good, since he will be the one training him. As his friend continues complaining, he activates his scanner eyes and analyzes his attributes, noting that lack of training has weakened him, but that regaining his previous status will be straightforward. He then warns with a grin that hellish training begins tomorrow. Hearing this, Jeho immediately understands he is completely doomed. A flashback reveals the two conditions Yeop had placed before the president. First, that he will play in the same team as Hyeon in the charity match, and second, that the head coach will also participate. The president quickly calculates that if even 2 of the previous 7 heroes show up, sponsors will line up on their own. He makes a call, and within moments, news spreads of the 2 legends participating in the charity game. During training, the hero reminds his friend that for his crappy technique to work properly, he must be slightly faster than his opponent. After being scolded, Yahello assures him that he will try to be faster and locks in. He immediately charges forward with immense speed, but the hero still manages to block his attack with his shield. After leaping back, he asks him how he did, and the hero simply mentions that it was okay. Hearing this, the head coach laughs and asks him to cut him some slack since he is old now. When he starts making excuses, our boy reminds him that this would probably count as a warm-up compared to what they did in the past. Moreover, he has to watch a show later, so they can't take any breaks right now. His friend continues complaining and mentions that he won't be able to watch his show anyway because he has somewhere to be. Their destination is the massive building of the Korean Battlefield Association. There, technical team manager Yoo Hyun-soo welcomes them and confirms that the hero has come for an avatar test. He introduces Mr. Brown Tanner from the World Battlefield Association, who will oversee the tests. Before the test begins, the hero questions why additional tests are necessary since he already fought Walker. The manager explains that he skipped the athletic ability stage and directly created his avatar earlier. Therefore, detailed physical ability data is necessary to safely use the avatar. The system scans a player's entire physical constitution and reflects it within the avatar. It can even manifest Esper powers that the user himself has not yet discovered. The manager reveals that many secrets are hidden within the battlefield system, and that it was created based on the S-class ability of a particular individual. Hearing this, our boy finds it strange and voices his suspicion that they might be borrowers. He even asks whether the World Battlefield Association is also backed by borrowers, but the guy immediately denies it. Yop still doesn't believe it and threatens to go after them himself, causing his friend to immediately take him for measurements. Arriving in a new room, he explains that first, strength, agility, and aura levels will be measured, and that the hero must give his best for accurate readings so the ideal synchronization with the avatar can be achieved. The first test is for strength. Our boy approaches the machine, grabs it with full force and pulls, but the lever slips from his hand and the machine processes the data. The panel shows 813, and he is asked to try again. In subsequent attempts, the score stays between 819 and 817. Reviewing the data, he notes this corresponds to 79 strength points. The examiners are a bit surprised since his strength seems average for hero standards. The next test is agility, where he must alternately press 2 switches on the walls until the alarm goes off. As soon as the test begins, our boy moves rapidly from side to side with full concentration, pressing the switches. The observers are left stunned since they mistook him for a tank. When the measurement ends, the score comes out to 963. Yop casually says that with a little more effort he could cross 970 and tries again. After the second attempt, 971 flashes on the screen, leaving everyone in disbelief. The hero asks them what the highest record is. The manager says someone on the team had scored 1007. The hero immediately guesses it was Nathan. He explains that he had seen him in videos that his friend sent him after he decided to participate in the charity match, and he was curious because Nathan had such speed that he could compete with Jaeho at his peak. Cracking his knuckles, our boy decides to try one more time. Now the target is 975. He takes position in the center of the room and enters deep focus, and strangely, it feels like he is in his prime form. As the test begins, his eyes light up. He hits the first switch, then moves between targets at lightning speed. The spectators notice he is even faster than before. The moment the measurement ends, he suddenly stops and begins breathing heavily. The examiner questions the score, and the manager himself is left stunned. Catching his breath, Yeop asks how it went, because he felt he was truly faster this time. Then 107 flashes on the panel, exactly matching Nathan's record, who is considered the fastest Esper on the planet. The hero falls into thought because his agility is 97, which is slightly below Nathan and Jaeho's peak, yet he matched that score. He realizes that in that moment, he had crossed his own limits. With this, he immediately asks to redo the strength test, as he needs to verify something. Using the same method, he grabs the lever and pulls with full force. Everyone is stunned again because this time the score is 890, significantly higher than before. When asked if he was finally warmed up, he casually says that is just more focused. But internally, looking at his hand, he wonders if he has truly gotten stronger. He then activates his scanner eyes to check, but no change shows in his abilities. Yet something feels different. This sensation feels familiar, and he recalls that the last time he was alone in a dungeon, facing death, he had felt the same thing. He realizes that standing before death, he had achieved superhuman focus. His mental focus had surpassed human limits, and that had boosted all his other abilities as well. The hero concludes that the real secret is perhaps this focus. This makes him a bit regretful since he doesn't really have any reason to fight. With his abilities getting stronger, he wonders if all of this is pushing him towards the battlefield. While he is deep in thought, the aura level test begins, and he is asked to look at a marble sphere placed in front of him. He finds the tool interesting because in earlier times, aura was only estimated through weapons. The manager explains that aura level depends mostly on innate abilities, so when measuring rising stars, it is the most important factor. Yop recalls that when his scanner eyes awakened, his aura was 96, and he had tried every possible method to fill the remaining 4 points. Currently, his aura is at 100 points, which is the maximum limit for humans. However, when the test concludes, everyone watching is left stunned. The number on the screen shows that his aura has reached 1020 points, which is higher than any human record. Smiling, our boy gives a thumbs up and reminds them that he is the legendary hero, so it was expected. The manager then reveals that the previous record belonged to Shulon, who was one of the 7 heroes alongside him. Even though it's a bit surprising for the hero, it makes sense since her aura was crazy. He recalls that even though her mental strength was weak, she had a lot of confidence and the two often used to argue. The test concludes, but the manager mentions there is one more thing. His immortality skill cannot be used in matches, which the hero had already expected, since otherwise it would mean an automatic victory. Yop casually remarks that he does not care about the restriction being placed on him. He accepts the compensation money without hesitation and reveals that he no longer even needs to rely on his immortality anymore. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man stands before a large crowd and boldly claims that there is only one person who will save them. He announces that the revolution proving their faith has finally arrived. Holding up a document, he asks the crowd to reflect on the person written about in it. The paper turns out to be a newspaper article describing Seomun Yeop's immortality and portraying him as the savior of humanity. The crowd immediately becomes excited and begins chanting his name, believing that the time has come to prove their faith. Shortly afterward, as our boy steps outside a building, he suddenly finds himself surrounded by a massive crowd of people wearing hoods. Confused, he turns and asks who they are. In response, the crowd loudly chants his name, declaring him the savior and the hero who will rescue the world. His friend explains that these people belong to the Seomun Foundation, a fake religion that worships him like a god. Hearing the name reminds the hero of something, and he recalls seeing the same group outside the hospital earlier. His friend confirms that it is indeed the same people. He further explains that these followers believe the world will face another end, and that the hero will return to save only the chosen ones. Yop immediately dismisses them as insane. However, his friend admits that he once thought the same thing, but after seeing him actually return to life, it became harder to deny their belief. Now the followers simply wander around happily, waiting for the end of the world. Annoyed by their behavior, our boy decides that someone needs to teach these lunatics a lesson. His friend quickly tries to stop him and suggests ignoring them and leaving the place, but he refuses to listen and moves forward anyway. With a powerful leap, he lands high on a wall and shouts in a commanding voice for everyone to be quiet. Eventually, the crowd falls silent, and the hero sarcastically remarks that there is finally some peace. He acknowledges that he understands what people think about him, but the crowd immediately starts calling him their savior again. Losing his patience, he points at them and orders them to stop the nonsense and leave immediately, openly calling them lunatics. The hooded followers are shocked by his harsh words. He then questions whether they have jobs or anything better to do and demands to know who the leader of the foundation is, threatening them if they refuse to answer. Instead of obeying his request to disperse, the followers whisper among themselves and convince one another that he is deliberately pushing them away as a test of their faith. Their belief quickly strengthens, and they begin chanting his name once again with renewed determination. The hero becomes increasingly confused by their behavior, while his friend realizes that the situation is spiraling out of control. Frustrated, Yeop gives the crowd a strict 10-second warning to leave. He threatens to attack if they remain. His friend tries to calm him down, but he ignores him and proceeds to knock out several members of the foundation. Soon, multiple followers are lying unconscious on the ground. The hero eventually sits atop the pile of defeated devotees and grabs a frightened young boy from the group. He asks the boy whether he still wants to follow him. Terrified and crying, the boy admits that he does not. Yop then advises him to ignore the others and be careful as he leaves. After jumping down from the pile, he casually declares that the sorting process is finished and suggests returning to training as if nothing unusual happened. His friend calls out to him and remarks that he might be the craziest person he has ever met. The hero interprets this as a compliment and thanks him, insisting that the real lunatics are the obsessive followers lying unconscious nearby. Concerned that reporters might return and cause more trouble, Jaeho recommends going inside. Our boy dismisses the concern, saying he will simply beat them again if they show up. As they talk outside, one of the followers secretly watches them from afar. Our boy briefly senses a strange energy coming from a distant building, but the guy disappears and he quickly dismisses it as unimportant. The scene then shifts forward to the day of the charity match held at Incheon International Airport. The arrival of American battlefield agent Joe Fellman draws significant attention, as many powerful figures from around the world have gathered to watch our boy compete. The battlefield agent reflects on his last visit 15 years earlier and recalls how the U.S. field agency rose to power by recruiting talented Korean espers. He laments that they failed to recruit a valuable individual like Jaeho. His assistant explains that originally none of the 7 heroes were interested in the battlefield competition system. Although Zhulan once considered it, she abandoned the idea after her S-class ability was downgraded. Determined not to miss another opportunity, the guy vows to recruit Yop, whom he considers the strongest Esper on Earth. As reporters approach, he notices the arrival of his European rival, field agent Jake Rand. Rand confidently greets him and suggests that this time their competition will be fair, though Fellman doubts it. Their rivalry becomes obvious as photographers capture the moment. Nearby, the Moreau brothers, owners of the Paris Lumiere Battlefield Club, also watch the situation. Recognizing our boy as the man who previously ruined their dungeon business, they decide he must be secured at any cost. Soon all 3 groups confront one another in the airport lobby, each determined to recruit the hero first. All of them are startled by the sudden sound of high heels announcing the dramatic entrance of Shulan, the youngest of the 7 heroes. She calmly reveals that she has come to meet a boy she knows. Finally, we move to the charity event venue, where we see a limousine arriving on the red carpet. Our boy steps out confidently, smiling as he declares that it is time to have some fun. While the crowd cheers loudly, Jaho quietly wonders why people are so excited about someone like him. But the hero laughs and says it is all thanks to his efforts in making him look presentable. Just then, reporters rush toward them and request a short interview with the 2 of them. Noticing them, the head coach pushes our boy toward the reporters and escapes. Surrounded by cameras and microphones, the hero becomes irritated at being treated like a show animal. A reporter suddenly asks about the recent attack on the followers of the Siomen Foundation. More questions follow regarding the conflict with the Foundation, his feelings about the upcoming match, and his reaction to Shulan's sudden arrival after 17 years. Hearing her name immediately startles him. The reporter confirms that she has arrived in Korea today to watch the charity match and to meet a boy participating in it. This instantly raises a suspicion in his mind that the boy she mentioned might actually be him. Later, while walking through a corridor, he lightly taps the wall as he moves forward. Other competitors whisper among themselves, saying they have finally seen the real version of the statue and wondering how strong he truly is. Reaching Jaeho, the hero asks if he has heard the news that Shulan is in Korea. His friend sighs deeply and remarks that the day they had been expecting has finally arrived. He jokingly suggests that Yeop should start carrying a shield from now on. Our boy recalls that he may have been slightly rude to her in the past, but his friend quickly corrects him, reminding him that he used to insult her so badly that she often cried. The hero wonders whether she might seek revenge now and even imagines the possibility of her firing her extinction ray at him. 17 years ago, she was one of the 7 heroes selected for the last dungeon. As the only daughter of powerful and wealthy parents, she had grown up under strict government protection and was treated almost like royalty at the age of 17. However, the hero disliked people who broke down crying over their own weaknesses. Because of this, he constantly teased and provoked her, criticizing her actions and mocking her hesitation to use her powers. His harsh remarks often left the young Esper trembling in frustration and embarrassment. Back in the present, the others shake their heads, joking that they may soon witness his second funeral. Jaeho says that problem can wait, because there is a more urgent matter at hand. Turning toward the group of players, he asks for everyone's attention and begins explaining how the charity match will work, assuming that most of them already understand the basic rules. He explains that since there is a completely new player entering the battlefield, he will quickly clarify the structure. The charity match will be between Team Love and Team Hope. Team Love consists of the national selection, while Team Hope is formed by invited players, with him being the only exception. He will serve as the coach of Team Hope, and Yeop will also be part of that team. Finally, Jaeho admits that he feels a little nervous because it has been a long time since he last held a weapon. Even so, he hopes the others will watch over him during the match. Team Hope's captain, Park Chulho, reassures him that the team will do their best. While observing the team, Yeop analyzes the players' abilities. He believes that he, combined with his friend and Haeyeon, will be enough, and the others are just useless. Just then, his attention stops on a player named Choi Hyuk, who possesses the abilities Focused Aura and Reinforced Durability, along with 90 max strength. Recognizing his potential as a tanker, he calls him over, and the guy responds by introducing himself as a proximity dealer. This confuses our boy, but the guy explains that he assigned this role due to his small height. When asked about his abilities, he reveals that he can focus aura into his weapons to attack. Hearing this, the hero realizes that the guy is not aware of his second ability, which gives him durability. Because he is small and fast, his coach forced him into the role of a dealer instead of a tanker. Seeing his potential, Yop calls him over and asks for a shield. When the shield arrives, he begins teaching him basic tanker techniques, telling him to hold the shield close and move forward and backward strategically. Hyuk protests that he is supposed to be a dealer, but the hero shuts him down. The other players are shocked that he changed the boy's role immediately after meeting him. The guy looks to the head coach for support, but Jaeho remains silent and instead announces the team formation: 4 tankers, 6 dealers, and 1 support. Realizing the change is final, the guy almost loses his mind. Soon after, the team prepares their equipment and the hero notices that the armor is extremely light. His friend explains it is as durable as armor used during the war era. Moreover, they've modified his original weapons a bit to make them more efficient. Before the match begins, Jaeho warns the hero not to underestimate the national players. While he has fought monsters and burrowers, these players specialize in fighting humans and have far more competitive experience. Our boy accepts the advice and says he looks forward to seeing their skills. In the stadium, excitement builds as the scoreboard announces the match between Team Hope and Team Love. Both teams line up on the field. The hero observes that the national players seem more polished and have higher average skill levels, though none appear exceptionally unique. While analyzing them, he notices one particular player, Shim Young-soo, standing casually while chewing gum. His abilities appear decent, but his focus level is extremely low. Yup suspects he might be a spoiled rich kid. The guy notices him staring and rudely confronts him, recognizing him from a previous international match where he had complained about the hero interfering despite not being an active player. Our boy asks one of his teammates to switch places so he can stand with this kid. As he asks him what he wants, the kid criticizes him, saying someone who doesn't play shouldn't act like they understand the battlefield. Yop laughs, which irritates him even more. The hero then casually asks about his father. Proudly, Young-soo reveals that his father is the vice president of the association. An announcement orders players to enter the field, but the kid grabs the hero's arm and demands to know why he asked about his father. Our boy calmly replies that he was curious about the kind of father who would raise someone like him. He explains that he grew up with a difficult past and has no patience for spoiled children who lack resilience. With a mocking smile, the hero raises his middle finger at the kid and declares that thanks to him, he now feels motivated to fight. At that moment, Yeop's name echoes throughout the arena. The announcer introduces our boy, declaring that the legendary hero has returned to the arena as a player after 17 years. Although the event is only a charity match, the arena is packed with spectators. Among the notable attendees are Gerald Walker from the American national team, agents Joe Fellman and Jake Rand, one of the 7 heroes Julin, and the Morrow brothers. The match begins with the first round taking place in the Aza's spiraling cave dungeon, consisting of 3 circular zones connected by secret passages. The dungeon is filled with monsters such as skeleton arachnids and serpents. The competition pits Team Love, formed by the current national selection players, against Team Hope, which includes the legendary hero Yeop. 10 minutes earlier, Jaeho explains the strategy. Team Hope will start in Zone 5 while Team Love begins in Zone 1 on the opposite side. Most of Team Hope will hunt monsters in Zones 5, 1, and 2, while the hero will go alone to Zone 5, 3 to defeat the serpent boss. Killing the serpent will collapse the area, so the timing must be coordinated carefully. Afterward, the team plans to clear Zone 6 and use a hidden passage to reach the inner circle, where they expect to encounter the enemy team. If that happens, Yeop, Haeon, and Jaeho will hold them back. Our boy believes that a direct fight would likely end quickly in their favor, but the head coach prefers a cautious approach. Because the match uses a best-of-3 format, the first round is important for analyzing the battlefield and the opponents. The scene moves to Zone 5-1 where Team Hope begins the hunt. The captain organizes the formation. The Whip Girl takes the rear as the main damage dealer, the head coach prepares as a support damage fighter, and the hero stands at the front as the main tank with his shield raised. Other tanks, including Hyuk, line up beside him. Looking around the cave, our boy quietly remarks that it has been a long time since he fought like this. Suddenly, a teammate notices that the entire ceiling is dark and hundreds of spiders run down towards them. Meanwhile, in Zone 1, Team Love has already begun fighting. Their captain, Woo-hyun, orders Young-soo to attack. The kid easily strikes down an arachnid and positions himself as the main damage dealer. Arrogantly, he claims the legendary 7 heroes are nothing special, and loudly declares that he will eventually kill the hero himself. Back on Team Hope's side, our boy signals his friend and suddenly rushes forward at incredible speed. He leaps into the air, spinning with his shield and spear while cutting through multiple monsters at once. Jaeho follows closely, slashing through enemies as the 2 veterans fight together again. Commentators and spectators become excited as the legendary duo displays perfect coordination, despite not fighting together for 17 years. Arachnid monsters normally have extremely tough shells that make them difficult opponents, but the 2 of them eliminate them within seconds. When a sticky attack drops from the ceiling, our boy cleverly throws his shield beneath himself to stabilize his body and block the attack while continuing his assault. Nearby, Hyuk observes his movements carefully. Although arachnids are usually difficult to damage, the hero effortlessly destroys them while constantly moving to new targets. The guy realizes that the hero is activating a special ability through his spear technique. Inspired, he attempts something new and uses his focused aura ability on his shield instead of a weapon. Though unfamiliar, he pushes forward, successfully blocking a monster's attack with the aura-enhanced shield. From afar, Yop notices his progress and smiles approvingly. A large monster suddenly charges at the hero, but he blocks the attack with his shield and immediately launches his spear through the creature's body. The attack drives the monster backward before the hero finishes it off. The spectators' Moro brothers recognize the technique and excitedly shout its name, the 100-centimeter throw. Shulin explains that although it appears to be a simple thrust, the hero actually throws the spear at maximum speed and catches it again before it travels 100 centimeters, creating an incredibly powerful strike through momentum and perfect timing. She laughs, commenting that even after 17 years he remains just as annoyingly skilled as ever. During the battle, another monster attempts to attack Hyuk from behind. Our boy quickly intervenes and blocks the attack, then leaps over the creature and finishes it mid-air. After landing, he casually says he must hurry because he has somewhere to be. Team Hope successfully clears Zone 5-1. As the captain prepares to issue the next order, he realizes the hero has already left. The tank explains that he went ahead to Zone 5-3 to defeat the boss and told the team to follow later. Jiho acknowledges that the hero's actions may seem impulsive, but they are usually calculated, so he orders the team to move towards Zone 5-2. The scene shifts to Zone 5-3 where we see our boy facing the massive serpent boss. Yop looks at the monster with a smile, feeling as if their last battle happened only yesterday. Taking a focused stance, he prepares for the fight. The enormous serpent suddenly charges at him with incredible speed. The hero slides across the ground, plants his feet firmly, raises his shield, and withstands the powerful impact ready to launch his counterattack. The upward strike sends the spear hitting directly into the serpent's jaw. Soon after, the rest of the team arrives. Our boy casually turns to them and remarks that they arrived faster than he expected. When they look around, they see the huge serpent lying defeated at his feet. He explains that the match uses a point system. Players become stronger as they earn points, so gathering points is important. After saying this, he leaves the remaining cleanup to the team and prepares to move on. He tells Jaeho and his daughter to follow him because he has an interesting plan. The three of them quietly separate from the main group and head toward the hunting zone of Team Love. Along the way, they move carefully, avoiding monsters. While running, the hero reflects that the serpent almost died in a single blow. The point system in the battlefield does not reward many points for killing only a few arachnids. Since his aura color is blue, which is the lowest, he wonders if his power is being influenced by his 110-point mentality. His friend soon becomes impatient and asks why he is not giving proper instructions if he already has a plan, since they might soon encounter Team Love. The hero calmly reveals that his strategy is simple. Their opponents have a player named Young-soo who has good skills but a poor mindset. He explains that if the kid is not present, they will first observe the situation and then act. However, if he is there, the plan will change. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Zone 12. Team Love announces that their hunt in the area is complete. Their captain orders the team to change formation and split into two groups that will move towards Zone 9 and Zone 11. In Zone 9, a 5-member squad continues hunting monsters. Young-soo delivers a powerful strike to a creature and feels confident that their strategy of collecting points quickly is working well. He thinks about facing Yeop and believes he will defeat him easily. However, a teammate suddenly warns him of danger. Before he can react, a shield crashes directly into his face and knocks him backward. As he touches his cheek, he realizes that a spear attack had just passed very close to him. It becomes clear that they have walked straight into an ambush. At the same time in Zone 11, the rest of Team Love is confused as another ambush occurs. Our boy suddenly appears before them and launches a surprise attack. Several Team Love players are quickly defeated, and then Yeop's teammates emerge from behind them. The entire battlefield is shocked by the sudden turn of events. Earlier, the hero had explained this strategy to his team. After defeating the serpent, they should take the opposite route and confront the national team players directly. He promised that he would join them as quickly as possible. Back in the present battle, Jaeho notices that one of the attacks has been blocked since the hero threw it so casually. Yeop smiles slightly and comments that they should not attack the younger players too aggressively at the start. In the next moment, he lifts his friend and throws him into the air with tremendous force. The head coach flies toward the enemy like a missile. The hero then launches his shield along the same path. While flying through the air, Jaeho catches the shield and uses it to attack. Team Love's captain quickly understands that their teammate Young-soo is the apparent target and orders everyone to protect him. Within seconds, the kid becomes separated from the group. However, the real surprise comes when the head coach suddenly teleports and attacks the enemy tanks instead. Those tanks had been the true targets all along. The opposing team quickly orders everyone to focus on defeating the head coach before his teleport ability can be used again. At that moment, his daughter shouts and uses her whip to pull him out of danger. She then joins the battle, moving through the air with her whips. Just then, our boy appears again and casually asks whether the situation was exciting. He then announces that all the enemy tanks have already been defeated. The three regroup and realize that the battle has become a 3 versus 3 situation. The remaining players from Team Love react in shock. Yop suggests that everyone should simply choose their own opponent, which makes the kid tremble in fear. The crowd in the stadium cheers loudly. Commentators praise the brilliant strategy. By pretending to target the dealer, Yeop's team actually eliminated 2 important players and escaped safely. They also highlight the hero's precise control when he used his spear to block an incoming attack on the head coach, describing him as a master tactician who uses ordinary abilities to their fullest potential. However, the commentators are still speaking when our boy suddenly throws Jeho again. At the same time, the whip girl dashes behind the kid and takes down his other team members. Meanwhile, our boy suddenly appears behind Young-soo and asks where his earlier confidence has gone. He slams his shield into the kid's face and throws it again, this time striking him directly in the head. As he collapses on the group, the hero finally finishes him off. The rest of Team Love starts to panic, and they realize that 5 of their teammates have already been eliminated. However, their captain still refuses to accept defeat and orders his teammates to attack. In front of him is the tank Hyuk, who remembers the training Yeop gave him earlier about basic shield techniques. Using that advice, he blocks an incoming attack successfully. The captain is shocked since this guy was supposed to be on a different role, yet his defense is still pretty solid. He calls him a fake tanker and charges back in, but before he can attack, his entire body gets obliterated by the hero. Our boy praises Hyuk for his performance and tells him to leave the rest to them. He confidently declares that the fight will be finished in 5 minutes so they can move to the next match. Team Hope wins the first set with a score of 8-0, and the head coach is announced as the MVP. Later, in Team Hope's waiting room, one of the players rushes in and congratulates Jeho for the incredible play. Surrounded by teammates, the head coach thanks them and jokes that competing at his age feels a little embarrassing. Still, he admits that using his weapon again after 17 years felt enjoyable. He then looks across the room at his old friend, who is sitting alone. He says that without the hero beside him, none of this would have been possible. Meanwhile, our boy is watching a Korean drama on his device and finds a romantic line about love returning rather ridiculous. Soon after, the commentators announce the second set. This round will take place on a complicated map filled with rooms, stairs, and corridors. The map is called the Labyrinth of the Damned, a dungeon that once caused the deaths of several espers before the hero managed to clear it. Both teams enter the labyrinth in formation. The commentators wonder which team will navigate the maze first. Our boy sighs as he remembers how, since returning from the last dungeon, he has constantly been surrounded by troublesome people. Some reporters want to compare him with Walker, some fans treat him like a god, and others like Young-soo try to challenge him. In the end, he realizes that most people either doubt his achievements or want to test his real strength. He puts on his visor and decides that the best way to answer them is simply by fighting. With a confident smile, he warns that what is coming will be far more frightening than they expect. At Team Hope's starting point, the head coach begins explaining the complexity of the labyrinth. However, Yeop interrupts him and announces that he will move alone while the others manage things themselves. Jeho asks whether he still remembers the map from when he cleared the dungeon in the past. The hero calmly replies that he was the one who originally created the map of this place and asks if the structure is different in Battlefield. His friend dismisses it and tells him that everyone is relying on him. Our boy simply tells him that there is nothing to worry and promises that everyone will soon witness something shocking. Declaring that he will truly fight this time, he rushes forward at high speed, already predicting the route Team Love will take from the opposite side. The whip girl wonders whether it is safe to send the hero alone, but her dad reassures her that Yeop's judgment inside dungeons is unmatched and that he surely has a plan. However, he begins to wonder privately whether the hero actually has a plan at all. Along the way, our boy blocks attacks with his shield and slides across the floor to dodge a strike from a skeleton warrior. 2 skeleton warriors rise and prepare to fight him. He stops briefly in a combat stance and feels a sense of nostalgia as he sees these familiar enemies again. Charging forward, the hero blocks an attack with his shield and strikes with his spear while spinning through the air. After landing, he blocks 2 more attacks and pushes one enemy aside with his shield before continuing to run. A large skeleton suddenly grabs him from behind and throws him with great force. Our boy is sent flying deep into the labyrinth through an area where there is no floor or stairs, and gravity is 10 times stronger. For players unfamiliar with the labyrinth, this might be a death sentence, but heroes like him can use this as a shortcut. Soon after, Yeop lands directly in front of Team Love with his shield raised. The opposing players are shocked because he has reached them in less than 10 minutes. He calmly explains that he already analyzed their abilities during the first match. As the dust settles, he prepares for battle and warns them that they should consider themselves already defeated. Team Love's captain quickly orders his teammates not to panic and tells them to retreat for now. He believes the hero could not possibly have arrived alone and that they need to regroup. Our boy begins chasing them and thinks that their decision to retreat was not completely wrong. However, they are mistaken in believing someone else is with him. He decides to play with them a little longer, thinking that if they had confronted him directly, the match would have ended immediately. Using a scanning ability in his eyes, he analyzes the fleeing players one by one. After carefully observing them, he finally identifies his target. Yeop throws his spear, striking one player directly in the head. The player disappears as the system announces his first elimination. The hero reaches out instinctively, knowing the player had no chance to dodge the attack. Unfortunately, he realizes he cannot retrieve his spear. Meanwhile, the rest of the opposing team has already escaped. Looking at the structure above him, he decides to move there next. Elsewhere, Team Love regroups and catches their breath. One of them angrily complains about being caught off guard. Another teammate suggests that they should have fought earlier if Yap was alone. However, their captain explains that they could not have known that at the time and must now stay alert from every direction. Meanwhile, the commentators notice that the hero has reached a higher position and wonder what he is planning. Our boy carefully calculates the time that has passed since the enemy retreated and predicts their likely path. He concludes that he has chosen the correct location. Smiling confidently, he decides that even a 50% chance is enough. He grips his spear tightly and prepares to throw it again. With a calm smile, he quietly says the word love as he gets ready to launch his weapon, and hurls it with force, shouting, "Comes back!" The projectile races at high speed through the labyrinth, tearing through the structure of the area, carving a path. Below, the members of Team Love suddenly notice something breaking through the ceiling. A moment later, Yeop's spear crashes into the ground in the middle of their group. Their captain stares at the spear in shock and wonders where it came from. The commentators quickly announce that an unbelievable moment has just occurred. The system reports that the hero has achieved his second elimination, and our boy remarks that his guess with a 50% chance turned out to be correct. The commentators say this might be the most impressive elimination in the entire history of the Korean battlefield. As the smoke clears, Team Love realizes they were completely caught off guard. The rich kid becomes angry and declares that they should stop retreating and start fighting. He believes that the hero must be alone now. However, his captain tries to calm him down and explains that since their team already has fewer players, splitting their strength would be a mistake. This doesn't make the kid happy, and he demands to know what the captain is planning. Meanwhile, our boy watches all of this from above, wondering if there is a division between their team. Young-soo becomes even more frustrated and shouts that he can roast the hero with his fire. When his captain dismisses it, he quickly turns around in anger and fires directly at the spot where our boy is hiding. A huge explosion echoes around the entire place as the kid starts laughing and admits that he already knew the hero was hiding there. However, when the dust finally settles, our boy appears without a scratch on his body. He smiles confidently and reveals that he was the one who purposefully made a sound to reveal his location. With this, he leaps away, leaving the kid in disbelief since he just took his attack head-on. The captain knows that even though this kid is stupid, his Esper ability is pretty strong, and it's not something that can be blocked this easily. They know they can't ignore the hero now, so he orders his men to split into two teams. The first team will continue hunting, while the second team of 3 dealers will go after Yeop. Their plan is to take the western path and catch the hero by surprise. He is strong, but the captain believes they can take him on with 3 dealers. When the other team finishes acquiring enough points, they will join them and defeat the hero. As both teams set out, the commentators seem a bit skeptic that they can take out the hero like this, since he knows the layout of the labyrinth better than anyone else. Just as they say this, our boy appears out of nowhere and comments that the teams are moving too predictably. He pounces on the 3 dealers and crashes down with his spear. Despite being taken off guard, the player manages to evade the initial attack. The hero commends his reaction speed and immediately dodges their counterattack, saying that they are the perfect prey for him. Before the player can react, he appears behind him and finishes him off using his spear. In the same instance, he turns around and hurls his spear towards the second player while defending against the ranged attacker. With 4 kills and only 1 guy remaining, our boy now focuses his attention towards him. The spearman knows it's over and tries to escape, but he too gets caught and eliminated. With the 3 dealers gone, our boy now has 5 kills, which means that only 6 enemy players remain. Everyone in the crowd is stunned as they can't believe that a single Korean player managed to break through 3 international players in such a short amount of time. Even Julan is in disbelief since this confirms that Yeop is actually back. Meanwhile, Jaeho contacts the hero asking him what is going on. Our boy reveals that he is simply destroying everyone, and that his aura is already red. Hearing this, his friend asks him for his location so the rest of the team can join him. He simply reveals his position but mentions that it will already be over when they get there. Before his friend can say anything, he jumps up and appears right in front of the remaining Team Love players. Their captain shouts at the team not to panic and orders them to spread out. Suddenly, the tankers and the dealers begin moving around our boy, which makes him think that they might have a plan. Looking around, he realizes that they plan to attack him after surrounding him from all sides. Using his scanner eyes, Yeop searches for the guy with the highest mobility, since he will be the one attacking first. He quickly finds a guy with speed burst ability that allows him to increase his movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. This makes him faster than any other Esper for that time. The hero tries to attack him using his spear, but the man dodges. Despite his speed, our boy knows it won't do anything since he can't calculate his moves that fast. The next moment we see that guy get obliterated as the rest of his team watches in shock. They shout at Youngsu to use his explosion sphere. As the kid hits the hero with the explosion, another player quickly rushes in to try and use the smoke to their advantage. However, when he enters the smoke, he immediately gets smashed by his shield. The other teammates watch in horror as the hero prepares to charge forward once more. Before they can even react, he destroys 2 more players. His kill count reaches 9, and with that, only 2 players remain standing. Turning towards them with a smile, the hero asks if it's just them two. Seeing everything that happened, the kid starts trembling and realizes that he messed with the wrong guy. Yop uses his scanner eyes again, and notices that the other player has an ability that can slow down a player's speed if they have lower aura than him. He smiles and tells him that his ability isn't bad, but with his low aura, he can't really use it on most good players. The player turns to Youngsu and tells him that he will handle things here. Seeing him distracted, our boy immediately finishes him off and scolds him for chatting while in a fight. Being the only one left, the rich kid starts shivering and asks the hero to stay back. However, he too meets the same fate as his teammates, leaving our boy with 11 kills in total. The commentators cannot believe their eyes, since this is the first time in Korean battlefield history that a single player has killed the entire enemy team. The arena erupts with excitement as spectators flood the screens with messages. Experts had expected Yop to struggle while readjusting to the battlefield, especially since the national team's star player Haeon was absent, but his overwhelming performance proves all predictions wrong. When the match ends, our boy walks onto the stadium floor with his friend while the crowd repeatedly chants his name. The hero notices a small flying device and learns from his friend that it is a drone broadcasting live footage to the arena screens. Realizing everyone is watching in real time, he deliberately faces the camera and flips the crowd off. His friend quickly scolds him and drags him away to prepare for the MVP interview. At the press area, caster Young-hee welcomes the audience while reporters gather around the 2 star players. As the head coach introduces himself, the interviewer asks him about his performance. He admits he didn't expect to do so well and explains that his friend forced him to participate and quickly trained him beforehand, allowing his old combat instincts to return. The interviewer then turns to the hero and asks if he expected to defeat the entire opposing team alone. Our boy casually replies that it turned out easier than he thought. He explains that during the first set he fought cautiously to analyze the battlefield environment, but once he understood it, he attacked aggressively in the second set. When asked for advice for the defeated national team, he bluntly criticizes their structure. He believes many players are assigned to roles that do not suit them, and that the real problem lies with the leadership and coaching staff, who fail to understand their players' strengths. When asked whether he would personally lead the team, the hero says their current level is too low to interest him, though he jokingly adds he might reconsider if someone offers enough money. Later, our boy rides in a car with his friend but realizes they are heading to a post-match party instead of home. During the drive, he complains about how annoying everything feels, and his friend questions why he spoke that way during the interview. Jaeho was surprised that he did not completely reject the idea of coaching. The hero clarifies that he might teach people if the pay is good, but he has no desire to return as a professional player because fighting monsters only provides temporary excitement. He then criticizes his friend's coaching abilities and asks how the national team became so weak. The head coach explains that he never wanted the job and was pressured into accepting it. After spending 11 years alongside him, he believed he understood enough to coach others. However, he later realized how extraordinary his talent truly was. He also believed coaching was possible because another hero, Emre, successfully became a coach after learning from him. The hero says that after fighting again, he realized proper techniques are no longer being taught in the country. His friend asks whether he would consider becoming a technical coach. Yup says he might help if the payment is high enough, especially since Jaeho is involved. He then gives his friend strategic advice about the team, suggesting that he should place Hyuk as a tanker and using Bayuko only as a finishing attacker. He also recommends moving Woo Hyun from the front line to a rearguard tanker role. Finally, he bluntly states that Young-soo, the vice president's son, should be removed from the team entirely. The head coach hesitates because the kid has strong numbers, but the hero argues that his childish behavior and lack of focus harm the team. He insists the kid cannot be used until he improves his concentration and that Hyuk should replace him. After giving his advice, he lets out a confident smile and asks his friend to let the association president know that he charges a hefty price. The scene then shifts to the Hunter Hotel, where the post-match celebration is taking place. The two of them arrive in suits and are welcomed by staff. Hyeon excitedly runs up to greet the hero, calling him uncle. She points out the large selection of drinks and praises the vodka. The hero teases her about her alcohol knowledge, and she admits she started liking that brand because it's his favorite. Meanwhile, her dad decides to go meet the president. Once he leaves, the hero jokes that they can drink freely now that the strict adult is gone. Around the hall, many agents whisper excitedly after spotting him. Among them is an American agent Fellman, who notices scouts from many countries and believes the time is right to act. However, his assistant advises him to wait since he might be offended. As soon as he stops, another man approaches the hero and introduces himself as Jake Rand. Yop recognizes him and corrects the pronunciation of his surname. Jake gives him his business card and tells him to reach out if he ever decides to return to playing. Seeing him talk, the girl asks him how his English is so good despite leaving school early to raid dungeons. The hero explains he learned it while traveling and once used it when meeting Walker. When she complains about her struggles with studying, he jokes that she has a peanut-sized brain, which irritates her. With the European agent gone, Fellman recognizes it as his chance to talk to the hero, but two bald men beat him to the punch. They introduce themselves as the Moreau brothers from the French weapons industry and owners of Paris Lumière, the top battlefield club in France. They reveal they are not there to recruit the hero, but Heian. They explain that after she switched to a proximity dealer role, her abilities improved significantly and now fit their team much better. The brothers even imagine a powerful triangular formation if Yeop, Nathan, and the girl fought together. Hearing this, the hero tells them that if he ever returns to playing, he will consider it. They promise a record-breaking contract and offer to gift him a customized weapon, which he happily accepts since he never refuses free items. After they leave, the hero comments that they were like a tornado. Exhausted by all the attention, he wishes people would stop approaching him. However, another man introduces himself as Yang Minyang from the Blue House Secretarial Office and asks if the hero knows about the Esper meritorious system. Our boy remembers it as a government promise to give pensions to Espers who helped during the war, but assumed it was meaningless. The man explains the system has actually been enforced for the past 17 years. Both he and the head coach are first-tier contributors and qualify for monthly pension payments. Because he never received his payments during those 17 years, the government plans to give him the entire accumulated amount, which turns out to be around 2.5 billion won free of tax. The hero stares in shock and repeatedly mutters the number while trying to calculate how much money he now has when combining it with previous rewards and funds sent by Walker. While he is busy calculating, the American agent approaches him. Thinking he is just another recruiter, our boy politely asks him to leave because he is tired. However, the agent says he only wants to say one important thing. He explains that the hero is still adjusting to a peaceful world. Although he saved humanity, he lost 17 years of his life and the enemies that once gave his life purpose. Such emptiness is natural, but over time he will find new goals, people he can trust, and a new direction in life. He simply hopes the hero will remember those words and hands him a business card before leaving. After all that yapping, Bro walks away, leaving the hero confused. The girl explains to him that the man he just met is a big fish in the American Major League and is famously known as the Money Ghost. Our boy finds this surprising because the agent never talked about money and instead spoke in vague, philosophical ways. The girl reveals she once heard that the guy offered her father an incredibly large contract. Our boy admits that, even though the conversation was odd, some of Fellman's words stayed in his mind. Soon, the main event of the party begins, and an announcer informs the audience that the person who donated the most money will present the donation list. To everyone's surprise, that person is Yeop. Standing under the spotlight, he jokes that the amount he donated is roughly the size of the fortune he once had. Suddenly, the president shouts that it was 1.74 trillion won and reveals that he donated everything just as he told them. Hearing this, the hero jokes that his excitement over the 2.5 billion won pension now seems silly. If he had known the number was so large, he might have taken some of the money back. After a short pause, he begins speaking more seriously. He says that 17 years have passed since all of his money was donated, and that he has only recently returned from his final dungeon battle. During his absence, the world has changed a lot. People call him the savior of humanity and praise him for his noble sacrifice. However, he insists that there was nothing noble about what he did. In truth, he simply enjoyed entering dungeons and fighting monsters. Sometimes he even hoped the monsters would not disappear, so he could continue battling them. He does not feel proud for saving the world. The only thing he truly feels proud of is that the children supported by his donations have grown up well. After the speech, the host thanks him and continues the program. As the hero steps down from the stage, the association president approaches him and compliments his speaking ability. However, the man quickly scolds him, saying that donating huge amounts of money does not excuse his troublesome behavior. Our boy sees through his insults and asks him why he is here. The old man complains that the situation has become worse because the hero defeated an entire league team by himself during a charity match. Our boy calmly replies that this is nothing new. Hearing this, the president grows angry and accuses him of damaging the reputation of Espers, which reduced government support for them. The hero denies being responsible, but the man reminds him of several incidents where he attacked politicians. Despite all this, Yop refuses to accept his fault, and the president eventually drops the topic. He reveals that he actually came here to ask him to join the national team as the technical coach, and even offers him a large salary. The hero immediately says it would be difficult for him to accept because he wants to try something new. Later, while riding in a car, he calculates his current funds and suddenly announces that he wants to become the owner of a battlefield club. His friend is surprised by this decision, but he explains that watching the weak national team embarrasses him as a Korean, so he wants to train his own players and improve the situation. The head coach points out that even the worst top division club costs a huge amount of money. Yap then considers buying a second division club instead, and increasing its value over time. Hearing this, Jaeho gets mad as he realizes that the hero is only interested in making money. When they arrive at their destination, our boy steps out of the car and notices Shulan approaching them. The head coach immediately gets out to greet her and asks why she is here. She reveals that she had some business and stares directly at the hero, which makes him uneasy. He realizes he can no longer read her expression and briefly worries she might suddenly attack him with her extinction ray. To be safe, he decides to check her abilities using his scanning power. The scan reveals extremely high stats along with her extinction ray ability and a new locating skill. Most of her abilities have already reached their limits, making her far stronger than before. He directly asks her if she came here to kill him, and she jokes that the thought did cross her mind, but that is not why she came today. The hero still thinks she is here to take revenge, but the girl smiles gently and says she already forgave him long ago, even for the harsh way he treated her. The actual reason she came here was to confirm with her own eyes whether he had truly returned. Now that she has confirmed it, she plans to leave. As she walks away, our boy wonders what's going on with her. The girl goes into a flashback where the hero is shouting at her for losing her composure during a battle. As she sits on the ground crying, a huge stone-like monster appears behind her and prepares to attack. She tries to activate her extinction ray but realizes she is too exhausted to use it. Just before the monster strikes, a powerful blast destroys it instantly. Yap appears beside her and scolds her for being unable to defeat such an enemy. Despite his harsh words, he protects her and calmly asks if she is all right. Remembering that moment, the girl smiles softly and thinks to herself that the hero has truly returned. Sometime later, our boy receives confirmation that more than 15 billion won has been deposited into his account. Relaxing at home, he tells his friend that he is serious about buying a battlefield club. Jiho warns him that running a club is extremely expensive, and even offers to buy him a top division team if he really wants one. Yep refuses because that would make things too easy. Instead, he asks about something called the KB7 League. His friend explains that it is a smaller 7-player league, where the champion can eventually move up to the main KB leagues. However, most talented players prefer the larger 11-player second division. After hearing this, our boy decides that buying a KB2 team would be better. Since he does not know which team to choose, he calls the association president for advice. The president becomes very excited when he hears that he wants to become a club owner. Over the phone, he says that 3 clubs are currently open for offers, and 1 team is desperately trying to sell. When the hero asks about that particular club, the president becomes surprised after hearing which team it is. Soon afterward, our boy visits a stadium where a match between GT Knights and Hanjong Industry is about to begin. Sitting in the stands while wearing a disguise, he assumes no one will recognize him. However, nearby spectators grow suspicious of the mysterious figure in a trench coat who has covered most of his face. Yap expects the second division to be even worse than the national team, but he hopes to find at least one useful player. As the teams enter the stadium, the confident GT Knights are followed by the gloomy Hanjong Industry squad. Using his scanning ability, the hero checks the players' stats one by one. Most of them appear average or disappointing. Then something catches his attention. 2 players, Namgung Ji-hoon and No Jung-hwan, show promising abilities. Our boy quickly realizes that the skinny guy is actually a support player. His protection skill perfectly fits that role, and his high skill rating suggests he could also deal damage if trained properly. He also evaluates the other guy and finds that his physical strength and stamina could reach the level of a national player. He even has a buff ability that enhances physical power. Our boy decides that this player is also worth recruiting. Although the rest of the team seems weak, he feels lucky to discover 2 promising talents. While scanning the bench players, something suddenly surprises him so much that he spits out his drink. A red-haired girl named Lee Neon appears on his scanner. Her speed and agility stats are extremely high, and she possesses a powerful jumping ability that makes our boy wonder if she is a flea. Looking at her numbers, he believes she could become an excellent archer if her speed reaches its maximum potential. After the match ends, he leaves the stadium while observing the large crowd and impressive facilities. The scoreboard shows that Hanjong Industry lost badly again, confirming that the team is truly terrible. However, our boy decides that rebuilding such a weak team will make the future progress more entertaining. Soon afterward, he calls the association president and announces that he has decided to buy Hanjong Industry. 2 days later, the purchase is completed at the Battlefield Association headquarters. An article soon appears announcing that Yeop has bought the Battlefield Club for 519 billion won. Outside the association building, the president congratulates the hero on becoming the owner of a professional KB2 team and asks how he plans to manage the club. The hero answers that he will first observe how things currently work and evaluate the players later, leaving most management tasks to others. Before leaving, the president notices his new vehicle. The hero explains that he needs his own transportation now instead of relying on Jaeho to drive him everywhere. Bro finally reveals a new motorcycle he bought with leftover money. On the highway, he races through traffic at high speed, honking and weaving between cars. Other drivers complain about the reckless rider and notice he is not even wearing a helmet. One driver eventually recognizes him and suddenly smiles, assuming that someone as famous as him will be safe anyway. After a dramatic stop on the road, our boy later travels into the countryside and arrives at the clubhouse. The building looks old and worn down, with cracks in the walls and crows sitting nearby. Yap calls the place a dump, although he admits he likes the large open grounds. A man from inside quickly comes out and asks who is there. When he realizes it is the hero, he becomes shocked and introduces himself as Coach Choi Dong-jun. Our boy scans his abilities and sees that he is an esper with recovery and inspiration powers, typical of a former supporter. When he asks his age, the coach says he is 43, born in 1980. The hero casually mentions that he is older, having been born in 1976, and jokingly places an arm over his shoulder to show his seniority. Bro even tells the guy to call him boss. Later, the coach gives him a tour of the entire club. The facilities are simple, and the team currently has only 14 players. The hero finds that number ridiculous but is relieved that the basic facilities at least exist. Eventually, they enter a large but worn training arena filled with VR training modules. Yap notices there are only 11 modules even though the team has 14 players. The coach starts tearing up and admits that they are too poor to afford modules for every single player. Hearing this, our boy internally curses the man, wondering why he isn't working at a hospital with his recovery skill. In his opinion, the real problem is the weak players. He suddenly announces that he wants to meet them immediately, which surprises the coach. Soon afterward, they gather in the lounge. Sitting comfortably on the couch, our boy introduces himself as the new club owner. The red-haired girl from before nervously introduces herself. He studies her carefully and notices the calluses on her hands, indicating that she must have been practicing archery recently. While thinking about her abilities, he concludes that her speed and agility are impressive, but her low strength prevents her from becoming a close-range fighter. He tells her that she must feel frustrated because her skills are not improving despite her efforts. She quietly admits that this is true. In Yap's mind, he realizes that in most teams she would remain a permanent bench player. After thinking for a moment, he decides that her current weaknesses are not a big problem right now and announces that he will turn her into a key player. He explains that starting now, she will act as the thief and steal the focus of their opponents. Still, the hero comments that she has a hard time increasing her skills no matter how much she trains. The girl wonders if she should agree with him as she fears he might kick her out, but he quickly reassures her that he never plans to remove her. He reminds her that he promised to make her a key player and explains that she actually has one special strength. The girl wonders if it is her archery, but he laughs and says an esper being bad with a bow is impossible. Instead, he says her real talent is running and tells her to focus on improving her speed and combine it with her jumping ability. If she shoots arrows while constantly moving around the battlefield, it will create chaos. With that style, she can steal kills from enemies and escape quickly whenever they chase her. The girl realizes that her role is basically to bother the enemy team, and he confirms it. Her job is to keep attacking their attention so they cannot ignore her, but also cannot catch her. The hero mentions that he will inform the head coach and tells her to focus only on running until she reaches a certain speed. She asks again if this can really make her a key player, and our boy confidently says yes, even suggesting that she could one day reach the national team. Excited, she imagines herself becoming an important player and maybe even joining the national team someday. The girl thanks him sincerely and promises to work hard. The hero then asks her to send Jihoon into the room. Soon the guy nervously enters and introduces himself as a supporter. The hero notices that he looks very skinny for an esper and thinks this team really has some unusual members. The skinny guy asks him why he wanted to meet him. Suddenly the hero tells him that he will no longer be supporting, leaving the man in shock. Yap explains that he is actually better suited for close-range combat, since he has talent in swordsmanship. The guy doubts this and asks if he has ever watched his matches. Our boy tells him that has studied the team carefully. According to him, Jihoon's slow reactions and weak agility happen because he always hides safely at the back. His poor physical stats come from relying only on his esper ability while staying behind teammates. The skinny guy tries to defend the support role, saying it is not something shameful, but the hero suddenly becomes angry and asks if he thinks he knows better than the team owner. He mentions that he dislikes the typical supporters who stand far away and do nothing while others fight. That basically makes the team fight with one person less. Only about 1 in 10 espers are truly suited to be real supporters, and those rare people usually have 2 or more helpful abilities that let them contribute from the back line. He, however, only has 1 protection ability. Because of that, the hero plans to give him a weapon. The guy misunderstands and thinks he will just be a supporter who uses a sword. This makes our boy mad, and he shouts that he will become a melee damage dealer who also happens to have a support skill. He asks the guy why he is so attached to the support position, and whether he is simply afraid of fighting at the front. With that mindset, he will never become an important player. If he follows his instructions, however, he might succeed. Hearing this, the skinny guy asks if he can really succeed by doing what he is told. Our boy replies that it depends on his effort. All of this still doesn't convince him, and the guy asks what would happen to him if he wants to be a support. Yap straight up tells him that he will be cut off from the main team. Finally, he agrees to be a proximity dealer, and the two of them shake hands. Later, our boy leaves his office and meets another staff member who asks if the interviews are finished. The hero tells him to find a coach who is skilled with swords. Among the 2 coaches they already have, he wants someone who can teach Ji-hoon swordsmanship. When the staff member says that guy is a supporter, the hero corrects him, saying that he is now a melee fighter. Seeing the guy confused, he assures him that he has his reasons for these changes, and orders him to improve the main team's stamina, remembering how they once lost to another team in endurance. After saying goodbye, he prepares to leave. Outside the industry building, he walks toward his motorcycle, but suddenly stops and looks back, wondering what new name he should give the team. The next day, he seems unusually thoughtful. His friend notices this and asks what is bothering him. The hero simply says he is thinking and does not want to talk. Jiho guesses the problem is related to Hanjong Industry. He points out that the team currently has only 14 players and asks if they plan to recruit more. Suddenly, the hero stands up and starts walking away while muttering about recruitment. His friend asks where he is going, and the hero announces that he needs to recruit. Looking outside, he realizes he can use loudspeakers and publicity to attract attention. Wearing slippers, he steps outside and calls Dongjun to help him recruit more players. The guy is surprised and mentions that they don't really have enough funds. This makes our boy annoyed, and he offers to buy new modules if he recruits some good players. Noticing the coach's excitement, he asks how much a module costs. The coach tells him that it's 200 million won, which makes the hero even more furious since he thinks it is not that expensive. Suddenly, he leaps down from the terrace and mentions to post a recruitment advertisement and keep it up for 3 days. The coach complains that 3 days is too short for a second league team, but our boy insists he already has a plan. Soon reporters gather again outside the gate. When it opens, Yeop personally greets them. He thanks them for their hard work, and they immediately ask if they can interview him. Some even ask if he plans to return as a player. Listening to all of this, he tells them that he will answer their questions if they first help him with something. When a reporter asks what it is, he announces that his team will hold a 3-day open tryout for new players, and he wants them to spread the news widely. After the announcement, applications quickly start coming in. The coach excitedly calls the hero and tells him that they are receiving many resumes. So far, they have received over 70 applications. Even though the hero doesn't think it's too much, the coach tells him that it's a huge number. After reaching the club building, our boy starts going through all the applications and advises the coach to start the first round of interviews for selected players. We learn that after awakening their powers, espers must take official physical tests from their national associations. These tests measure strength, agility, and aura levels. As the hero compares the applicants' stats with his own impressive numbers, he notices most of them are much weaker. Frustrated, he complains that numbers alone cannot show a person's hidden potential. He continues searching, hoping to find at least one interesting candidate. Then one resume catches his attention, which belongs to Jo Seong-ho. His listed stats are average, and his abilities include transferring objects and vision. He also worked as a delivery man. Curious, our boy scans him with his special ability and realizes Joe's real strength and agility are actually even lower than the recorded numbers. His physical ability is only slightly better than that of a top human athlete. Realizing he is physically weak, Yap instead focuses on Joe's unusual transfer abilities. Intrigued, he decides this guy might be worth meeting. When interview day arrives at Hanjong Industry, the first applicant enters. His name is Kim Jinho, and he excitedly says he is a huge fan of the hero. Turns out the guy played Battlefield in high school but quit since he didn't enjoy it anymore. Seeing him giving the interview, Yap assumes he changed his mind, but the guy simply tells him that he only came here to see him. This makes our boy mad and he shouts at the guy to leave. Kim acts confused and threatens to leak news of his rude behavior, but before he can even finish, he gets hit by a stapler. As the staff members lift the man outside, the other applicants watch in horror, wondering what is going on inside. The next applicant is a young man named Jo Seung-ho. His stats are quite low, which makes the coach a bit confused, but when he looks at the hero, he notices him scanning the guy with his ability. The thing that caught Yeop's eyes was his 3 abilities. One of them is quite rare, and it seems like even the player himself isn't aware of it. Our boy also finds out that the guy is the same age as the red-haired girl, which makes him think that it all fate. He then asks the guy why he chose to apply even though he has low stats and no prior experience. The man admits that his abilities are useless, but mentions that he always dreamt of playing in the battlefield. Hearing this, Yeop asks him if he can move objects using his ability. The guy confirms it and explains that its range is currently at 2.5 kilometers. Our boy knows that the actual range is higher, but he keeps quiet and instead asks him how he manages to send objects to players who are not visible. Seungho explains that he locates their position using aura, but he has to do it manually for each person. This isn't that big of a problem since dungeons usually have limited places where enemies might appear. For the hero, this ability can be used to scout. After writing down everything, he accepts the guy as a thief assistant and announces that he will be a partner for Nyan. After the recruitment process, the entire team celebrates with drinks as our boy watches from a distance. Moments later, the captain of the club approaches him and introduces himself as No Jung-won. Our boy recognizes him from the match he saw and thinks to himself that he doesn't really have any special for his tanker role. However, his stats are pretty good for this team, so he has no problem keeping him as the captain. The captain thanks him on behalf of the entire team and respectfully bows down, saying that they are counting on him. After he leaves, the hero smiles, thinking to himself that he is the perfect captain for his club. He then notices the red-haired girl along with her new partner and calls them over. As they walk up, he advises them to be well acquainted since they are going to be working together. Bro even uses a weird idiom, which both of them don't understand. He then tells the girl that her partner will be providing her with information from the shadows and mentions that he will explain more later. After they leave, he thinks to himself that they finally have a bare minimum team. However, now is the best time to pick a name for his new team. Before he can announce the name, we move 3 months into the future when the club is finally having its first match. The commentators introduce the team as YSM and express their curiosity for their performance, since Yeop is now the new owner. Meanwhile, our boy sits in the waiting room casually telling his players to do as they practiced. The thief partner appears a bit nervous, but he assures him that it's all for performance and showmanship. With everyone hyped up, it's finally time for them to face Incheon BC in their first match. The scene shifts to the spectator lounge where we see Haeyeon's mom thanking the hero for inviting her. She reveals that she only went to saw her daughter's debut matches, but haven't been to the battlefield ever since. When the hero asks her about Jaeho's matches, she mentions that he asked her to wait since the team wasn't really doing well. Hearing this, Yeop tells her that she can look forward to watching his team since they are going to put up quite a performance. The match finally sets off in the Wizard Canyon dungeon, which involves not just land but air and sea combat as well. Mobility and adaptability are crucial skills to perform well in this dungeon. Before the commentators announce the start of the first set, we go back 3 months ago to see the red-haired girl training. She manages to run 100 meters in just 3.01 seconds. The coach informs the hero that she has an incredible talent and wonders how he managed to scout her despite her unimpressive stats. The hero mentions that he simply saw her muscle development, but he knows it was actually his scanner eyes. The coach praises his scouting skills since he was the one who took Jaeho into the team, but our boy tells him to simply focus on other players. He believes the red-haired girl will be able to improve just by fixing her running form and might be ready for actual matches in no time. 40 days later, she is moving at incredible speed while dodging all of the players in the battlefield. The hero realizes that her passive play has improved and asks the B team how it feels to be on the receiving end of her playstyle. The team captain comments that their hunting speed has become twice as slow. Yeop commends the girl and tells her to think of some lines she can use to rage bait her opponents even more after stealing their kills. The girl smiles and assures him that she will do her best. However, on the inside, she is worried about not being able to meet the expectations set by the hero. While she is distracted, the captain calls out to her and asks if she couldn't hear him because she is nervous. The girl tries playing cool and quickly denies it, but he assures her that feeling nervous during your first match is completely normal. Another teammate laughs and says that during his first game he was so anxious that he even got sick before playing. The team captain then speaks seriously to the girl and tells her that it is okay to feel nervous, but she must never doubt her own ability. He reminds her that Yeop believes in her and even predicts that she could become the greatest mind thief player. Hearing this encourages her, and she nods with determination. The captain motivates the whole team, reminding them that they play under the name of the legendary hero, and they should honor his reputation. After that, he tells everyone to follow their strategy carefully. The whole team shouts together in agreement. Meanwhile, the commentators watch the game and notice that YSM has divided into 3 groups. They wonder if the team is using the well-known 4-4-3 tactic. They also see Nyan's group rushing across the dungeon without hunting monsters, so they guess the team is using a containment strategy. The red-haired girl moves quickly through the air, jumping from floating rock to floating rock with amazing agility. She leads her teammates with fast aerial movements. On the minimap, viewers can see their route as the three players suddenly stop near the edge of a cliff. Suddenly, Sungho kneels down and picks up a stone lying on the rock. After examining it, he decides it will work for his plan. He activates his Esper skill called Object Transfer. Blue energy surrounds the stone, and a swirling vortex of power spreads around the platform. When he transfers an object to someone, he can cancel the ability and track where that target is within a 3-kilometer range. This lets him use the skill for scouting. The guy focuses on the glowing stone and sends it away with his ability. Soon, a large area becomes visible through his detection skill, and blue outlines of enemy players appear in the distance. He quickly counts 4 enemies moving across the map and reports their location to the girl. Hearing this, she smiles and quickly launches herself into the air in a powerful jump toward the enemy island. While flying through the air, she flips gracefully and pulls back her bowstring. As she moves closer, she notices something surprising. Below her, the Incheon team is busy fighting wyverns. After locating the enemy, she uses her immense speed to sneak near the enemy team and prepares to fire her arrow. Meanwhile, the Incheon team has no idea since they are too busy fighting the dragons. Suddenly, a glowing arrow strikes one of the dragons in the middle of its roar and steals their kill. After realizing what just happened, the leader orders one of their players named Jiwook to deal with the girl while the rest continue hunting. Hearing this, the guy immediately activates his speed ability and rushes toward her. As the girl lands from another jump, he slams the ground with a powerful attack. The ground explodes where she stood just seconds earlier. However, when he looks around, she is gone. Naeon suddenly calls out from behind him and fires another arrow toward the dragons. The guy becomes irritated and thinks that if he predicts where she will land after each jump, he will eventually hit her. He tries again and again to catch her while she flies through the air, but she keeps dodging him easily. She even teases him while running circles around him. When she mocks him for being slow, he becomes angry and loses his calm. The commentators point out that her speed and constant harassment are driving the Incheon players crazy. However, they also notice that she has only a limited number of arrows and is starting to run out. Recognizing this, the girl quickly contacts her partner and asks for more arrows. He calmly replies that he is already sending them and uses his transfer ability to teleport new arrows directly to her. Since his ability allows him to stay at a distance, Bro gets a bit too comfortable and starts reading comics in the middle of the match. Meanwhile, the Incheon players shout in frustration as the thief has already stolen 6 monster kills. Their teammate admits he knows this, but says her speed makes it impossible to catch her. Watching everything, our boy thinks that the girl seems naturally talented at annoying opponents. If she keeps this up, she will do fine. However, he also notices that her partner's setup is slow and might delay support for Naeon. The hero suggests pairing him with the skinny guy so he can protect him from monsters with his shield ability. They watch the man finally choose a hiding spot and prepare his arrow supply. He repeatedly fills quivers using his transfer skill. Outside the simulation room, Yeop and the coach watch quietly. After a bit, our boy gets bored and asks if he is going to do this for the whole match. The coach explains that he cannot move around much on his own, so he will stay there until someone comes to escort him. Hearing this, our boy thinks of a brilliant idea, and that's how he ends up with him reading comics mid-battle. Back in the match, commentators once again point out that he is still relaxing and reading comics. While he casually enjoys, his teammate works as a bodyguard to keep him safe from the monsters. This makes the spectators mad as they realize that their team is losing to a bunch of players who are not even playing seriously. During the fight, the girl calls out that he has run out of arrows, and her partner immediately sends them over using his ability. Yup, who is watching the match, bursts out laughing. Seeing this, Jeho's wife asks if these strange tactics were his idea. He nods and comments that his ability to scout hidden talents is terrifying. When the girl asks him to help her husband with his team, he replies that he has already helped him, but he chose to ignore his advice. While they talk, the commentators suddenly notice that more Incheon players have joined to hunt the red-haired girl, and it seems like she is in danger. As the enemy dealer swings at her, she hears her partner casually telling her how to dodge the attack and which route to take to escape. As she gives him the confirmation, he asks her one more time if she can handle it. The girl assures him that it's fine and suddenly bursts forward with blue energy while the Incheon players chase her. As she runs, she realizes this is her first real battle against another dealer. She remembers Yeop promising that if she follows his guidance, she could become a national player and the best mind thief. The captain's earlier speech about honoring the hero's name also echoes in her mind. These memories give her new confidence and she begins smiling even while being chased. Using the warp paths created by Sungho's ability, she bounces around the battlefield at incredible speed. The enemy players struggle to keep up with her movements. While escaping, the girl suddenly reaches the end of the cliff and jumps down. Looking back, she notices that the enemies are still following her closely. The Incheon leader orders his team to catch her quickly so they can close the score gap. It isn't long before they finally manage to trap her along a steep edge. Seeing this, the captain laughs and mentions that she has nowhere left to go. Naeon cheerfully agrees that he might be right. Pretending to panic, she loudly says she has no way to escape and is completely trapped. Her strange reaction confuses the enemies, and they begin wondering why she is acting so strangely. Suddenly, the entire cliff wall starts shaking. At that moment, the rest of the YSM team reveals themselves. They were hiding along the cliff, waiting for her signal. They immediately jump down toward the Incheon team as the girl announces that they don't have anywhere left to run either. The commentators shout in excitement as they cannot believe the perfect timing of the ambush. It seems like both the teams are about to face each other head-on, but the situation looks terrible for Incheon BC. YSM starts eliminating them one by one before the rest of their team can regroup. When the set finally ends, the scoreboard shows a dominating victory for Yeop's team as they have 0 deaths and 9 kills. The spotlight focuses on rookies Lee Naeon and Sungho. The commentators say that this surprising duo has finally appeared, and fans will definitely watch their future matches. With this, the crowd roars loudly and people praise their wild playstyle. The red-haired girl feels overwhelmed as the entire arena chants her name. As she looks up toward the viewing room, she watches the hero give her a thumbs up as his sign of approval. The announcer officially declares that YSM won the first set. The unexpected victory shocks everyone and leaves the Incheon players in disbelief. At the same time, it makes YSM look like a suddenly dangerous team. In the second set, our thief and her partner repeat their containment strategy, and the opposing team cannot find a way to stop it. With their momentum, the team wins both sets easily and finishes the match with a 2-0 victory. As expected, the Naeon ends up being the MVP of the match. During her interview, she thanks the fans, dedicates the award to the person who discovered her talent and taught her strategy. Soon the match becomes a huge topic online. Headlines praise the two rookies and their innovative containment strategy. Videos of the girl's performance spread across social media and become very popular. Many fans admire her harassment tactics, and some even suggest starting a fan club for her. The story mentions that this match brought new excitement to the Korean Battlefield esports scene. It not only makes the two rookies famous across the country, but also highlights Yeop as the strategist who built the duo. Online discussions say the former hero personally discovered and trained both players. A few days later, Jeho asks our boy if he really found them himself. Relaxing at home, he jokingly insists that he did and says he never lies about his achievements. He proudly claims that his ability to spot talent is almost godlike. Hearing this, his friend wonders if the rookies could even succeed on the national team. The hero simply tells him to convince Hyuk before he thinks about something like this. The head coach tells him that he already did, but his current team was against it, so there isn't much he can do. He also admits that many Battlefield coaches dislike him and resent the idea of him becoming national coach because of his past fame. This makes our boy mad, and he mentions that they won't say the same thing in front of him since he is the best coach of the century. His friend laughs, telling him that he is correct, but deep down he knows that the coaches are just scared of him. Yeop then suddenly asks how much Hyuk's contract is worth, which makes the guy confused. Meanwhile, news articles credit the Seoman Yeop effect for the team's success as YSM reaches 5 wins in a row. Other headlines praise the unstoppable MVP Nayeon and the strong partnership between her and her Seongho. During a team dinner, the coach excitedly tells our boy that this is the franchise's first 5-game winning streak. He even becomes emotional, saying it feels like a dream for such a historically weak team. The hero casually asks what their previous record was. When he hears they had never even won 3 matches in a row before, he gets mad and wonders if he should actually sack the guy. The coach keeps praising his foresight in recruiting the rookies, but the hero reminds him how he doubted the decision at first. As the guy apologizes, the hero tells them that it's not the time to relax. Their strategy depends heavily on the thief partner, and every team knows about him. As the coach agrees with him, the hero scolds him, saying that he was actually asking for a solution. Hearing this, the guy suggests protecting the thief partner well. Yeop comments that he is not completely useless and asks for more water. While he is turned away from him, the coach glares at him with anger, but when he turns back, he immediately changes his expression. The hero pats him on the shoulder and says that once the skinny guy and the team captain finish their training, he must keep the same energy for their team. When the coach enthusiastically agrees, our boy lets out an evil smile and gives him the task to maintain a 50% win rate by the first half of the year. This makes the coach tremble since the highest win rate for this team was actually 31%. Listening to all of this, the team captain realizes that the hero might actually believe in their team, otherwise he wouldn't expect such a performance from them. He was able to become a player thanks to a scholarship offered by this team. Even though their name has changed, he wants to pay back the team for what he owes. Meanwhile, our boy decides to stop teasing the coach and speaks to the whole team since everyone is gathered. He gets everyone's attention and makes an announcement saying that if the team reaches a 50% win rate this season, he will invest a lot more money into them because he believes their potential deserves support. He pumps up the room and asks if they stand with him, and the players loudly agree. After the hero leaves, he thinks to himself that their biggest issue right now is recruiting more players. Sungho's ability works within a 3-kilometer range, and if enemies manage to get past the girl and eliminate him, both he and Naeon become ineffective. Yeop realizes that if their defensive strategy fails, their chances of winning drop dramatically. To improve their tactics, he thinks the team needs more skilled recruits and full 11-on-11 practice squads. Even though more sponsors are starting to appear and the team now has resources, he still wonders how to attract better players. As he thinks about recruiting Hyuk, his phone suddenly starts buzzing. It turns out to be a message from Jiho, suggesting that he search through youth minor leagues for hidden talent and includes a list of high school battlefield teams. Our boy smiles and admits that his friend is surprisingly helpful this time. He decides that once the first half of the season ends, he will start scouting young players. Time passes and YSM's winning streak eventually ends when other teams learn how to counter their star duo. The team captain studies their weaknesses and helps the team develop strategies beyond simple defense. Thanks to better training and preparation, they manage to stay competitive in the KB2 league. After being in last place before, YSM finishes the first half of the season with 10 wins and 8 losses, climbing 9 spots to 11th place. When the summer break begins, Yop finally starts scouting new talent. The scene shifts to Youngmyung High School's Battlefield Club, where the school's battlefield coach welcomes our boy and asks him the reason for his visit. The hero explains that he does not have a specific goal and simply wants to look around. Inside the gym, our boy watches the students practice and comments that the facilities are surprisingly good for a school club. While observing the players, he suddenly notices someone on the court and points him out, saying that he is not bad. The coach laughs and explains that the student he noticed has already been scouted by the KB1 team, Mirai Phoenix. Yop thinks it is disappointing that even a player with only average stats is already taken. He needs an unsigned player with an average ability closer to 90. Our boy keeps on watching but fails to find anyone who is not already signed. Frustrated, he thinks the aggressive scouting from rival clubs has emptied the talent pool. Suddenly, a student named Biom arrives late to the gym, catching his attention. The student apologizes to the coach for always being late. The hero uses his ability to scan him and immediately gets a shock. He asks him if he usually skips training, and the kid explains that he does not think he is good enough to become a professional player, so he focuses on preparing for college instead. When asked if any team has scouted him, he shyly admits that no one has shown interest. Hearing this, our boy offers to shake hands with him and announces that he is going to put him in his team. Turns out the kid has a shadow walking ability that allows him to passively blend in with the shadows. With an ability like that, Yeop is convinced that the kid will do well even at the highest level. Hearing all this, Biom feels grateful but confused and asks how he even knows about him. The hero quickly lies, saying he once saw him play on TV. The kid argues that this cannot be true because he always sits on the bench. Realizing his excuse sounds weak, our boy quickly changes the story and says he researched him because he wondered why someone like him never played. He then tells the kid that he can see hidden talent in him that others have overlooked. Biom doubts this, calling himself slow and weak with a useless ability. Our boy disagrees and explains that abilities usually reflect a person's nature. He guesses that the kid is shy and prefers staying unnoticed, which makes shadow walking perfect for him. He also explains that the ability can level up once, meaning it has strong potential. As the guy slowly starts to get hopeful, the hero offers him a 2-year contract, with the option to extend it to 5 years if he enjoys being an athlete. If he quits, he will still receive a large payout. The kid is stunned when he hears that he will be getting 300 million won as compensation. The hero argues that even if the attempt fails, the money would still easily cover entering university 2 years later. When the kid hesitantly says he needs to ask his mother first, our boy immediately drags him away to settle things. Outside, he tells him to get on his motorcycle, and soon they are speeding through the city while the kid screams in fear behind him. Our boy drives straight to the kid's house where they finalize the contract. It includes a salary, signing bonus, and the special 300 million won exit clause. Yeop reviews the signed agreement and feels satisfied with this successful start to his scouting. Feeling encouraged, he rides off again and thinks that finding a promising player at the first school might mean he will discover even more talent elsewhere. However, the next few schools bring disappointment. Many tell him that their students have already been recruited by other teams. After several failed visits, he becomes frustrated and decides the next school will be his final stop. At Jungwon High School, he meets a top student named Choi Jungmin. The boy has excellent stats and a rare ability called observation, yet he firmly says he has no intention of becoming a professional player. He explains that he only plays Battlefield as a hobby. His teacher confirms that many teams have tried to recruit him, but he refuses every offer. The kid explains that he dreams of becoming an author who inspires people with stories about hope and dreams. Yop internally calls this mindset the artist bug. Instead of arguing, he cleverly proposes something different. He introduces himself as the hero who helped restore hope to the world after the Borough Crisis 17 years ago. Then he suggests that Jungmin could use his writing talent to document his life story from his childhood as an orphan to surviving deadly dungeons. The kid becomes fascinated, imagining how such a life could become an amazing, dark fantasy novel. Our boy even offers to reveal secret details about the final dungeon he has never shared with anyone. However, he must first join his team as a player. Unable to resist the opportunity, the kid quickly agrees. They sign a 3-year exclusive contract with a high salary and deposit. The kid is more expensive than Biom because other teams had already tried to recruit him, but the hero believes his observation ability will be extremely valuable. Later, outside the school, Youngmin casually brings up a question, asking the hero how he has no weaknesses. He admits that he has never seen anyone like him. Yop laughs and says there will never be another person like him. Hearing this, the kid suggests that instead of searching for players, he could simply return as a player himself. However, the hero responds that he does not like killing humans, and reminds him of what happened during the charity match. After confirming that was his only question, he sends the boy back inside and says the coach will contact him soon. Standing alone at the school gate, he smiles and decides it is time for the next step. He calls his friend and reports his scouting results. Although most talented students are already signed, he proudly says he still managed to recruit 2 new players. If he can also acquire Hyuk, his roster will reach 18 members. Finally, he says he will return late because he plans to personally visit the tanker. That evening, he arrives at the Sangsung Spirits clubhouse, announcing that he wants to meet their coach. Security guards try to stop him, but he casually recalls how even the presidential Blue House once tried to block him. Eventually, they allow him to enter. Inside the luxurious facility, our boy admires the impressive buildings and training grounds. Compared to YSM's remote mountain base, the place looks far more advanced. Soon, a middle-aged man named Kim Jin-tae, the head of Sangsung Spirits, rushes to greet him. When the hero explains that he wants to discuss a player transfer, Kim immediately guesses that he is talking about Hyuk. Concerned that the meeting could cause trouble, the guy suggests handling the discussion himself. But the hero refuses and insists on speaking directly with the coach. Eventually, he is taken to the office where the coach is waiting. When the hero greets him, the coach nervously turns his head away, leaving him confused. Upon a closer look, he realizes that he might have seen him somewhere. Suddenly, someone else enters the office and asks him if he knows their coach. This player turns out to be the captain of the club, and the coach mentions that he simply wanted him to be present since they were discussing their players. In reality, he just wanted someone to help him in case the hero caused a scene. Yop doesn't think much about it as he is still focused on the coach's face, trying to figure out where he saw him. The coach tries his best to change the topic, but the hero continues to think hard. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembers. Their meeting happened inside a dungeon years ago. The coach panics as he hears this since he even grew out his mustache so the hero wouldn't recognize him. Our boy recalls the Temple of the Vengeful Spirit dungeon, where a large raid of 200 espers gathered under his leadership. Back then, he carefully explained the dangers of the dungeon and warned everyone about traps and endless monsters. However, the coach Choi Moon-sung publicly mocked his cautious strategy and suggested rushing the dungeon instead. He even tried to take over leadership, claiming that the hero was way too young for something like this. Furious, our boy wanted to confront him immediately but was held back by the current association president. At that time, he promised himself that he would deal with the guy after the dungeon was cleared. Seeing him backing off, the guy gets even more cocky and starts making fun of the hero, saying that he can clear the dungeon all by himself. Deep inside the dungeon, a huge molten rock monster suddenly awakens and roars loudly. Our boy takes command of the battle and orders his team to rotate their tankers while the main fighters deal with enemies one at a time. Suddenly, Moon-sung rushes forward impatiently and complains that the team is moving too slowly. He loudly declares that they do not need to follow orders from a young leader like him. Believing that clearing the dungeon will make him famous, he keeps charging ahead recklessly. As he runs forward, he accidentally steps on a trap tile. At first, he does not understand what happened, but then he remembers Yeop's earlier warning about hidden traps. Fear quickly fills him as the trap activates and he realizes he cannot escape in time. However, at the last moment, someone grabs him and pulls him away. The trap explodes, and the falling rocks smash into the place where he had been standing. The blast blocks the passage behind them, and the team panics because their route is now sealed. Going around will delay them by 6 hours. Later, a tired and frightened Moon-sung suddenly sees the hero standing behind him. His expression is full of anger, and he quietly promises that he will deal with him once they leave the dungeon. Back in the present, the coach remembers what happened afterward. After the raid ended, the hero beat him badly for his reckless behavior, and the memory still terrifies him. Because of that, he decides to pretend that he does not recognize him now, hoping to avoid making him angry again. Even though he is trembling, the coach insists that the hero has mistaken him for someone else. Hearing this, the hero tells the 2 other men in the room to leave so he can speak with the coach alone. After struggling to control his anger, the man orders the captain to escort the others out. Soon the 2 of them are left alone. Yop finally mentions that he remembers him as a stubborn subordinate who once ignored his orders and talked about useless theories. He blames him for forcing the team to spend 9 extra hours inside that dangerous dungeon. The coach admits he remembers the situation, but explains that he was much younger back then. He even reveals that the hero almost beat him to death after they cleared the dungeon, so they should be equal now. Our boy agrees with him, saying that he can't hold him for something he did in the past, but he can still hit him for the things he did recently. This makes the man confused as our boy starts walking towards him, threatening to beat him up. The terrified coach tries to stall and asks what mistake he made. The hero answers immediately, telling him has been the biggest obstacle to changing Hyuk's position. He knew Jaeho was following his advice when he asked for that player to change positions, but he still rejected it. The coach tries to justify his actions, and instead of beating him up, the hero simply takes out his phone. When the guy nervously asks what he plans to do, the hero calmly mentions that he will simply leak their violent history to reporters. If that happens, the story will spread across the whole country. The coach panics and threatens to sue him for defamation. Yup shrugs and says he can go ahead and try. But he warns that if the coach attempts that, he will deal with him personally instead of through a courtroom. Completely frightened, the coach asks why he is doing this. Our boy finally reveals that he wants Hyuk on his team. His contract is almost about to end, and he is going to scout him for his own club to play as a tanker. The coach doesn't like this at first, but it's not like he can do anything, so he agrees, thinking to himself that he can easily find another proximity dealer to replace him. However, he demands 1.2 billion won as the transfer fee. Hearing this, the hero smiles and asks him if he really demanding that much money from a poor club owner like him. Bro starts giving him death threats, and the guy eventually ends up agreeing to a 100 million deal. However, he also adds in the condition that the hero will not hold any grudges towards him. A few days later, Hyuk shows up at the club and is welcomed by the hero. News spreads about his transfer, but they credit coach Dongjun for the negotiations. After everything, the final transfer fee ends up being just 50 million won. Back inside the building, Seo looks at the signed contracts on his desk and sighs with relief. After recruiting 3 new players, the team now has 18 members. However, he still cannot fill all 22 roster spots, even after searching so many schools. While he is thinking about where to find more players, his niece walks in complaining about the hot weather outside. He notices the book in her hand and asks what she is reading. Turns out she is trying to learn French since she just got hired in her new team. However, it is a bit difficult for her, so she asks the hero if he can just come to France with her. This makes him confused, and he asks her if she is being serious. Later we see the European agent explaining that all the procedures in Korea are finished. Once the tests in Paris are completed, Haeyeon's contract will officially be done. During the first half of the season, her situation changed dramatically. She adjusted to her new role, set a personal record for kills, won the season's MVP award, and became known as the best proximity dealer in Korea. Because of her success, the Moro brothers quickly sent her an overseas offer. Eventually, she signs with Paris Lumiere, and her debut in the European League is approaching. Our boy now understands why she has been studying French so seriously. He trusts the agent to handle the arrangements properly. After dealing with her contract, he turns to the hero and informs him that he also has an invite to Paris from the Moro brothers. They want him to act as Haeyeon's interpreter and also give him a special gift. Hearing this, our boy suddenly remembers the gift they once promised him. The agent laughs and says that such a gift is a small price to pay if it convinces him to visit Paris. At first, the hero says he cannot travel because he is too busy searching for players for his club. However, the agent tells him that he can simply scout for players in Paris. According to Korean League rules, each team can have up to 5 foreign players. France has many clubs and talented players, so he might find excellent recruits there. Jake also says that watching the French League could help him gain experience as a club owner. After thinking for a moment, the hero realizes that it's not a bad idea and agrees. Soon after, a plane takes off and begins their trip overseas. The scene then shifts to the Charles de Gaulle airport in Paris, where we see the hero walking out with his niece and her mom. Immediately after leaving the airport, they are approached by a bunch of reporters who are all shouting his name. Our boy can also see one of the Moro brothers waving at them from a distance. Walking over to him, the hero comments that the reporters came out because of him and asks why he personally came out to pick them. The man reveals that he deals with player management and mentions that this publicity is helpful for a rookie player like Haeyeon. Even though Yeop is annoyed, he can't really argue with his point. The bald guy then suggests that he give a short interview for his beloved niece while they are there. The hero immediately understands that the man is trying to manipulate the situation, but he has no choice. The reporters first ask him about his experience, since this is his first trip since he came back. He replies that it feels good, especially because this time he is visiting France for vacation instead of dungeon missions. Finally, a reporter asks if he plans to meet Eric Thuram, one of the famous 7 heroes, while he is in France. Our boy remembers hearing from his friend that Eric now lives peacefully in the countryside with his family. He replies that he will be busy in Paris, but if Eric comes into the city, he would be happy to meet him. Bro even cooks the guy, saying that he is dumb enough to get scammed out of his money and end up as a beggar. Listening to all of this on the TV, Eric spits out his coffee. When he realizes that the hero is in France, he immediately jumps out of the ship and starts swimming in the ocean to go meet him. The scene then shifts to the Grand Prairie Lumiere clubhouse. Inside, the Moreau brothers warmly welcome the guests. They even joke that since the hero came all the way here, he should sign with their team too. Our boy laughs awkwardly and says that his niece will be the one working hard here, asking them to take good care of her. The brothers assure him that they will and suggest giving him a physical test so they can accurately measure his current abilities. At the same time, they keep asking him for things like autographs, exhibition matches, and permission to film his visit. The constant requests annoy him and he furiously asks them to calm down. The brothers say they expected that reaction and already prepared something. Soon, Haeyeon appears wearing a sleek combat suit ready for the test. Through a holographic screen, the brothers ask if she feels comfortable. The hero translates their question, and she happily says she is ready. Hearing this, the brothers start the test and announce that she will have 1 minute to hunt down the monsters. As the creatures rush toward her, the girl immediately fires a bright energy attack and dashes forward at high speed. It doesn't take long for her to destroy all the monsters, and she ends up completing the test in 22 seconds. After getting out of the module, Haeyeon quickly asks her mother and Yeop how she did. They both praise her performance and say she has improved a lot. Hearing this, the girl proudly explains that she has been training very hard. As the Moreau brothers praise her, our boy thinks to himself how she is still growing at the age of 24. Thanks to his personal guidance and the coaches around her, he is confident that she will maximize her stats in no time. Even though her skill and aura are a bit low, she makes up for it in other aspects. Keeping all of this in mind, our boy believes that they really got a good deal signing her for just 4 million euros. Just then, someone at the entrance calls out his name, asking if he is inside. The hero immediately turns around along with Haeyeon and her mom, who seem surprised by how good the man looks. Currently, there are 3 players considered the best in Battlefield. The man standing at the door is one of them. Our boy once wondered if this player might even be as fast as Jaeho was in his prime when his agility reached 100. The man is introduced as Nathan Bernard, one of the top players in the world and a member of this club. Back in 2005, after Yeop and the 7 heroes cleared the final dungeon and ended the Great Crisis, many espers retired and stopped fighting. Later, the sport of Battlefield became popular and brought espers back into the public spotlight. Soon, people began debating who the strongest esper was and who might one day replace the hero. In these discussions, Nathan's name always appeared. He is the ace player of France's national team and of the Paris Lumiere Club, which is considered one of the top 3 teams in the world. He also won Player of the Year from 2019 to 2021. Back in the present, the Moreau brothers are surprised to see him come in on his day off, but the guy tells them that he simply came here to see the legendary hero. He walks up to our boy with a smile and stares at him with a grin on his face. This makes the hero a bit annoyed and he wonders what the guy wants. Nathan suddenly turns and greets Haeyeon since she is going to be his new teammate. The girl doesn't really understand what he is saying and simply waves back while smiling. Nathan then turns back to the hero again and politely greets him. Our boy realizes that he has better manners than Walker, but he still can't understand why he was staring at him earlier. Since he is on the same team as his niece, he decides not to give him a hard time. Then out of nowhere, the guy rushes towards him with both of his hands forward. Yop thinks he is about to get attacked and clenches his fist, but the man suddenly hugs him. After a moment, Nathan releases him and warmly welcomes him to Paris. Still surprised, the hero awkwardly thanks him and admits to himself that it has been a long time since someone shocked him like that. The guy begins introducing himself, but the hero stops him, saying he already knows who he is from watching videos. He even praises him as a skilled player. This makes the guy feel a bit shy since he considers Yeop as his childhood hero. While he is talking, our boy analyzes his stats and notices that except for slightly lower stamina, most of Nathan's stats are around 90, and his skills can still improve. He even thinks the guy might someday surpass his friend at his peak. His technical skills are also very high, allowing him to use other abilities even while alter ego is active. Moreover, his stamina is around 80, which is still above average compared to many tank-type players in the league. This makes our boy wonder how he would perform against someone like Walker, whose stats are almost completely maxed out. The idea of a fight between those two suddenly excites him. Then he realizes that imagining matchups like this is exactly why people love Battlefield. While he is busy thinking, the guy asks him if he and Walker have made up. Ever since the tanker came back from Korea, he has been singing his praises, which is weird since it seemed like the two of them had beef. Hearing this, the hero laughs and says they were never truly enemies. According to him, Walker simply acted a bit arrogant, so he humbled him and gave him some helpful advice afterward. This makes the blonde guy and even the Moreau brothers shocked, since the news didn't really cover who actually won the match. Hearing this, our boy reveals that he didn't kill him, but he still won. Nathan is stunned as he hears this and asks if the hero can beat Walker in a 1-to-1 fight. Confused by his question, Yeop answers that of course he can, because Walker is still just a human. The Moro brothers dramatically praise him, saying he guided Walker like a lost student and helped him improve. They even say that by teaching Walker, the hero made a future rival stronger, which shows his confidence. While they glaze the hero, Nathan quietly thinks about what he just heard. Even he avoids fighting Walker alone, so hearing that the hero defeated him easily is shocking. In official Battlefield rules, a melee attacker fighting a tank like Walker is usually a bad matchup. Yet the blonde guy still is not sure if he could win such a fight himself. All of this makes him wonder how strong Yaop really is. Previously, he didn't think he would ever get the chance to fight him since he was dead, but now that he knows he is alive, he secretly hopes they can fight each other someday. Meanwhile, our boy quietly tells Heian to be careful around him, because he thinks he might have a lot of side chicks. The girl laughs hearing this and assures him that the guy is not her type. Suddenly, her mother appears and asks what kind of man she actually likes. Embarrassed, the girl says she prefers someone rough and brave. She shyly glances toward the hero as she says this. As she argues with her mom, our boy quietly thinks her ideal sounds a lot like Walker. Even so, he decides he definitely cannot allow her to date someone like him. Later, the girl calls out to the hero and announces that she is going shopping with her mother. Nathan offers to escort them, and the hero thanks him, although he is slightly more worried about him than about their safety. Yaop feels relieved that he avoided the shopping trip because he dislikes shopping. Instead, he agrees to follow the Moro brothers to their workshop because they have something to show him. The three of them arrive at a large industrial workshop. Inside, the hero notices that the workers remain focused even with the bosses present, which he thinks is a sign of a good workplace. The brothers proudly reveal a showroom filled with weapons made in their factory. One short sword catches Yaop's attention. He picks it up and praises its quality, saying it is clear the craftsmen are very skilled. The brothers happily explain that before Battlefield became popular, this workshop struggled financially. But by continuing their work and supporting traditional craftsmen, they eventually became the top manufacturer of Battlefield equipment. Now, thanks to their success, they prepared a special gift for him. One brother presses a hidden button, and a sealed display case opens with a hiss of vapor. Inside are several compact spear handles and a larger combined version. Our boy realizes these are new spears made for him. The brothers hand one to him and ask him to test it. At first, he cannot find a button to extend the spear, and they tell him to pour his aura into the handle. When he does, blue energy surrounds his hand and activates the mechanism. The spear quickly unfolds into a full weapon, which makes him impressed. The brothers explain that while his previous folding spear was good, these new ones are made with advanced materials and crafted by master artisans. In reality, they are slightly less durable, but in Battlefield's virtual dungeons that will not matter, because weapons can be duplicated. Listening to all of this, our boy starts to feel a bit bad, commenting that they did all of this just for him. However, the brothers reveal that it's just made to be used exclusively by him. In simple words, they just want him to use the weapon so it becomes popular, and they can sell it to other players. Yaop is furious at first, but the brothers explain that they will be paying him 1.5 million euros per year for 5 years, plus $3 million for every match he plays using the weapon. The hero might have refused this offer if he was still hunting monsters in the dungeons, but right now he was a club owner in need of funds, so he agreed immediately. After reviewing the contract, the hero confirms that he has read it carefully. The brothers remind him that one of the clauses states that he must properly maintain the weapon given to him and never discard it. Our boy doesn't really care much about it since he doesn't plan on throwing the weapon anyway. However, they mention that he is not currently a Battlefield player. Since only registered Battlefield players are allowed to carry such weapons after proper registration, the weapon would not pass customs otherwise. This makes our boy annoyed, and he asks them what he should do. The Moro brothers suddenly jump up in a dramatic way and reveal that if he can't take the weapon back because he isn't a player, he can just become a Battlefield player. Later, as his Heian and her mom come back from shopping, they notice him sitting there like he lost something precious. We go back to the meeting again where the brothers explain that first, he must register with the Battlefield Association in his own country. Then he must register with the Global Battlefield Association. Since the global organization manages registrations worldwide, it does not matter which country he signs up in. For example, he could register as a player in France and then officially register his weapon so it can pass through customs. Because his avatar image has already been recorded, an agent can even complete the process for him. Our boy immediately realizes that this plan has been arranged from the beginning and feels as though he has been tricked by them. The brothers continue explaining that once he registers, there will be no strict duties or restrictions placed on him. He will only have the option to participate in matches if he wants to in the future, so technically, he would not lose anything. It is also revealed that these same people bought his car at a charity auction and even purchased all of his belongings, including his diary. In the end, the hero has little choice but to accept the offer. Later, while speaking with his niece, he reflects that he originally planned to join matches only occasionally as a hobby when he needed money. However, the situation ended up turning him into an actual professional player. He admits he is not upset about registering as a player, but he feels irritated because he realizes he has been deceived by those two cunning individuals. Hearing all this, the girl expresses excitement about the possibility of playing matches alongside him, just as her father once did long ago. Yap corrects her, saying that it was only a few months ago from his perspective. At the same time, he hears someone from behind asking him if he got a new weapon. When the hero turns around, he notices Nathan and reveals that the two brothers gave it to him. Hearing this, the guy suggests testing the weapon during a friendly training match scheduled for the next morning, believing it would be enjoyable if he participates. Our boy smirks as he realizes that the blonde guy can't even hide his competitive spirit, but it only makes him more excited to fight him. The scene shifts to the next day at the Paris Lumiere clubhouse. Many team members are still on vacation, and they casually talk about how they will spend the last few days of their break. Outside the building, Haeyeon looks nervous since this is her first time meeting her teammates. Noticing this, the hero tells her to calm down and not act too excited, because that kind of behavior only makes someone look awkward. He compares her nervousness to her father's first dungeon mission, where he was so tense during that run that he actually fainted after only 10 minutes. The memory makes both of them laugh. Inside the clubhouse, several players notice the two of them walking in. Among the players, a tall guy wearing a hood quietly reacts when he sees our boy. The girl notices everyone whispering about her uncle and tries to calm herself by reminding herself that she is Jeho's daughter and Yeop's niece. Suddenly, the tall guy walks toward them and calls out to the hero in a deep, intimidating voice. Our boy immediately steps in front of the hero and asks what he wants. The player introduces himself as Chi-Chi Lucas, the team's main tanker. The hero prepares himself in case the man is trying to start trouble, but instead, Chi-Chi suddenly grins widely and excitedly asks him for an autograph on his jacket. After signing his jacket, the hero introduces him to Haeyeon and asks him to take good care of her. He quickly realizes that although the man looks rough and intimidating, his personality is actually friendly. This even makes him think that his niece should try becoming friends with him. Checking his stats, our boy is surprised by the numbers. His strength, agility, speed, stamina, focus, skill, and aura are all extremely high. The guy even has abilities fit for a tanker. All of this suggests that the player is not lacking in anything compared to the top three. Moreover, he can also become a great proximity dealer, but his abilities suit his tanker playstyle much better. Still, our boy is confused about his green blessing skill, which seems to enhance plant life. He wonders if Chi-Chi simply has a strong interest in plants. At that moment, Nathan walks over and asks if he has already spoken with the tanker. He praises him and reveals that the guy also runs a forest preservation charity while working as a battlefield player. That explanation finally helps our boy understand why the tanker has a plant-related ability. Yap then notices that the blonde guy looks unusually cheerful and asks if something good happened. The guy laughs and tells him that it's finally the day when he can accomplish his dream of beating him. When he was young, he admired Yap as both a hero and the ultimate challenge he wanted to surpass. However, after his death, he lost his chance to defeat him. But now the hero is alive and standing right in front of him. This makes our boy laugh and he asks if he is so determined to beat him. Nathan calmly replies that humans are allowed to dream and he will keep challenging his as long as he lives. Just then, someone loudly greets everyone in French. The players turn toward the entrance, where we see the coach of the French team. The man introduces himself as Dubois Goffin and announces that the players will soon be divided into teams for a practice match. Normally, the team is split around its two strongest players, Chi-Chi and Nathan, but today they decide to place the blonde guy against the legendary hero. When our boy asks how they plan to balance the teams, the coach proudly says the club has its own unique method for forming teams. This makes the hero curious and he prepares himself for this secret method. However, that method turns out to be a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. After the selections are finished, both teams are formed. Everyone changes into combat uniforms and prepares for the match. The players are then transported into a large dungeon arena shaped like a circular temple. Yup's team appears on one side, while Nathan's team stands on the opposite side in white uniforms. After examining the battlefield, the hero realizes the map favors direct group combat. It's clearly trying to set up a confrontation between him and Nathan, but it's not like he can't beat him, so he doesn't have any problem. The system gives both teams 60 seconds to discuss their strategy. Hearing this, the hero activates his scanning ability and begins organizing his team's positions. He assigns Chi-Chi as the main tank, keeping his usual role. A blonde teammate becomes the frontline tank, while a red-haired player acts as a secondary tank to support the formation. The plan focuses on maintaining a strong front line and adjusting positions depending on how the battle develops. The tall guy is impressed and says that the hero seems to understand their team very well. In fact, the formation he chose is almost exactly the same as their usual strategy. With the strategy in place, the hero announces that he will be going for Nathan since he knows he will also do the same. Hearing this, everyone in the team becomes excited at the thought of a direct duel between the two legends. Before the match starts, Yeop looks at the enemy team and analyzes his opponent. The blonde guy uses dual weapons which are a bit annoying to go up against, but the hero still thinks he can manage it. All he needs to do is to figure out if the guy is a lefty or righty. Soon the countdown begins, and players from both teams prepare for combat. When the count reaches 1, blue energy gathers around the hero as he powers up his spear. He immediately rushes forward with a confident grin, challenging Nathan to face him. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room outside the arena, officials watch the match on large screens. The team coach wonders if the hero knows that Nathan is ambidextrous. Because he can use both hands equally well, his dual sword attacks are extremely unpredictable. They also explain that the blonde guy's special ability, alter ego, allows him to attack from 4 directions at once, which makes it very dangerous for skilled opponents who try to analyze him. The coach even says that if he wins this match, they could promote him as the player who defeated the legendary hero. Back in the arena, the battle quickly becomes intense. Chi-Chi leads a powerful charge against the opposing team. At the same time, the blonde guy rushes straight toward the hero at incredible speed. Our boy runs forward as well, and the two collide in the center of the arena. The blonde guy attacks first, slashing rapidly with his twin swords. The impact of their first clash sends a shockwave across the battlefield. Nathan continues launching fast combinations, trying to break through Yeop's defense. Our boy quickly realizes that some of his strikes are feints meant to trick him. He blocks the attacks calmly using his shield and spear. Then he swings his spear in a wide arc and launches a powerful counterattack. The strike slams the blonde guy into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Nathan quickly recovers and charges again. Their weapons clash again and again as blue energy flashes around them. The blonde guy increases the speed of his attacks, pouring more power into his blades. But our boy remains calm, blocking every strike while leaving almost no openings. Eventually, Nathan spots what he believes is a chance to attack and lunges forward. But Yeop easily catches the blade with the shaft of his spear. Looking at the hero's reaction, the guy realizes that he intentionally created that opening as a trap. However, he is fast enough to leap back before our boy can slash him with the spear. Spinning with the momentum of his blades, Nathan believes he might have a chance if he turns this into a battle of speed. However, before he can even finish his thoughts, the hero suddenly accelerates even faster and forces him back. He laughs and admits he is enjoying the fight. Bro even teases the blonde guy for trying to fight without using his abilities and tells him to stop holding back. Under the pressure of his overwhelming attacks, Nathan is forced to retreat repeatedly. He realizes that Yeop's spear and shield work together perfectly, leaving him no safe target. Moreover, the hero is not allowing him to go outside of his attack range while maintaining a face distance at the same time. This makes the blonde guy respect him even more as he admits that it's truly a divine technique. He also knows that he won't be able to win if he continues to fight him alone, so before things can drag on any longer, he decides to use his alter ego. The people watching this cannot believe that the blonde guy was defeated in a battle of weapons. He was supposed to be the best in the world when it came to technique, but the hero seems to have him beat. The analyst also points out that the hero has no experience fighting humans since he has spent most of his life fighting in dungeons. On the other hand, Nathan is a professional when it comes to human combat. This only proves how impressive the hero actually is. However, things are about to change since the blonde guy just used his alter ego. It will double the amount of attacks coming in and put the hero at a disadvantage. Despite his impressive technique, it won't be easy even for him. Back in the arena, both Nathans rush toward the hero. Their blades strike from different angles, creating a storm of attacks. Even so, our boy continues blocking every strike while standing his ground. The blonde guy unleashes dozens, even hundreds of attacks, but none of them land cleanly. Still, the hero slowly begins sliding backward under the constant pressure. Nathan realizes that most opponents would have tried to escape by creating distance, but Yeop simply keeps defending without panic. Even while fighting at full strength, he cannot land a proper hit. Eventually, our boy counters with a heavy shield strike and pushes him back again. As the guy watches him from a distance, he begins to wonder if he can win against someone like him. However, he still managed to push him back a little, which makes him realize that this situation is also not that easy for the hero. With this in mind, he decides to continue pressuring him in the hopes that he might give him an opening. Still, looking at that smirk on the hero's face, Nathan can't help but be impressed by his composure. Meanwhile, inside our boy's mind, things aren't looking this calm. Bro starts sweating as admits that it's getting harder and harder for him to hold back all the incoming attacks. The real problem is information, since this is his first time fighting the kid. On the other hand, Nathan literally studied him while growing up, so he knows all about him. In a situation like this, our boy has no other choice but to take a gamble. The attacks between the blonde guy and his alter ego are perfectly timed. Moreover, he can change his stance freely without any delay. Realizing that he can't beat him in speed or timing, the hero finally cooks up a new plan. He looks the guy straight in the eyes and shouts at him to charge. Without wasting a second, one of Nathan's bodies charges forward, but the hero dodges the attack at the last second. He immediately turns back with his spear and prepares to stab the clone, but the other body appears from behind and slashes off his arm completely. Everyone is taken by shock as they witness the legendary hero standing without an arm. However, just when it seems like the blonde kid is going to win, the hero smiles and reveals that it was all according to his plan. Turns out, he purposefully let him cut off his arm so it would give him an opening to destroy one of clones. This was the only way he could hit an opponent who was faster than him. With one powerful shield crash, our boy completely obliterates the clone and mocks him for acting exactly as he predicted. Despite losing his body, Nathan refuses to give up and charges forward for a desperate last-second attack. Unfortunately for him, Chi-Chi arrives just in time and stops him before he can reach the hero. With this, our boy decides to call it a draw even though his team won. After the match ends, our boy admits that the fight was harder than he expected. Moments later, the blonde guy approaches him and asks if he deliberately sacrificed his right arm during the battle. The hero confirms it, but admits that it was also a gamble for him. At the same time, the coach walks in and calls it an incredible fight. He also compliments the hero, saying it was impressive that he managed to place a mark on the blonde guy while he was using his altar. However, our boy is already thinking about the next round, which makes the Moro brother even more excited. Yop is especially curious about Nathan's unique fighting style, which uses twin daggers with both hands equally well. Hearing this, the coach asks the hero to follow him, and they end up at the club's match analytics lab. The staff there welcomes them and praises the hero's performance during the practice match. At first, our boy mistakes one of the analysts for a coach. Soon he learns that the man is Gabriel Sana, a specialist whose job is to analyze practice battles. Using his scanner eyes ability, the hero quietly examines his statistics. Surprisingly, his overall stats are pretty low for a team of this caliber, so our boy asks him what he actually does for the club. The guy explains that the analytical technology for Battlefield has improved quite a lot, and they have developed a system called ES, which stands for Esper's Analysis System. This program can digitally record every single aspect of a player into usable data, so they don't have to rely on simply judging things by their eyes. Hearing this, the hero comments that espers with good eyes used to earn a lot back in the days. However, in the current era, teams who don't use this program are left behind. When Yop asks if the system was developed here, Gabriel explains that it is a famous but extremely expensive technology. The entire setup costs about 2.5 million euros. In addition, the coaches who specialize in operating it are also very costly. The hero privately thinks that he personally does not need such a system because of his scanner eyes. However, he believes it would be extremely useful for his team's coaches. With clear and objective data, he imagines that Coach Dongjun might finally stop relying on unscientific training ideas. Still, he realizes he cannot justify spending such an enormous amount of money just for that reason. Suddenly, he comes up with a different idea. Turning to the brothers, he proposes a deal offering them access to his own battle data. In return, he asks for the EAS program and an introduction to someone capable of operating it. After thinking for a bit, the brothers realize that as devoted fans of the legendary hero, they cannot miss this opportunity. Excited by the offer, they quickly accept the deal. In return, the hero smiles and assures them that the second match will be even more fun. Later, he washes up in the bathroom while thinking about everything that has happened. To him, fighting against another human feels a bit different because there isn't really the risk of death involved. This makes him smile since he never thought he would be fighting in such peaceful times. Remembering the duel, he admits that fighting Nathan is actually enjoyable. The fight forced him to carefully think about every move. In his mind, the blonde guy is the strongest esper he has faced so far. However, he still isn't planning on losing to a kid. When the hero checks his own stats, he is shocked to notice a new ability called amplification. We learn that many aspects of Esper powers are still unknown. However, research has shown that abilities usually appear according to a person's natural personality or emotional state. Sometimes these powers awaken when someone experiences extremely intense emotions. As the hero thinks about this, he remembers the harsh insults he endured in the past. His thoughts return to a year before he escaped the orphanage. At that time, he suffered constant abuse from the orphanage director. The cruel words never completely disappeared from his memory. Even after he ran away, those insults continued echoing in his mind whenever he remembered that period. In the flashback, the young Yeop waits beside a dark forest road at night. He plans to ambush the orphanage director, knowing the man will pass through that road. Soon he sees the car driving below him on the road. Filled with anger and resentment, our boy throws the rock with all his strength. The rock strikes the car, causing a violent crash. That moment became his first memory of using his throwing ability. Some people say revenge is meaningless, but our boy clearly does not share that belief. After hitting that car that day, he realized that he was also capable of smiling. Back in the present, our boy continues thinking about his new amplification ability. Sitting in his pod, he wonders if the power awakened during his intense focus in the previous battle against Nathan. Since his mentality has exceeded 100 points, he guesses it's probably related to that. In any case, this new ability looks crazy. He can use it to increase his lower stats like speed and strength. While he is getting excited thinking about this, his niece almost has the opposite expression. He asks how her match went since he was busy fighting the blonde guy earlier. She sadly explains that she only managed to get one assist before being eliminated since she got too greedy with the teleport. The hero tries to make her feel better and reveals that it used to be common in his time too. Moreover, she is a proximity dealer, so she shouldn't feel bad about being aggressive. The girl then asks whether he will really be okay against someone as strong as Nathan. Bro somehow gets a ray of light to shine on him and comments that he is just too good. However, the girl still doubts he can win, so he gives her a thumbs up and promises to show her how to defeat one of the top players in the world. Soon the arena host begins the countdown for the second match, and the two titans come face to face once again. The hero notices that Nathan's personality seems to change once he holds his weapons. The calm and polite young man suddenly becomes fierce and focused. As our boy prepares to fight both Nathan and his alter again, he thinks carefully about which ability he should strengthen with amplification. Reaching for his weapon, he declares that he already knows the answer. With this, our boy decides to amplify his skill stats. The match also starts at the same time and both teams immediately rush toward each other at high speed. While the other players fight it out among themselves, our boy has a different target. He charges towards the blonde guy, but he can't really feel any difference from his new ability. It doesn't take long for the two of them to meet again, and Nathan immediately activates his alter ego. Before he can even get a chance to attack, the hero fires his own spear at him. Even though the spear is approaching fast, the guy knows he can dodge it. However, Yeop had already predicted that he would try to dodge, so at the very last second, his spear speeds up and changes direction to hit the alter ego. The hero comments that he might be able to dodge his spear using his speed, but the same is not true for his clone who thinks he is safe. Nathan understands his reasoning, but he still can't figure out how the spear accelerated at the very last second. An ability like that is not mentioned anywhere in the hero's data. In any case, the blonde guy now has only 30% of his aura left, so he decides to retreat and play it safe. The hero quickly catches on and commends his decision to run back to his teammates. At the same time, he throws a spear towards him, declaring that their second match is over. After losing in the second round, Nathan asks the hero to play a third round. Our boy initially rejects it, saying that he is tired, but when he insists, he agrees to play one last round. The third match begins immediately, and the blonde guy uses his alter ego right from the start. The hero sarcastically praises his decision, telling him that it's better than trying to look cool. Nathan thinks of this match as his last chance to overcome the powerful opponent standing before him. Both he and his alter rush forward and release energy attacks. Meanwhile, our boy confidently invites him to attack since he has considered every possible threat that the blonde guy can pose in this fight. Activating his amplify skill, the hero begins spinning his spear and swings it in a wide and powerful attack. Nathan collides with the strike but is pushed backward by the force. Even while fighting both the blonde guy and his alter at the same time, Yeop manages to block their attacks. As the guy continues pressing him with his synchronized attacks, the hero admits that it's quite impressive. Dodging from the front is not a problem, but he can't let him get behind him. To prevent this from happening, he is constantly moving at an angle which also forces his opponent to move while attacking. His plan is to slowly drain Nathan's stamina and aura while conserving his own energy. The blonde guy might be faster than him, but in order to get behind him, he needs to move a lot more and waste energy. Keeping this in mind, the hero starts retreating to make some more distance between them, but the guy quickly catches up to him. Yop starts to realize that Nathan's movements are becoming more efficient. This means that he quickly needs something to distract him. Fortunately for our boy, this is a team game, so he has plenty of distractions. Instead of fighting the blonde guy, he starts going for his teammates one by one. He is hoping that Nathan will provide him with an opening if he makes him anxious. Taking advantage of the confusion, the hero pulls out a pair of batons and prepares to continue fighting. With a smile, he decides to create even more chaos. This time, the blonde guy leaps forward with his alter ego to try and stop him, but to his shock, the hero simply ignores him and hits one of his teammates. In the same second, he turns back and throws his spears at him while he is in midair. Surprisingly, Nathan manages to dodge his attack by using his alter ego, but in return, his teammates standing behind him get hit. The hero reveals that he expected him to dodge, so he was aiming at his teammates who didn't see the attack coming since he was obstructing their line of sight. He even teases him, saying that he should also look behind him this time. Everyone watching is in awe as they realize that the hero was simply using his environment to bridge the speed gap between him and his opponent. Still, the coach is hopeful that his star player will make a comeback. His hope is quickly diminished by the analyst who comments that it's not possible. In a short time, Yeop's spear techniques have become incredibly refined, and he can now handle the blonde guy's attacks comfortably. The perfect synchronization between Nathan and his alter comes from great talent and intense training. Even so, the hero keeps matching them. The most shocking part is his timing, as he always attacks at the exact moment his opponent prepares to strike. These perfectly timed counters constantly interrupt the blonde guy's rhythm and allow our boy to face an opponent faster than him. This only works because of his insane timing, which almost makes it seem like he is predicting the future. As the fight continues, the hero launches another projectile at Nathan, who barely deflects it with the help of his alter. Using the moment of distraction, Yeop moves to a better position while the blonde guy struggles to regain control. The analyst watching the match praises the hero's shield techniques, saying they are a perfect example for defensive players. Even when he appears cornered, he quickly strikes and retreats with precise counterattacks, even using his shield as an offensive weapon. Just as he says this, the hero pushes the blonde guy back with his shield, creating some distance. Before he can close in, our boy obliterates his clone using his spear. Witnessing this, Nathan can't help but stand in awe as he realizes just how powerful the legendary hero actually is. However, this still isn't enough to make him give up, so he rushes forward to go all out. In the end, the result turns out to be the same as the first 2 rounds, and we see both of them in the training area. As Nathan admits his defeat, the hero tells him that he wasn't bad and even fought better than Walker. For his performance, he gives him a free tip, suggesting that he focus on his physical strength because his stats still have plenty of room to grow. While they are talking, the team walks in and praises both of them for their performance. At first, he believed that his star player would win, but the hero continued outplaying him throughout the match. Still, he does not understand how the hero was able to keep up with Nathan's speed once he used his alter ego. Our boy knows that it was only possible since he amplified his skill to 110. However, he cannot reveal it, so he simply tells them that he did it because he is special. Later, as the sun sets outside the facility, the hero says goodbye to the coach. The coach thanks him for participating in the training session. The hero says he enjoys the experience and asks them to continue training Haeon well until he returns. As they talk, he notices the girl looking quiet and discouraged. During the practice matches, she failed to score any kills and became overly cautious after dying early. When her final results were revealed, she had 1 assist in the second match and 3 assists in the third. The hero gently pats her head and tells her not to worry about practice results. Suddenly, she cheers up and insists she actually did well for her first match. She promises that she will become an amazing player someday. Seeing her energetic attitude, our boy feels reassured. That evening, he goes to a tall building to test his new abilities. Looking at the system window describing amplification, he wonders how it works when applied to Esper powers instead of physical skills. Smiling, he activates amplification on his Scanner Eye's ability, and the upgraded skill immediately becomes stronger. Now he can analyze more statistics and even examine abilities from recorded videos. He can also view leadership and tactics values. Realizing this, the hero understands that scouting enemies will become much easier. Next, he combines amplification with his throwing skill, gaining the ability to control and recall thrown objects. While testing it with a toothbrush, he learns that retrieving items costs aura, but automatic spear retrieval will still be a huge advantage. Satisfied with the upgrade, he decides to test it with his immortality skill. Nervously, he activates amplification on immortality. Suddenly, blue aura surrounds his body, shocking him. As the energy grows stronger, he feels confused and slightly panicked. A system message appears explaining that amplified immortality transforms his body into an untouchable astral aura form for 120 seconds. Looking at his glowing hands, the hero realizes his entire body has turned into pure aura. Curious about this strange form, he decides to test its abilities. Since he can pass through objects, he shoots forward at incredible speed. Like a streak of light, he flies across the city and soon arrives above Paris. Excited, he circles around the Eiffel Tower. In this ghost-like form, no attack can harm him, but he wonders if he can still attack others. Just as he considers returning to test something, he suddenly senses a dark and disturbing aura nearby. It doesn't take long for him to realize that it's an aura of a burrower. This puts a huge smile on his face, and he immediately rushes towards the sword while holding his spear. Seeing the corrupted sky around the tower, he realizes that the burrowers he fought before are still alive. Angered by this discovery, he launches a massive aura spear downward. The attack strikes near the tower, and he senses a burrower reacting to the hit. The creature quickly flees, and our boy chases its energy trail around the tower. Hovering nearby, he can still feel its presence and excitedly taunts the hidden enemies. However, just as he continues the pursuit, his aura ability reaches its 122nd time limit, and he is suddenly pulled back toward his physical body. Furious at the terrible timing, he shouts in frustration. Moments later, he wakes up in his room and collapses onto the floor as the aura disappears. Angry at losing the chance to finish the enemy, he punches the wall, leaving cracks in it. When he calms down, he looks outside toward the peaceful Eiffel Tower and realizes he can no longer sense the burrower's aura. Elsewhere, in a dark hall, a powerful figure angrily scolds a subordinate for failing a mission. When the subordinate tries to blame a sudden spear attack, the superior kills him without hesitation and declares that many others can replace him. Smiling ominously, the mysterious figure decides it is not yet time to act directly and chooses to wait for the hero. Later, as the hero continues testing his astral form, he learns two important things. First, in this form, physical objects and attacks pass harmlessly through him. Second, even while intangible, he can still damage objects and attack enemies. After repeated experiments, he can no longer find any burrower energy nearby and begins wondering if he imagined it. While thinking about this, he also realizes that the spear he threw earlier has disappeared, suggesting that someone might have taken it. Whatever the case, he decides that if he senses the burrowers again, he won't let them escape. Later, he meets with the analyst he saw earlier during the practice match. One of the Moro brothers reminds him that he had asked for a person who could run the EAS, so they are recommending him. Curious, the hero uses his amplified scanner eyes to examine Gabriel again. The scan shows that he has strong aura, leadership, and tactical abilities. His special skill, Focus, allows him to maintain intense concentration for up to 6 hours. Seeing these stats, the hero realizes that Gabriel's abilities make him perfectly suited to be a strategist and coach. The staff of Paris Lumiere talk about Gabriel's strong coaching history, explaining that he has recently returned as a top-level Premier League coach. The hero warns him that moving from a powerful country like France to a lower-ranked team in Korea is a big step down. The analyst agrees and admits he never planned to leave France or coach a second-division team. However, after watching his match, he changed his mind. Seeing Yahello defeat a strong player like Nathan made him interested in coaching his team. Our boy casually assumes that he is just doing it for fun and says he has no problem with that. He offers him a high salary and full control over the team, but the analyst refuses, saying it is not enough. When questioned, he explains that his expectations are higher. He believes it is natural for someone with his skills to control both coaching and management. Although it sounds arrogant, the hero admits it is true. Gabriel also mentions that he was meant to coach in the main league in France, so taking charge of a low-ranked Korean team feels like a step backward in his career. To fix this, he suggests a deal. If the team gets promoted to the main league within a year and wins the cup, it will restore his reputation. He sets this as his main condition and asks for Yahello's opinion. After thinking carefully, the hero accepts his condition. As they shake hands to finalize the agreement, the Moro brothers excitedly take photos and share them online, saying this strengthens their connection with the hero. They even post pictures of him in their uniform without asking, which annoys him, but he lets it go. Yahello came to Paris to find players, but instead gained a top coach and an advanced analysis system. This system allows him to study other players' abilities and stats, even through videos, giving him a major advantage in scouting. With this new power, he became confident and returned to Korea earlier than planned. Meanwhile, Paris Lumiere continues posting about him online, spreading rumors that he has joined them as a battlefield player, which worries rival teams. It doesn't take long for the news to reach the French team's greatest rival, Berlin Blitz. The team leader, Emre looks at the post and wonders what the hero is actually planning to do. The scene then shifts to Korea, where a new phase begins. At the YSM facility, Gabriel oversees the setup of advanced equipment. The players watch him with curiosity, impressed by both him and the new system, which is rare even among top teams. When the hero arrives, he greets everyone and gathers them. He jokingly shares a strange dream about an ancestor who gave him 6 numbers. The team wonders if they are lottery numbers, but he laughs it off and says he does not rely on luck. Instead, he tells them that they themselves are his real lottery and encourages them to increase their value through hard work. He then introduces the analyst as their new coach, emphasizing how difficult it was to bring him here. Gabriel introduces himself and explains that the former coach will now assist him. He clearly states their goals. First, get promoted to the main league, and then win the League Cup the following season. The players are shocked by how ambitious this is, but Gabriel confidently says success is guaranteed if they follow his plan. He also reveals one condition that the team owner will personally play in 3 matches each year. This surprises everyone, and it is later revealed that Gabriel requested this because he believes the team cannot lose with the hero on the field. After some thought, Yahello agreed but limited it to only 3 matches per year. Training begins under Gabriel with a tough simulation where the team attacks a fortress. During this, he studies each player's performance using the new system. He notices that some players are using their strengths well, but one player, the thief partner, seems weak in all areas. Although the hero admits this, he also points out that the kid has hidden potential in leadership and strategy. They decide to train him as a suborder, and Gabriel agrees to personally guide him. They also review the 2 new recruits, Choi Jung-min and Yoon Byum. The hero shows interest in Byum, even though the coach fails to see anything special about him. He asks him why he recruited someone like him with average stats. Our boy thinks to himself that the analyst probably can't see his ability with the EAS. The kid has an ability that allows him to be invisible in shadows, but it requires his aura to be at 70 points. Currently, he is at 69 points, which means that with just a single point, he will show immense improvements. The analyst later reviews the head coach's training program and asks him if this is how he had been running the team. He thinks it's a miracle their team is still able to achieve high scores with this training program, and announces that he will be changing the entire thing. In the second training session, players compete with each other in speed, and the red-haired girl beats everyone by a long margin. On the other hand, players like Biom seem to be struggling. The team captain assures him that it's okay since their new coach has tailored their training lessons to their own level. Still, no matter how hard the kid tries, he fails to keep up with his teammates. In his office, Gabriel reviews the team's training videos and feels that something is unusual. Even after watching multiple times, he cannot fully understand what stands out. On the surface, the team looks like any normal second division squad, both in skill and strategy. However, their improvement feels too fast, especially for 5 specific players. Looking at the data, he notices that the team captain mostly trained in stamina, yet somehow his save percentage increased. Similarly, the skinny guy has become effective in close combat by using his defensive abilities well. The red-haired girl and her partner have developed strong hit-and-run skills through speed training, and Hyuk has grown much stronger after switching to a tank role. Gabriel realizes that all of these players improved under Yeop. This makes him believe that with proper planning, and by using the hero in a few matches, the team has a real chance to reach the playoffs and even win. Still, one thing continues to bother him. While watching Hyuk in action, he cannot understand why his role was changed from an attacker to a tank. The kid blocks attacks very easily, which seems strange. When Gabriel checks the data again, he finds something odd. The damage numbers do not match what he is actually receiving. After a closer look, he discovers that the kid has a hidden passive ability that increases his durability. This makes the analyst wonder if the hero noticed this ability earlier and changed his role because of it. This thought terrifies him as he realizes just how strong our boy actually is. At the same time, Biom feels completely discouraged because of his poor performance. The hero finds him outside and casually talks to him. The kid admits that he already knows he is the weakest member of the team and compares himself to a younger teammate who is already doing well and looks up to Yeop. He explains that training is too hard and becoming a professional player feels impossible for him. Our boy responds honestly, saying that the other player has natural talent, but he was chosen because of his special ability. The kid argues that even with his speed boost in shadows, he still cannot keep up with stronger teammates like Neon. The hero explains that abilities can grow with training, but the kid doubts this. Our boy then reminds him that he never promised success, only made a bet about his future. This frustrates the kid and he asks him if he is treating his life as a joke. Yeop gets mad at him and shakes him a bit, reminding him that it's not easy to earn 300 million in 2 years. Realizing that simple advice is not working, he decides to take a different approach. He drags the kid away and takes him to the mountains. Biom complains about the sudden hike, but the hero insists that he must break his weak mindset or he will waste his opportunity. He tells him to decide whether he wants to stay average or achieve something meaningful in the next 2 years. During the climb, the hero shares parts of his past. He explains that he grew up being insulted and treated badly, often called useless and abandoned. He describes how he was mistreated in an orphanage, where even other children joined in hurting him. Despite this, he explains that such pain can be overcome. Hearing this, the kid begins to understand him better and feels moved. They eventually reach a cave and the hero tells him to rely on his own ability there. Before the kid fully understands what is happening, Bro kicks him into the cave to begin his training. He explains that this environment is perfect for someone with a negative mindset and orders him to survive there for 10 days. The kid asks him how he is going to survive without food or toilet, but the hero scolds him saying that it's not important. To make things worse, he also takes away his phone. Left alone, the guy starts panicking and thinks about escaping. However, he remembers Yeop's warning and gives up on the idea. As time passes, he lies on the ground, feeling hopeless and questioning how he can handle this situation. He thinks back to his school days, where he was always overlooked and never stood out. He once dreamed of becoming an important player, but now he feels that dream is impossible. Even so, he recalls Yeop's words about his potential. That memory slowly changes his mind. Sitting up, he begins to focus on that idea. If someone as strong as the hero believes in him, maybe there is still a chance. With that thought, he starts training seriously, concentrating on controlling his aura. As time passes, a blue energy begins to form around him, while he focuses completely on improving himself. 10 days later, our boy watches the kid with a surveillance camera and realizes that he is still alive. Looking at his stats using his scanner eyes, he notices that his lottery ticket just won. Using the penguin robot, he informs Bayom that there is still some time before the start of the second season, so he should learn everything about his new ability. The first match of the second season is going to be his debut as a key player. With 31 days remaining for the second season, our boy goes back to the club building along with his new star player. The two of them meet the coach and the hero asks him about the analyst. The coach mentions that the man is busy deciding on their squad for the next season. Hearing this, our boy turns towards his office and tells him that he is going to introduce the new key player to their head coach. Meanwhile, It's complete chaos outside the head coach's office since every team wants to get their hands on the red-haired girl and her partner. When the hero asks the coach about it, he explains that it's the end of the transfer season, so all teams are fired up. They even got an offer of $5 million from one Middle Eastern team who wanted 2 of their main players. The coach asks if the hero would have accepted the offer, but our boy immediately rejects, saying that it's stupid. Moreover, he isn't prepared to sell off Sung-ho. The head coach agrees, adding that he has incredible tactical skills and will work well with someone like him. Yeop remembers that he is also going to be playing in some of the matches and gets excited since he has some interesting strategies planned. While he is thinking, Gabriel brings up a player named Daniel Mance and says that they should probably set him as a benchmark for their own players. When the hero reacts in shock, he explains that Daniel is the best support in the world and plays in the German Berlin Blitz team. Coincidentally, the head coach of the team is none other than Emre Kasa, who was one of the 7 heroes. Our boy remembers the guy always being strict, but right now he is more interested in this support. He then steers the conversation towards Biom and mentions that they need a new key player for the second season. The head coach is visibly confused since the kid appears quite average, but the hero assures him that they will soon witness his true potential. The scene suddenly shifts towards the beginning of the second season, and the commentators announce the first match between YSM and their rivals, GT Knights. They seem excited at the change of key players for YSM because the previous key players gave everyone a spectacular show. In a flashback 10 minutes ago, we see the hero telling the thief partner and the new key player that this will be their chance to shine. Their team has 5 main players, including the red-haired girl, her partner, the skinny guy, their team captain, and the newly recruited Hyuk. With this lineup, the head coach is confident that they won't have any trouble as long as they move together. Before the match starts, the hero assures his players that they don't have to push too hard since it's only the first match. With this, the first set between Team YSM and GT Knights officially begins. It is revealed that they will be competing in the Backwards Forest dungeon. This is a unique dungeon with a giant tree boss at the center, which creates aura-sucking wine monsters. As players get closer to the tree, the monsters get stronger and more numerous. Soon the match begins and the teams quickly organize themselves. The GT Knights split into 3 groups. 2 groups have 4 players each, while the last group has only 3. Meanwhile, the YSM side forms 2 squads with 5 players each. However, Yoon Byum suddenly leaves his group and moves on his own, creating a 3rd unit made up of only himself. The final formation becomes 5-5-1. This surprises both the audience and the commentators because the kid is acting completely alone. At that moment, his special ability, Shadow Walking, begins to activate. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the GT Knights notice an arrow flying toward them and realize that Neon has arrived. One of them tells the others to stay calm and start moving while they search for Sung-ho. They believe that if they defeat him first, they can stop the harassment tactics that YSM is known for. One player then activates an ability called Perception, which allows him to sense living beings nearby. He quickly reports that the red-haired girl is circling around them while several other YSM members are currently busy fighting monsters. He suddenly finds a player hiding behind a rock and they assume it must be the thief partner. Thinking they have figured out the situation, they decide to eliminate him first. However, the plan quickly falls apart when they realize that the person hiding is actually Hyuk. Turns out, the team had already predicted this would happen, so they send out Seung-ho with the tankers to hunt. Now that the enemy is caught off guard, the thief partner sends equipment to the tanker using his power. Hyuk suddenly throws the bag he was carrying toward the enemy team. Inside the bag are monster seeds that the team secretly collected earlier while pretending to hunt. As soon as the bag opens, the seeds begin growing rapidly and vines appear, trapping the entire enemy squad. Taking advantage of the chaos, the skinny guy and other teammates rush in from both sides and finish them off. The enemy leader is shocked that his entire squad was defeated by a carefully prepared trap. Meanwhile, the second enemy team is still hunting monsters. When they hear about the first team's defeat, they decide to finish their fight quickly and regroup. But during the battle, one of them is suddenly grabbed by a monster. The others rush to help and waste valuable time fighting it. As they struggle to defeat the creature, they become frustrated because every second is important in the match. Eventually, they defeat the monster and prepare to move again, but their delay has already created a serious disadvantage. When the group leader shouts at his teammates to continue moving, he notices one of them standing still. Furious, he turns around and shouts at him to snap out, but when he grabs him, the player suddenly collapses and is eliminated. The team leader becomes nervous because he did not sense anyone approaching. At that moment, Biom appears from the shadows and launches a surprise attack, killing another player from the group. Soon, the system announces that he has defeated another opponent, bringing his total to 2 eliminations. Hidden in the darkness, Biom realizes that the enemy has already noticed his presence. The captain of the group watches in shock as the kid disappears into the shadows again. He becomes nervous because he has never seen such an ability and cannot understand where he has gone. Suddenly, the kid attacks again, jumping out of the shadows and clashing directly with the captain's shield. The captain reacts quickly and swings his weapon, forcing him back and injuring him. Realizing that he can't land a surprise attack on the group leader, the kid begins to panic. In that moment, he thinks back to his training with the hero who asked him what he would do if his surprise attack failed. He replied that they couldn't really do much since his stats were low. However, Yop told him that he was wrong. There are no guarantees in a battle, which means that he still has option. Still, the guy doesn't believe him, so he kicks him saying that he should use his brain more. The first thing he needs to do is to reduce the amount of choices his opponent can make. By hiding in the shadows again and again, he could force his enemy to think in only two ways, either searching for places without shadows or waiting for him to appear. The hero said that when people feel trapped, their thinking becomes narrow and they create openings. To make use of that opening, he tells the kid to fight using a crossbow and a short sword. Even though Biam prefers a long sword, the hero insists he should keep his tactics simple rather than trying to copy the style of elite fighters. Back in the present, the shadow guy follows that advice and rushes out from a shadow holding a crossbow. Even though it's an effective weapon at close range, the group leader still manages to block the arrows with his shide. Realizing the crossbow alone will not defeat the captain, the kid decides he must move closer and attack directly. As the fight continues, he remembers Yap's words telling him never to give up because there will always be at least one opportunity to win. Repeating that thought in his mind, he rushes forward to attack. The group leader sees him coming and prepares to strike, but Biam suddenly stumbles on a rock and falls down. Even his opponent is shocked and stares at him in silence. Bro feels too embarrassed and literally goes back into the shadow to hide. While he is still crying for losing all of his aura, the captain mocks him for revealing his ability too soon. Fortunately for him, he reads it completely wrong and assumes that Biam can only hide in his own shadow. This gives the kid a ray of hope as he realizes that he still might be able to surprise him. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates have already defeated the remaining enemy players. However, the battlefield is now filling with monsters created by spreading Zadran seeds. This prevents the YSM players from helping their teammate, and there is still a chance that they might all be eliminated by the monsters. Because of this, the duel between the shadow guy and the captain becomes the most important moment of the match. The captain attacks repeatedly while Bayam keeps dodging using the shadows. Both fighters push themselves harder, but neither one lands a decisive strike. The captain grows angry and calls the kid an annoying insect that keeps escaping. Finally, he decides to end the fight with one powerful attack and swings his weapon upward with all his strength. The shadow guy barely avoids the strike by jumping away with the help of the wall and nearby shadows. Even so, part of the attack hits him, causing visible damage. This is a bit surprising for the group leader since the guy could have easily dodged that attack by hiding in his own shadow. This makes him realize that the ability might have a limitation. Encouraged by this idea, the captain continues attacking aggressively. Meanwhile, Biam realizes he may have taken a huge risk by letting himself get injured. With his opponent's sword coming straight at him with full force, he knows this is his only chance. Just before it makes contact, the kid hides into a shadow, causing the captain's sword to get stuck in the ground. The next moment, he emerges behind him and slashes him with all his strength. Just before finishing him off, he reveals that he wasn't hiding in his own shadow, but in reality, the entire dungeon is a shadow of the forest. Using that advantage, he delivers a final vertical strike and defeats the captain. The system immediately announces that Bayam has achieved 3 eliminations. Shocked by his own success, he stands there for a moment before shouting in excitement. Watching from afar, our boy smiles because the strategy worked exactly as planned. Soon after, the match officially ends with victory for his team. The announcers declare the shadow guy as the MVP of the game, and fans online begin praising him as the club's new rising star. After watching the match, the hero decides that it's enough for the day. He evaluates the team's progress and feels confident about their future. Bayam has proven himself as a strong attacker, while Seungho shows promise as a reliable second leader. With players like them, the hero believes promotion to the first division will not be difficult. Later that day, he relaxes at home but quickly becomes bored. With the head coach handling most responsibilities, he feels like he has nothing to do. While he sits there thinking about how to pass the time, a man with a beard and a backpack arrives outside his house. The guy rings the intercom and calls out Yeop's name. When our boy opens the door, he is surprised to see Eric Theorem, one of the famous 7 heroes from France known as the God of the Axe. Eric jokes about how the hero visited France but never came to see him. Yeop tells him that he did intend to meet him if he ever visited Paris. Hearing this, the guy reveals that he was fishing in the Atlantic Ocean when he saw that interview, so he tried swimming to France but got lost in the way. The hero laughs and reminds him that he could have simply returned by boat. Eric explains that his wife became angry afterward and banned him from fishing. Hearing all this, Yeop thinks to himself that Eric has not changed at all. His special abilities include powers related to bad luck and survival instinct. When he faces danger, These abilities increase his luck and physical abilities, making it extremely difficult for him to die. Inside the house, Jaho's wife recognizes Eric and prepares a large homemade meal for him. As they eat together, the guy comments that he never expected to sit at the same table with his former friend again. He asks the hero why he kept his immortality secret. Our boy explains that when he returned from the final dungeon, he truly believed he was going to die, so he never thought about hiding the truth. This makes the man emotional, and he says that without Yeop's sacrifice, their entire group would have died. To show his appreciation, he even gives our boy a dungeon return stone as a present. This item allows someone to escape from a dungeon after about 12 seconds of activation. The hero is surprised to see such an item again, since they are mostly used as decorations now. His friend reveals that the stone is worth around 10 million won, and it still has about 7 uses remaining. With the stone in hand, the hero thinks to himself that this might allow him to go back to that place. Even though he is grateful for his friend, he always wanted to go back. Moonup realizes that the return stone has several uses left. Because of that, he can travel back to the dungeon he calls that place. As he thinks about the time he spends living with Baek Jae's family, he feels thankful for their kindness. However, deep inside, he also feels that he does not truly belong there. A part of him always longs to return to the dungeon. 2 days later, he hesitates and wonders if he should remain in the present world for a little longer before going back. Outside the house, Eric suggests going fishing together in the Pacific Ocean, since he seems to have free time. Our boy immediately refuses and says he will not become an excuse for Eric to escape trouble. His friend then admits that the fishing idea was only a cover and asks him to help him out. The hero instead advises him to take his wife for a vacation. Eric laughs and says that maybe such a trip will calm his wife down. Before leaving, he asks the hero to visit him in France someday and keep in touch. After he leaves, Yeop claps his hands and says it is finally time to carry out his own plan. With an excited smile, he prepares to head out. Jiho watches him packing his bags and asks him where he is going. The hero simply tells him that he is going for a short vacation. Surprisingly, his friend already knows that he won't be back for 4 days. He used to go on these 4-day vacations in the past as well. After saying goodbye to his friend, our boy puts on his helmet and drives off on his bike. After some traveling, he finally reaches a cliff somewhere in the forest. With the stone in hand, the hero still can't believe that his former friend gave him such a gift. Before he came back to life, he left a bunch of valuable stuff in that secret place, and now he wants to get it back. Suddenly, our boy jumps into the air and climbs on top of the cliff. A bit further, he notices a large boulder covering the entrance to a cave. Yeop pushes the boulder away and notices a purple glow from the opening. This confirms that the thing he is looking for is still there. As he reaches his arm out, the purple glow begins to envelop him, and he gets teleported to a secret dungeon. He takes a long breath, realizing that his body always feels so much better whenever he is inside a dungeon. This is his first time feeling this good ever since he returned from the final dungeon. In order to create a ghost dungeon like this, the hero had to first clear it without destroying the core, and then using the return stone to teleport out. Still, the feeling of being inside a dungeon again makes our boy feel alive. Ever since he returned, he has always regretted not being able to clear the final dungeon. He did the right thing by saving the world, but he thinks he should have died back then. All of this pulls the hero into a flashback where his trainer tells him that humans can never win against burrowers. The reason they train superhumans is to give humanity some hope. Hearing this, our boy simply tells him that he is only interested in the dungeons and nothing else. Even back in the present, he still regrets coming back to this peaceful world. Getting back up, he wonders if he would find any burrowers in this dungeon like he sensed back in France. However, that seems quite unlikely given that this dungeon has already been cleared. Just as he is walking away, he senses an unknown aura somewhere in the dungeon. At first he guesses it's probably the aura of some other superhuman who came here, but the entrance was still closed, so it's not possible. To make things worse, the hero doesn't have his gear to deal with a threat right now. Despite all this, he turns directly towards the source of the aura and calls out the burrower to come out. Nothing happens for a moment, and the hero wonders if he is hallucinating. Then another burst of purple energy erupts near a castle-like structure inside the dungeon. Now he is certain that something is really here. Ahead of him lies a narrow path that crosses a deep chasm covered in mist. He realizes that being attacked on such a path would be dangerous. Instead of retreating, Bro smiles since this situation sounds exciting to him. Dropping his backpack, he rushes forward with his spear. Long ago, this dungeon served as a laboratory where underworld beings experimented with monsters. They combined and modified creatures, keeping each one in separate rooms, while the dungeon master lived in the deepest chamber. 17 years earlier, Yeop cleared the dungeon but left the core untouched. After that, he turned the place into his personal storage area, filling it with treasure and monster materials. As he runs, he tries to remember if he left anything else behind. Purple mist spreads along the chasm while he searches for the source of the disturbance. Soon he hears a dragging sound and guesses that the creature moves along the ground, possibly like a snake or plant. Running forward, our boy uses his scanner eyes to try and find the monster. At that moment, a huge wave of purple energy suddenly explodes in front of him. Reacting instantly, he slams his spear into the ground and leaps back. Our boy watches as a Zadran bursts out of the ground. Seeing it, he laughs as he realizes that the intruder is simply a Zadran. However, its massive size shocks him. It must have been feeding for many years to grow this large, which explains why its presence filled the entire dungeon. The hero remembers that Zadrans are plant-like creatures cultivated by underworld beings. They devour materials, convert them into aura, and are used either as living weapons or as energy sources. Yop wonders if he accidentally left a Zadran seed behind when he first cleared the dungeon. He clearly remembers destroying many seeds back then because checking for them is basic procedure. Since he prides himself on clearing dungeons perfectly, he finds it hard to believe he missed even one. Still, instead of worrying, he smiles. If it really is his mistake, it simply makes the situation more interesting. Dark energy gathers around his spear as he activates his skill, Throw Amplified. This ability allows him to throw his weapon while freely controlling its distance, speed, and return. The Zadran releases a massive wave of dark power. At the same time, our boy swings his spear, sending two crossing shockwaves that collide with the attack. While falling through the air, he strengthens his next move with the Throw Amplified skill and hurls the spear downward. The weapon creates a powerful vertical blast that pierces deep into the monster. The explosion lights up the area and tears through the creature's body, leaving a deep trench across the ground. While still in the air, he commands the spear to return. It flies back through the drifting purple flames and lands in his hand. Gripping the weapon again, our boy dives once more with explosive force and shouts for the monster to die. He flips over the creature's body and raises the spear high above his head. Then he descends like an executioner preparing the final strike. The impact releases a huge pillar of purple energy that drills into the monster's body. The underworld creature thrashes violently as the attack tears through it. Yop is thrown backward by the blast, but lands safely on the ground. Staring at the dying monster, he hopes it was some burrower who put that seed there. Even though it has been 17 years, there still might be remnants of them alive and hiding. My man starts praying that it's true since he just wants to beat the crap out of those monsters. An hour passes and the Zadran finally dies, releasing its seed. The hero secures it in a bottle and shouts at it not to bloom when he is carrying it. However, he still can't believe that he mistakenly left a seed in this dungeon. For now, he decides to find out what's left behind of his precious items. Unfortunately, the monster didn't spare anything and cleaned out the entire dungeon. Still, there is one room where the Zadran couldn't have entered since the hero sealed it as a precaution. That room contains the core of the dungeon along with a few other items. Hopeful, the hero opens the door but finds absolutely nothing inside. The dungeon core is the only thing left behind. This is strange because the magic stones are also missing even though they are useless for monsters. As our boy looks around, he notices his own spear laying around. This is the same type of spear gifted to him by the Moro brothers, which means that someone entered here recently. It doesn't take long for the hero to figure out what is going on. Yop guesses that it's probably the same burrower he attacked earlier in France. He must be harvesting the Zadran, which also explains how the items inside the sealed room were missing. Before our boy can think of anything else, he feels that presence behind him and turns around with a smile. Surely enough, that same burrower stands in front of him. Instead of being worried, the hero gets more excited at the thought of fighting his worst enemy. Suddenly, he senses a strong aura coming from outside the chamber. When he turns around, he feels satisfied after seeing a red aura. In the battlefield system, players judge enemies by the color of their aura, which determines how many points they earn for defeating them. The system follows the structure of the underworld, and the aura color shows the class of the enemy. A red aura means the opponent belongs to a Class 3 underworld rank, which is not considered weak. The underworld creature points at Yop and speaks in its own language. Our boy recognizes the word it uses for humans, since he has heard it many times from other underworld beings. He greets the creature, but it does not respond. Thinking it might be deaf, the hero soon realizes that the creature is actually learning his language. He knows that underworld beings are quick learners when it comes to languages. Now able to form proper sentences, the burrower asks if the hero is alone. Impressed by how quickly it learned, our boy confirms that he is by himself. He also remarks that speaking his language must be difficult since he is at a low level. The burrower replies that human language is similar to a Class 2 language used by slaves and says it feels humiliating to speak it. The hero mocks the creature and asks how it feels to be defeated by a species it considers so inferior. The underworld being becomes furious and shouts that their defeat only happened because humans hid in their sacred place like mice. It claims things would have been different otherwise. Yop asks if it means the final dungeon and throws his spear at the creature. The burrower dodges the attack and angrily questions how a lowly human dares to call their sacred place by such a name. Our boy calmly replies that humans are now hunting underworld creatures and gaining honor by killing them. He compares it to how the underworld once fed on aura and used profits to satisfy their desires. The burrower had called humans cattle, yet it still feels offended when humans disrespect them. The hero laughs and says that for a race that suffered so badly at the hands of cattle, they talk far too much. The creature then summons several snakes to attack him. Before they can reach him, our boy disappears. Shocked, the burrower turns around and finds him standing behind it. The hero casually mentions that the core inside their sacred site was enormous. The creature is stunned and asks how he knows that. Yap mocks it for failing to understand the hint, and the creature suddenly realizes what he is implying. Enraged, it shouts for him to be quiet. The snakes attempt to bite him, but he quickly cuts off their heads. He tells the creature to listen until he finishes speaking. Our boy knows that the burrower has begun to suspect who he really is. Only a few chosen beings are allowed to see the core of the sacred site, and this realization fills the burrower with fear. When the hero finally reveals that he is the legendary Seoman Yeop, the burrower screams in terror and calls him the curse of their entire race. Without hesitation, the hero thrusts his spear through the creature's chest and thanks it for coming to him, because this might have been his last chance to hunt an underworld being. Disappointed, he asks if that is truly the best it can do with its aura. He knows it is not dead yet. Underworld beings can extend their life using aura, which is why the creature is still alive. The hero reminds it of the insult it made earlier when it called humans inferior. He tells the creature it should feel ashamed. As he examines it, he notices how weak its stats are. Underworld beings do not have personal names. Instead, they are identified by their roles. One such role is the Searcher, a being tasked with finding places rich in aura deposits. Yop suspects that this creature is one of those searchers. A red aura means it is not low-ranked, but it is not particularly powerful either. The burrower then asks if he is really the legendary hero. Our boy confirms that he is and says he has a question. The burrower asks if he truly expects an answer. In response, the hero pushes the spear deeper into its chest and demands the truth. He asks whether the underworld race has gone extinct. The creature seems confused, so he clarifies that he wants to know if more of them are hiding underground or if their entire civilization has already collapsed. He points out that if a searcher like this one still exists, there must be others as well. Yop recalls the battle he once had with the white underworld figure at their sacred site and asks if there are more creatures like that one. However, the burrower seems confused and does not recognize who he means. The hero remembers that the white one's title was High Priest. Hearing this, the burrower angrily calls him a lowly human again. It declares that the underworld is far from finished. According to it, their great ancestors and the primordial light still guide them. Although the high priest who once listened to the primordial light has died, they still live under its protection. The hero suddenly realizes the creature is about to self-destruct. Just before exploding, it announces that the primordial light has given them a prophecy that will lead them to the land of light. With this, a massive explosion rocks the entire dungeon. When the dust settles, we see the burrower barely clinging to life. In its final moments, it seems to imagine meeting its prophet and asks if the prophet will guide it to that promised land. Unfortunately for the burrower, it is talking to the hero who is in his ethereal form. He quickly punches it in the head and finishes it off. Left alone, the hero thinks about the strange words the burrower spoke. He wonders about the meaning of the prophecy and what future awaits the underworld. Afterward, he leaves the dungeon using a return stone. The experience turned out to be more interesting than he expected. As he walks away, he keeps thinking about the prophet and the primordial light. He has never heard of such a thing before, but he remembers that during the underworld wars, there were rumors about the primordial light accepting the land of light. What confuses him is that the creature knew about the prophecy, but did not seem to realize that their civilization had already collapsed. Yop believes that even if a prophet does appear, rebuilding the underworld civilization would be extremely difficult. Still, he is certain that the supply of magic stones from the final dungeon must be stopped. According to researchers, the final dungeon was created over 10,000 years to gather aura from around the world, giving the underworld an endless energy source. This power may have eventually driven them out of control. There are many theories about why the underworld attacked the world, but none fully explain it. Our boy suspects that the remaining searchers are still gathering aura. However, he doubts they will ever regain their former strength during his lifetime. When he met the creature earlier, he had hoped it would call for reinforcements and delay the fight. Instead, he only sensed despair, sadness, and fear from it. Disappointed, he leaves the ruined dungeon and heads home. Later, another underworld lord appears in the dungeon. When he sees the dead searcher, he regrets losing it but says that all hope is not gone. He has discovered that the abomination known as Yeop is still alive. This time, he vows that they will kill him. The burrower orders a human standing nearby to prepare for the arrival of their prophet, and the human quietly agrees. Back at home, Jaeho asks the hero why he is back so early. Our boy explains that something unexpected happened. When his friend asks if he went to the mountains, he confirms it. The guy says he should have searched for ginseng there, but the hero instead shows him a zadran seed. Jaeho is shocked and asks how he managed to get such a dangerous item. The hero casually says he found it in storage. Nervously, his friend asks why he didn't just kill it, and our boy casually tells him that he forgot. This makes the national coach even more worried since even a single zadran seed could destroy an entire city. The hero dismisses the concern, saying there would surely be a superhuman nearby who could deal with the problem. His friend disagrees, explaining that most people outside the superhuman battlefield pros are ordinary citizens with only a small amount of aura. To a Zadran, they would simply become food. He further explains that these monsters are considered stage boss monsters and usually require a full team to defeat. When Yeop asks how much such a seed might be worth, his friend becomes anxious and wonders if he plans to sell it. He worries that releasing such a monster into the world would be dangerous and offers to give him money if he needs it. However, the hero says he never mentioned needing money. Instead, he asks if any organizations are researching the underworld civilization since he wants to help with such research. Jeho is surprised but listens as the hero claims that the burrowers are still hiding somewhere and waiting for the right moment to return. Hearing this, his friend reveals that the World Battlefield Association is the most likely organization conducting that kind of research. A few days later, during a match between teams YSM and JS, Neon steals a monster kill from her opponent after a long fight. Her opponent becomes angry and starts attacking her, but she skillfully avoids the strikes. The hero watches the match and feels impressed by how much she has improved. Although she lacks leadership, her tactical ability is unexpectedly high. He considers increasing her speed and tactics to their maximum level to earn more money from her performance. Even without reaching her maximum speed, she is already comparable to Nathan. Her popularity makes her extremely valuable, and more than half the audience watches the matches mainly because of her. At the same time, Yeop feels a bit sorry for Biom. Unlike before, he no longer makes a big impact during matches. He only shows his skills when he is certain he can secure a kill, so many people barely notice him. Still, our boy knows that the kid is performing his role perfectly. With these players, he believes the team will easily reach the middle rankings once they are promoted to KB1. Soon after, YSM wins the match with a score of 10-0 and secures a place in the postseason. Jeho arrives and congratulates the hero. Our boy asks him why he is watching such a small match despite being the national coach. His friend replies that he just came from the Battlefield Association after requesting them to retrieve the Jordan seed. It seems like the process will take a few weeks. The hero wonders why it is taking so long, but his friend explains that they are not in a hurry since the seed is currently in his possession. The conversation then shifts to his club, and the coach mentions that his team is doing really good. However, he still wonders if they can win this postseason with such a small player pool. Our boy calmly tells him not to worry. Surprised, Jeho asks if he is truly confident, especially since many of their strategies have already been revealed. He wonders if he has some kind of secret weapon. The hero simply replies that he will find out soon. At the same time, we see an interview with the head coach of Team YSM, where the interviewer asks him how he is planning to prepare for the postseason. The guy pauses for a second and tells her that he is not worried at all. In fact, he already believes that they will win no matter what. When the girl asks him how he is so confident, he reveals the deal he made with Yeop, where he will participate in 3 matches every year as a player. This makes the entire crowd shocked, and even Jeho can't believe his ears. He stands up from his seat and asks the hero if it is true. Our boy smiles and says that he already heard the coach. The following day, Gabriel introduces Yeop as a new member to the team. The hero tells everyone that he does not have much experience in the battlefield yet, but he hopes the team will help him get used to it. He greets the group and says this is his official debut with them. Since he is the lowest paid player on the team, he jokingly asks everyone not to yell at him too much. Then, in a slightly intimidating tone, he adds that he hopes their plays will give him good examples to learn from. Gabriel announces that he will participate in the upcoming match and wishes the team good luck. However, many of the players feel nervous about fighting alongside someone as famous as him. The head coach then begins the briefing for the postseason. Their first opponent will be Team Incheon BC, the same team where the red-haired girl and her partner Seongho originally started their careers. In the past, this team often lost to YSM whenever YSM used their check strategy. However, they have become cautious of this strategy and recently recruited a new player from the youth league. The hero quickly realizes that the new recruit is Sungyup. Even though he cannot fully judge his ability yet, he understands that the player was likely chosen specifically to counter their tactics. Gabriel agrees with this idea and explains that the player only has one ability, but it is extremely dangerous for their team. His skill is called tracking, which allows him to instantly locate all 5 enemies on the battlefield. Because of this, his team can make faster and more accurate decisions. This means that the usual check strategy will not work against such an ability. Hearing all this, the thief partner suggests changing their plan. Since the hero is joining the match, they can simply play around him. The coach tells him that they will be playing by their usual formation, but instead of the skinny guy protecting him, it will be Yeop who will take that role instead. The guy wonders if the plan will really work, but Gabriel reassures him and says that the hero himself requested it. Our boy smiles and mentions that he has always wanted to try this idea. For years, people around the world have debated who the greatest superhuman is. Usually the top 3 professional players are mentioned, but other famous figures like Gerald Walker and Lucas are also considered strong candidates. The international media constantly discusses this topic. However, in Korea, the debate stopped years ago when Yeop supposedly died 17 years earlier and Jeho retired to become a coach. Now that he is suddenly alive again, everything has changed. Once more, he is considered one of the strongest contenders. After proving his strength in a friendly match, he is finally going to play in an official game. What should have been an ordinary second league match suddenly becomes a global event. When the match day arrives, excitement spreads everywhere. Many people are eager to see him play again. The players of Incheon BC feel nervous because they know he defeated several national-level players during his friendly matches. They believe it is unfair that someone of his level is playing in the second league. Meanwhile, the YSM team members feel confident that they will win. Before the match begins, the hero checks the statistics of Incheon BC's players. None of them interest him much until he notices the tracking guy. As he walks over to him, the kid gets a bit too excited and loudly greets him. The hero tells him that he is being too loud and asks if he has already chosen his targets. The player confirms it and reveals that he is also included in the list. Hearing this, Yeop lets out an evil smile and calmly warns him not to complain later because he has already chosen his own target as well. The match finally begins in the Wizard Canyon dungeon. The hero tells Sungho to follow the plan they practiced earlier. Commentators observe that YSM appears to be preparing a check play. Strangely enough, our boy stays at the spawn point simply warming up. However, there are no monsters at the spawn area, meaning they cannot gain points by hunting. The commentators begin to wonder what Yeop's real plan is. Meanwhile, Incheon BC starts hunting monsters normally. The tracking guy informs his group that Naeon and Biome are moving toward Team 2. One of the players wonders why YSM would repeat the same strategy when they know they prepared for it. However, they decide it is actually better because facing the hero early in the match would have been dangerous. Their leader then asks where Yeop is, and the tracking guy tells him that he is still standing at the spawn point. Hearing this, he laughs, thinking that the other YSM players want to fight them first. However, this is better for them since they can keep hunting and gain more aura. After obtaining purple color, he orders 3 of his dealers to follow him and decides to face the YSM check team. Since our boy is in the other team, their plan is to drag out the round as much as they can and grow stronger by farming monsters first. This way, they hope to reduce the power difference between the teams. They even adjusted their formation and added more ranged dealers. Their goal is to defeat the advanced group first and then avoid fighting the hero until they have gathered enough aura. Group 1's leader believes everything is going according to plan when all of a sudden a spear flies in from an unseen location and pierces one of the players. This causes the entire group to panic since the hero is still standing at the spawn area. Turns out, he is using his new long-range spear throw, which allows him to hit opponents from outside their visual range. This is only possible because Seongho is giving him vision of his targets using his new ability called Vision Relay that works within a 3-kilometer radius. The leader of Group 1 is shocked since they believe that the hero was still at the spawn point. While he is still confused, another spear strikes and kills a second teammate instantly. The leader quickly informs the second group that Yeop has attacked them, but before he can finish explaining, a third teammate dies, even though no one on their team can see the attacker. Team 2 doubts the information at first, but they soon realize they are also being attacked by the hero. The day before the match, during training, our boy explained his plan to Seongho. He said that if he could see a target, he could hit it with his spear. However, he needed his help to see the enemy from far away. The player understood that the hero wanted him to share his vision so he could aim his throws. At first, he didn't really think it was possibly since spears can only fly in straight line. However, the hero his spear can change directions, which means that Seongho only needs to stand in a place where he can clearly see the enemies. One of the flying rocks gives him the perfect angle to keep watch over the enemy team, so the hero asks him to stand on that rock. Once up there, the kid uses his vision relay skill to share his own perspective with the hero. At first, Yeop has trouble seeing things in the distance, but then he suggests using a binocular. When the kid sees through the binoculars, everything becomes clearer. To test it out, the hero decides to strike a tree with his spear. He immediately takes it out and launches it forward. In no time, the spear reaches the target and barely misses its mark. Our boy admits that it's a bit different than seeing with your own eyes. Still, he believes he can master the technique with practice. After several more attempts, he begins adjusting for wind direction, wind speed, and the angle of the spear. Using both Seongho's information and his own instincts, he throws the spear again and finally slices the tree in half. The YSM players watching the training are stunned. Gabriel calls it a divine talent and believes that the hero might achieve the most incredible kill of the year. Back in the match, our boy quickly secures 3 kills, leaving Jeho speechless. The national coach realizes that the hero is throwing his spears in directions completely different from where he is standing. Years ago, he had told reporters that Yeop could kill a monster from 2 kilometers away, but many people mocked the claim. They thought he exaggerated stories to honor his old friend. Now this performance proves that every word he said was true. The audience is also shocked to see that the hero can even call his spears back after throwing them. Meanwhile, Incheon BC's second team is hunting dragons. Their leader believes Yeop's attacks will weaken the farther they travel. He orders the team to protect their damage dealers and continue hunting. Suddenly, a spear flies in and strikes a dragon behind them. The hero sarcastically asks if they are underestimating him. Then he launches several spears at once, killing all the dragons the team was fighting. Using his recall ability, he retrieves the spears afterward. Team 1's leader now feels genuine fear and wonders if Yeop planned everything in advance. They decide to regroup and create a new strategy. But before they can do anything, another spear flies toward one of their female players. She barely dodges it, and the spear lands beside her. At that moment, our boy contacts Biom and tells him it is time to do his job. The kid suddenly appears from the shadow created by the spear and instantly kills the player with a quick strike. This makes our boy smirk as he mocks his opponents for ignoring the rest of his team. At the same time, the team captain reports that their farming phase is almost finished and suggests regrouping. Our boy replies that he will keep sniping from a distance while they finish. Soon the announcer declares that the first match ends with a flawless victory for YSM. The narrator says the MVP choice is obvious, and the scoreboard reveals Yeop as MVP with 4 kills and 7 assists. The hero modestly says people are exaggerating his performance, but his friend Jaeho approaches to praise him anyway. The crowd is going wild, and our boy feels satisfied that he has entertained them well. The event host then announces the end of the show segment. The hero smirks and promises that from now on they will fight at full power. The dungeon for the next match is 1,000 Bridges, a cylindrical tower filled with countless crossing bridges. Some bridges collapse or move unexpectedly, making the dungeon extremely tricky even for professionals. The other name for this dungeon is Newbie Killer. Inside 1,000 Bridges, YSM pushes forward while fighting arachne monsters. However, these creatures are not the only danger. As they cut through the monsters, they suddenly encounter ghost spiders. Red-eyed shadows gather as the team senses them approaching. A huge spider limb drips venom from above while many eerie eyes open in the darkness. Ghost spiders are monsters that wrap their victims in cocoons and turn them into zombies. One spider is shown feeding while the transformation takes place. The newly created zombie staggers out of the cocoon, screaming and wrapped in strands. Seeing this scene reminds the hero of his past battles. He casually tells them that whenever any of their comrades got lost, they would pop out of those cocoons. Deciding he is reminiscent enough, he stops the story as the battlefield fills with giant spiders and zombies. Estimating the situation, our boy counts about 40 to 50 arachne and 8 ghost spiders. As the ghost spiders gather together, our boy orders his teammates to deal with the zombies while he prepares a major strike. Activating Amplify on his throwing ability, he launches multiple purple projectiles into the air. The amplified spears spin and accelerate toward their targets, slicing through the spiders with devastating power. Bright explosions burst across the battlefield as more monsters are destroyed. His teammates watch in amazement, noticing how excited their president looks while fighting. A few minutes later, the arena is covered with pixelated remains of monsters that Yeop has wiped out. His teammates are left in shock when the system announces that he has completed the hunt. Without wasting any time, casually asks Seongho to send him aura. The skill aura relay allows energy to transfer to a nearby ally, and red aura flows into him from the kid. Just as he refills his aura, someone shouts for him to wait. Members of Incheon BC suddenly appear around the arena and announce that YSM is surrounded. The kid notices that the enemy team has surrounded them in the middle and asks the hero what they should do. Meanwhile, the enemy team's captain proudly believes they have the advantage because they memorized the safe bridges and positioned their resources perfectly. Hearing this, our boy cheerfully mocks them for managing to create a plan at all. Raising a hand in the air, he announces that they are going to learn about freefall now. The opposing captain starts to panic hearing this, and Yeop reveals that he never fully recalled the spears he threw earlier. Because of that, he can now summon them back at the same deadly speed they originally traveled. Using the same amount of aura during the recall sends the spears racing back along their old paths. As the enemy captain realizes what is happening, it is already too late. The returning spears smash into the tower's supports, destroying the central platform and destabilizing the bridges. The structure begins collapsing, and players from both teams start falling. The hero smiles with ruthless excitement while they drop. Meanwhile, his teammates scream and demand to know what their president is doing. In a flashback, the hero discusses this with the coach, who gets understandably worried. Our boy assures him that it's all good since he has a plan. He explains that in 1,000 Bridges, one wrong step means death. Because of that, the enemy will attack early. His team will deliberately wait in an exposed area to lure them in. The coach objects, pointing out that this strategy requires breaking the bridges their own teammates are standing on and knowing the exact condition of every bridge. Hearing this, our boy casually starts listing off which bridges are safe, which ones are fake, and which have traps. He even points out the weak ones, like he's got the whole thing memorized. Dongjun's jaw drops and he asks if the guy seriously remembers all 1,000 bridges. The hero tries hard not to punch him in the face and asks if they can proceed with the plan now. Back in the present, he promises that every YSM member is going to land on a safe bridge. But their enemies? Yeah, they're not going to be so lucky. As everyone starts falling, a red spear shoots down toward the enemies. Yap rides his spear through the air, cutting down opponents as he descends. With his eyes glowing red, he calmly decides who to go after first. The next moment, he dives toward one target and strikes with his spear. He makes it clear that he's not letting anyone die from just falling. He's gonna kill them himself before they even hit the ground. As he moves through the air, he quickly takes out multiple enemies and his kill count shoots up. Surrounded by falling opponents, he drops like a blazing meteor, striking with deadly precision. He never breaks focus, just keeps attacking midair. Bodies crash down below while the announcer calls out his third and fourth kills. The commentators are losing it, shouting that no one can stop him. While he's still falling, the system announces his fifth kill. Another powerful strike sends an enemy crashing down. Our boy keeps descending while riding his spear, turning the whole thing into a terrifying aerial show. He even stomps one opponent downward with serious force. Using a move he calls human surfing, he stands on an opponent's body while driving his spear through them. After that, he announces that his aerial performance is over. The red energy fades, and the Incheon team is left badly injured below him. Our boy gets down and wonders how many of them are still alive. The remaining players try to regroup, but he just gives a cold smile and says it's their turn now. While the hero is completely destroying them, he laughs thinking to himself that they've completely misunderstood him. He remarks that close combat training isn't even necessary here since humans are way easier to kill than underworld creatures. During all of this, his kill count keeps climbing, hitting 7. He lands one final heavy strike, driving his spear deep into the ground, and the system announces his 8th kill. Standing in the ruins, our boy grips his spear while the remaining enemies tremble. He just keeps cutting them down one by one, even slamming one opponent headfirst into the ground while another tries to hit him with a glowing hammer. Another guy rushes in, but he blocks and counters instantly, putting himself at 9 kills. 2 final players charge together, hoping to overwhelm him, but the hero just smiles calmly. He asks them if they know why he kept them alive till now. Then he takes them down at the same time, saying that he was saving the worst for last. The system announces his 10th and 11th kills as the last enemies disappear. The arena is completely destroyed, and the match ends. Commentators call it a full team wipe and praise the hero as an unbelievable MVP. They mention he's done something similar in an event before, but now he's pulled it off in an official match. The crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting his name and calling him the greatest. Back off stage, our boy wonders why everyone's so hyped, while the red-haired girl tells him his performance was historic. He just calls it a simple slaughter, but she insists no one else could have done something like that, even against stronger teams. The hero admits that his previous opponents were also top-level players. Looking at the beaten Incheon team, he says it almost feels like an adult beating up kids. He adds that they're probably not going to recover mentally from this, and says he should avoid crushing teams this badly too often. Suddenly, the coach steps in and asks if he wants to skip the third match, since he is hoping to give less experienced players a chance to play. Yap agrees and says he'll only come back if they lose 2 rounds in a row. The coach confidently replies that won't happen. Later, Hyuk gets named MVP of the third match as YSM wins again. Commentators point out that the team's still dominating even without the hero, suggesting a new era is starting in the league. During an interview, our boy gets asked to rate his performance. At first, he jokingly uses a rough word, then just smiles and says it was great. He adds that he didn't even use half of his real strength, though he showed enough to prove what he can do. Still, our boy does feel kinda bad about his opponents. When asked if that's why he skipped the third match, he confirms it. When asked if he has anything to say to his next opponents, the hero clears his throat and says bluntly that he doesn't think much of them either. A montage shows YSM crushing Incheon BC in the postseason with overwhelming scores, while the crowd chants their name. Yeop's long-range spear ability and his first official all-kill push the team forward with unstoppable momentum. In the next round, YSM faces SP again. Our boy dominates once more, launching waves of purple spears that wipe out the enemy team. Commentators call this his signature long-range technique. SP players get shown getting defeated one after another, turning into fragments. The results show the hero racking up multiple kills and assists across matches, once again carrying his team. Online fans react with hype, calling him the league's most unique player, a repeated MVP, and even a hero from past wars. Meanwhile, a news headline reveals that Paris Lumiere BC is ready to drop a ton of money to recruit him. The brothers sit in their mansion watching his highlights and praising his long-range spear technique. They're amazed that he kept such a powerful skill hidden for so long. They also notice the support from Seongho's vision ability but emphasize that Yeop's own skill is just insane. Realizing how important that support is, they even consider trying to recruit the kid too. They think his long-range spear is going to become his signature move and a huge marketing win. Since he's playing again, they finally have a shot at recruiting him. They get ready to go all in during the upcoming transfer period. Elsewhere in Berlin, someone shows up to meet the owner of Berlin Blitz, John Berman. Inside the office, the visitor introduces himself as Coach Emir Kasa and says he wants to talk about recruiting the hero. We learn that among all the battlefield teams that exist in this world, there are 3 that are far above all other teams. The first team is Paris Lumiere, which has 2-star players and is owned by the Morrow brothers. The second team is New York Bears with Gerald Walker acting as the team's shield. Finally, we have Berlin Blitz, led by one of the 7 heroes, Emre. This is the same team who has the first top-ranked support in the world. Among these 3, France's Paris Lumiere and Germany's Berlin Blitz have always been seen as rivals. We go back to the meeting earlier, where the owner is surprised to hear his coach talking about Yeop. He thinks that his free and unpredictable style would totally clash with his strict system. The scene changes 15 years earlier, showing that those two never worked well together even back then. They start going back and forth about whether entering a dangerous dungeon is a smart move or basically a death wish. Meanwhile, their teammates just kick back and watch them argue all the time, treating it like free entertainment instead of stepping in. One of them comments that the two usually get along fine, but whenever dungeon tactics come up, they always end up fighting and acting super weird. Back in the present, the club owner says that the hero doesn't follow orders from higher-ups and wouldn't even listen to Emre. He claims they don't really need him and proudly points at their achievements, saying Berlin Blitz is already one of the top teams in the world. The coach reacts sharply to that, making it clear that one of the best isn't good enough. He remembers how they lost the World Champions League final to Paris Lumiere in both 2021 and 2022. They used to be tied with Paris in titles before 2020, but now the gap's getting bigger, and the New York Bears are catching up fast. The owner still seems unsure, but Emre pushes him to think carefully. He warns that if they don't sign Yeop, another top team will snatch him instead. He asks where he would go if Berlin lets this chance slip. The club owner argues that the hero has only played in Korea's smaller league and might struggle in Europe, but the coach strongly disagrees and even bets his entire career on it. The guy then asks how much money they're talking about. Emre calculates that beating the Morrow brothers in a transfer battle would take a huge amount, then calmly states a fee of 180 million euros. Hearing this, the man slams his desk in disbelief and calls the coach crazy. The scene shifts back to Korea as the next match is about to start. The final postseason round between YSM and Ocean Empire begins, with our boy unleashing a powerful spear attack. Even though it should be a tense moment, no one on YSM looks nervous. The reason's pretty clear. Yeop is confidently pushing forward, full of energy. Other teams start talking about rebuilding for next season, already thinking about how they're going to deal with him in the future. Lots of them wonder how anyone can beat him since even his presence alone feels like too much. It's mentioned that he's been playing non-stop since the very first match. YSM wins the opening game, with him leading the charge. After the match, the coach tells him to rest for the remaining games, but our boy tells him he can still play. The coach insists he wants to test something and give less experienced players a chance. The hero agrees, figuring he can always come back if needed. In the second match, the lineup changes. Hyuk becomes the main tank, and the team captain moves to a supporting tank role to guide the team from behind. The new formation lets them use their strengths better. From the sidelines, our boy praises the setup, while the coach explains that Hyuk can now focus fully on defense and counterattacks. The hero adds that his past confusion came from switching roles too often. Talking about the team captain, the hero points out that he's used to carrying weaker teams by himself, which makes him take on too much responsibility and limits his vision. The coach agrees, and our boy jokingly says he's always right. The coach then mentions Seong-ho, saying that he is also good at orders, and asks if he has some kind of secret. The hero explains that his experience forming dungeon teams has helped him quickly size others up. He can tell what people are just by looking at them. Bro literally has scanner in his eyes. To make the coach feel better, he assures him that he will also be able to make calls like that once he gains some experience. The guy then tells him that he might make Seong-ho the team captain once he learns more about strategies. Our boy supports the idea, imagining a setup where roles are clearly divided. Just then, the other coach awkwardly tells him that he has a question. Like always, our boy responds to him in a cold way, thinking it's something useless. But the guy reports that a lot of trade offers have been coming in from different teams. Turns out Yeop himself is the main target, with huge offers expected from clubs like Paris Lumiere and Berlin Blitz. Hearing this, the head coach suggests that he join the Paris team since the Morrow brothers will probably pay him a lot. However, Yeop wants to stay in YSM and make it a household name. The coach points out that even then, they'd only dominate Asia, not the world. He explains that they can't rely on the hero alone and that his current playstyle might not work against international players. Our boy quietly admits he's never faced those global teams and isn't sure how strong they really are. The coach considers bringing in foreign players but doubts they'd join because Korea's league is smaller. Yeop realizes they need to raise Korea's level to attract top talent, and the coach confirms that's the plan. He even suggests that selling the hero for a massive fee could help improve facilities and grow the scene. Still, the coach tells the hero not to worry about that yet, focusing instead on the ongoing match. With the series tied, he thinks Ocean Empire currently has better overall skill, even though his team has talent. After watching enough, our boy agrees to go back in and finish the game. Later, the final match begins, and we move ahead to the end of the postseason. YSM releases all 14 of their players from the roster, with 3 of them joining the KB2 League and 1 joining a KB7 League. The hero looks at their contracts and is quite satisfied since they got a lot for those players. Still, they need a replacement for them, which means that he'll have to start his search again. Despite lacking 3 players, our boy thinks their main issue right now is the ranged dealer. Even though the red-haired girl is fast, she doesn't have high damage. Yop already has a list of players, so he hands it over to the head coach to ask for his opinion. The other coach almost loses his mind when he looks at that list, but our boy smiles and tells him that they're perfect for the team. The scene shifts to our boy tearing down the road on a motorcycle. Gabriel had told him to go to Paris so the team could sell him and use the cash to rebuild. As he rides, he thinks it over but feels kinda iffy about it. He can't really argue with the logic, but he's not sure if joining Paris Lumiere is the right call. Frustrated, he curses under his breath and decides to stop thinking about that for now and focus on fixing YSM's strategy instead. The team needs an off-tank, a melee damage dealer, and most importantly, a solid ranged player. As the team owner, our boy made it a habit to study matches from different regions at the end of each season. He took all that info and put together a scouting list called the YEOP list, which ranked 29 players based on how they performed on other teams. With the winter transfer window coming up, he's planning to grab some new starters from that list. The hero first swings by a school to ask about a player named Kim Hyung-tae, but the coach tells him the kid's already signed with Twin Star Spirits. Annoyed, our boy remembers how much of a headache that organization is. He then asks about another player but finds out he has already retired. Dude comes from a rich family and doesn't need a career. Just as the hero is about to leave, thinking he's out of options, the coach stops him and suggests another player named Park Min-young. He explains that Min-young should already be on a team, but the guy's not sure if he even wants to keep playing. The coach admits he hangs around some sketchy people but insists he's got serious talent. Our boy is not thrilled about dealing with troublemakers, but he figures that if the coach is recommending him, the kid must be worth a look. The coach asks him to take care of the kid, saying he's not like other delinquents. The hero thinks it over and decides it might be worth looking outside his prepared list. He figures he can size people up fast and tell who's reliable and who's not. When he asks what role Min-young plays, he finds out he's a close-range damage dealer. Good enough. Our boy agrees to meet him. The scene then changes to a PC cafe where the kid is hanging out. Inside, it's noisy and a total mess, with people smoking even though it's not allowed. A group of thugs are gaming and yelling at each other. One of them keeps roasting his teammates, while the kid casually agrees that both sides are playing like garbage. The cafe owner comes over and politely asks them to stop smoking and keep it down, but one of the thugs gets pissed. He grabs the owner, throws him to the ground, and starts threatening him, saying that the kid sitting beside him is a superhuman and can kill him in one punch. However, Min-young simply turns around and tells him to calm down. Still, the ugly thug makes sure the owner understands that they are dangerous. Outside, the injured owner complains about his bad luck and worries about people like them ruining society. Just then, our boy shows up and asks if this is the cafe full of troublemakers. The owner's jaw drops when he realizes who's standing in front of him. Inside, the thugs are still shouting until one of them suddenly gets sent flying. Our boy takes his seat and tells the kid that his stats aren't too bad. The kid is shocked and wonders how he got here since he didn't even hear him. His group tells the hero to get lost, but he instantly punches one of them, sending him crashing into a keyboard. He then scolds them for their behavior, making it clear he's not their buddy. While the thugs look at their friend in shock, Yop mentions that he wanted to handle things peacefully, but their total lack of manners is making that impossible. When one of them tries to talk, the hero slaps him and mocks him. He even points at the no-smoking sign and roasts them for ignoring it. Another thug swings an object at him, but it breaks against his helmet without doing a thing. Before the guy can react, our boy hits back and sends him flying into a wall. He calmly says they attacked first, so this is self-defense. The group tries to jump him together, but Min-young suddenly recognizes Yop through his eyes. Realizing who he's dealing with, the kid panics and tells everyone to back off. However, it is already too late, and the hero starts to completely destroy both of the kids. After wiping the floor with all of them, he takes off his helmet and reveals who he is. He then tells Min-young to come talk with him. The kid is shocked and scared, asking how the hero even knows who he is. Meanwhile, a girl nearby is streaming the whole thing online, telling her viewers that Siamoon Yop just beat a bunch of bullies. About an hour later, the beaten bullies are kneeling in front of the hero, apologizing. When they hesitate, he pushes them to answer properly, and even throws a chair to scare them straight. After making sure they understand, he tells everyone except the kid to leave. As they try to run, he orders them to crawl out on their knees. Now that they're alone, our boy asks Min-young why he was smoking in a no-smoking area and starts talking to him. The kid apologizes, and the hero tells him that if he's really sorry, he should accept a lesson. Suddenly, he slams the kid to the ground and comments that it feels good since he is a superhuman. Hurt and pissed, the kid wonders why the hero came after him specifically. Lying on the floor and coughing, he finally realizes what is going on. The kid asks if his coach was the one who sent him here. When the hero confirms it, the kid bitterly replies that he has wasted his time since he isn't planning to joining the battlefield anymore. Yop tells him they can discuss things properly later, but the kid insists there is nothing left to talk about. Deep down, he worries that the hero might beat him again if he refuses, but he reminds himself that he is known as a hero who only uses force for a reason. Our boy calmly asks for some of his time, but the kid coldly tells him to leave. This annoys the hero, and he grabs him by the collar, asking if he wants to die for treating him so casually. The next moment, he punches him in the stomach and drags him away for a private chat. Just then, he notices a girl trying to sneak away and asks her who she is. Nervous, she introduces herself while holding a selfie stick, and it becomes clear she has been streaming everything. The hero tells her to delete any recordings, but she explains that it was a live stream. She says her name is BJ Pretty, though it is just a nickname. When he asks why she is there, she explains she accepted a mission to stream from a cafe full of bullies in exchange for a large reward. When she mentions reward, our boy becomes interested. The live chat goes wild as viewers recognize him. Suddenly, a viewer sends her 10,000 stars, completing her mission. She celebrates excitedly and even performs an over-the-top dance, while the hero watches in disbelief. He calculates the value of the reward, and she explains that after taxes, it's about 700,000 won, enough to cover her living costs. She admits she does this kind of work just to survive. Hearing this, the hero goes into a flashback where someone tells him that he is too young to be in this field. He replies that he doesn't really have anywhere else to go, so he has to do whatever he can to survive. Back in the present, another huge donation arrives, and the girl becomes even more excited. Seeing all this, Yop mutters that she is a bit crazy. Suddenly, the stream cuts off. The girl is confused, but then she receives a call from the platform informing her that she has been banned for 3 months because of violent content, and the punishment is extended due to a past offense. Shocked, she repeats the news in disbelief. The hero asks for the phone and speaks directly to the manager. He introduces himself and questions why she is being punished. The manager explains that the content was too violent, but our boy argues that he was only dealing with bullies and presses the manager to reconsider. He even warns that he will personally visit if the decision stands. After a tense moment, the manager backs down and reduces the punishment to just a warning, though they still caution against violence in future streams. Yop accepts this and ends the call after tossing the kid aside. After being unbanned, the girl quickly restarts her stream, amazing her viewers, and explains that she is back thanks to the legendary hero. The chat praises him, calling him a legend. Annoyed by their reactions, Yop scolds the viewers, asking if they would still laugh if they were the ones getting hit. He then apologizes for the disturbance and says he will personally deal with the situation. He also warns anyone thinking of reporting him to include his apology, or they will face him as well. After threatening the chat, he tells the girl to finish her stream and leave safely. She thanks him, saying he helped her a lot, and he casually invites her to stream at YSM in the future. It is later mentioned that our boy develops a new interest in watching live streams after this. After everything settles, Yop finally speaks to the kid in private. He asks why he does not want to return to being a pro player. Minyoung explains that his family is struggling financially, with only him and his mother earning money while also supporting his grandparents. Hearing this, our boy points out that he could earn much more as a professional. When asked about his father, the kid admits that his dad only drinks and gambles, leaving all responsibility to his mother. The hero angrily grabs him and says he is acting just like his useless father by wasting time instead of helping his family. He then gives the kid a harsh choice to either come with him and become a professional player again, or give up completely. After hesitating, Minyoung finally breaks down and admits he never truly wanted to quit. He confesses that he misses being a pro and starts sharing his past. One day, while his mother was away, his drunk father accidentally caused a fire at home and left, putting his grandparents in danger. After that, he gave up his dream to protect his family, but seeing others succeed made him feel frustrated and jealous. Our boy cuts him off, saying he does not care about his story. All he wants to know is if he is joining or not. After thinking it through, the guy decides to accept the offer and join his team. However, he asks for one condition. He wants the hero to deal with his father the same way he dealt with him, to stop his drinking. The scene then shifts to Chungyang High School, where our boy meets a student named Kim Jin-soo. He evaluates him as a potential recruit. The kid has strong abilities, including skills that allow him to take damage for others and heal. Although his raw strength is not the highest, his speed, stamina, and overall balance make him a great fit for a fast secondary tank role. Satisfied with his potential, the hero asks him what he believes his own strengths are. The kid explains that since he wasn't all that strong at first, he really worked on getting better at controlling his shield. Because of that, he ended up with some solid defensive skills. The hero is happy to hear this and says he'll help him grow into a national-level secondary tank. They sign a contract pretty quickly, and Yap tells him they'll meet again next week. As our boy leaves the office, the kid stands there in shock. He can't believe a top team like YSM picked him, especially since before this, only lower-tier teams were interested. Right as he's about to leave, the hero suddenly turns back and asks if he has any personal problems. He means family stuff, especially anyone who might need a harsh lesson. After this, the hero heads to a billiards hall, where he plans to meet the kid's father. As he walks in, people inside notice him right away. Some recognize him from the news and whisper that he's one of the famous 7 heroes. Our boy smiles and says there's no need for introductions. He just asks who Youngman's father is. A drunk guy steps forward and says it's him. Yap looks at him calmly and points out that this man has wasted his life after getting married, just spending his time drinking and doing nothing useful. Then, in a surprising tone, he congratulates him, announcing that his son just became a pro battlefield player. The father is shocked and repeats the news in disbelief. Our boy confirms it and says that in order to celebrate, he is here to fulfill his son's wish. Confused, the man asks what his son wanted. Yap's face turns cold as he answers that his son asked him to make sure his dad never drinks again. Without missing a beat, our boy starts beating him badly using alcohol bottles. The attack is brutal, and the sound of smashes fills the room as the man screams in pain. The hero doesn't let up, breaking bottles and furniture while landing hit after hit. After the beating, he stands over him and explains that he chose this method on purpose. By using alcohol as the weapon, he thinks the man will be too scared to ever touch it again. Then he turns to the other people in the hall and calls them out for letting this behavior go on for years. He warns that anyone who supports that kind of action is just as guilty. Hearing that, everyone quickly clears out, not wanting any part of it. The father is left alone, shaking. The hero looks at him again, picks up another bottle, and coldly says they can keep going with the lesson. As he closes the door, he tells the man to think of it as advice from someone older. From outside, loud crashes and painful screams can be heard, showing that the punishment is still going. Later, at the kid's home, his family is shocked to see the father in such terrible shape. Our boy casually tells them that he talked to him on behalf of their grandson, who just joined his team. As a result of that discussion, our boy is confident that this guy will never drink again. While holding him, the hero tells him that he is going to stop gambling too, and the man agrees since he is scared for his life. Yap admits his method was rough but says the man is fine now since a healer treated him. Then he tells Youngman that if his dad ever causes trouble again, he should give him a call. He then reminds him to bring his signed contract to the YSM clubhouse and says it's time to stop resting and start training again. The kid agrees and says he'll meet him the next day, officially becoming YSM's new close-range damage dealer. The story then moves to the YSM facility in the mountains. Inside, the coach talks about how surprising it is that the hero has put some important players on the bench. Hearing this, the head coach explains that even though a certain player has a weak mindset, his skills are still useful. Still, the coach seems uneasy while reading someone's name off a paper. The scene then shifts to a crowded nightclub, full of loud music and flashing lights. In a private room, Young-soo angrily slams his drink and complains about his situation. He can't figure out what he's missing and blames his teammates, saying teamwork is pointless. After our boy took him off the national team, Bro is now jobless. His friends try to calm him down, but he gets annoyed and leaves the room. As he walks down the hallway, he curses under his breath, blaming Yeop for ruining his life after kicking him off the national team. Suddenly, he bumps into a masked guy and falls to the ground. The stranger casually says sorry and keeps walking, but the blonde guy gets furious, convinced it was on purpose. He yells insults and threatens the guy, bragging about himself. The masked man slowly turns around and asks if those words were meant for him. His voice sounds familiar, and the kid starts to feel uneasy. Then the stranger takes off his mask with a slight smile. Right then, the blonde guy realizes it's Seomun Yeop and freezes in fear. Before he can react, our boy knocks him out with a single punch. He stands calmly over him as his friends rush in, shocked by what just happened. The hero casually asks if they're his friends, and then says he's taking the guy with him. Sometime later, while our boy is working in his office and organizing his scouting list, his phone rings. He notices the number is unfamiliar and picks up. The caller introduces himself as Shim Tae-ho, the vice president of the Korean Battlefield Association. Our boy asks his age and realizes the man is older than him. Curious, he asks why someone so important is calling. The vice president reveals it's a personal matter, which confuses him. When the guy hints that it's about his son, our boy starts to say he doesn't know anything, then suddenly stops, as if something important just clicked in his head. Yop remembers meeting the kid back when he was playing for YSM. Bro did not go easy on him. The vice president admits his son's been causing drama with teammates. He also knows that the hero told Coach Jae-ho to kick the kid off the national team, which our boy calmly says is true. The guy assumes he already knows about his son's issues, and admits that he spoiled his son way too much because the kid grew up without a mom. Hearing this, the hero jokes that he must be asking him to straighten out his son, but quickly adds he's not really in the business of doing that for other people. But then the conversation shifts when the dad reveals his son's already on the list of players likely to get cut from his team. Later, the kid wakes up all banged up and confused in some dark alley. He freaks out, not knowing where he is, until he spots Yeop waiting nearby. The hero calmly tells him he needs to learn some manners. Realizing they're in a spot with no cameras, the boy gets even more scared and starts thinking he might actually kill him. Our boy ignores his panic and starts talking about how the public would react. He imagines headlines making fun of the kid for getting beaten up by a national hero because of his bad attitude. The boy tries to argue, but he points out that no one would believe him anyway since his reputation's already trashed. He adds that he's fought plenty of people before, but only those who had it coming, and this kid fits that description. Then Yeop offers him a way out. The blonde guy angrily accuses him of wrecking his career by getting him booted from the national team and blocking his chances overseas. Annoyed by his attitude, the hero loses patience and hits him again, telling him that his own weak mindset is the real reason he's failing. He reminds him that even that recent club incident started because of his behavior. Still stubborn, Youngsu insists that none of this is his fault, but the hero hits him again, pointing out that his attitude keeps showing itself whenever he loses control. After a brief pause, he remembers what he actually wanted to say and offers the kid a chance to escape his current mess by joining YSM. The kid is shocked and can't believe what he's hearing. The hero mentions that news about their fight will spread, making him look even worse. At that point, he will step in and sign him, making it seem like he still has potential. They'll even show some friendly moments to spin the whole thing into something positive. Yeop adds that being associated with him will boost his reputation, and he can even help him get back on the national team later. The kid realizes this is both an offer and a threat at the same time. He complains that it feels like he's being forced, but the hero brushes it off, saying everything happening now is just the result of his own choices. Our boy then reflects on his past, remembering a powerful but unstable woman from the war. She caused everyone trouble, yet our boy still fought alongside her and helped her get stronger. In the end, that she became a national hero. Back in the present, Yeop questions the kid about his achievements, but it turns out that their national team wasn't doing too good. Still, our boy is confident that he can change that, so he hands the kid his business card and gives him one day to decide. The next day, the kid's dad straight up tells him to take the offer. Surprised, the boy asks why, since his dad seemed to hate the hero. When his dad asks why he thinks that, the kid reveals that he was the one who voted against Jaeho being the head coach, which made him think that he hated all the heroes. The dad reveals that he only opposed Jaeho because he didn't want to taint his honor as a hero. Moreover, he hadn't proved himself as a coach back then. However, Yeop has already proven himself, and he was the one to vouch for the national coach. Because of this, he believes his son should join the team. The kid is still hesitant since he thinks the hero hates him, but his dad mentions that he also didn't have good relations with his former teammates. However, they still managed to clear out the final dungeon, and in the end, he even risked his life for those same teammates. Hearing this, the boy feels overwhelmed but starts to get it. Sometime later, negotiations begin with the Youngsu's current team. Our boy meets their representative and immediately throws out an offer of 1 billion won for the transfer. This makes the man shocked and he gets up shouting that it's too low. He reveals that they've already received offers of 3 billion won from a Middle Eastern team. However, the hero tells him that those teams simply give out offers without any intentions of following through. When the man still doesn't agree, the hero casually mentions that he'll come back when the kid gets dropped from the national team. Seeing that the negotiation's going nowhere, the guy tells Yeop to come back later with a more reasonable offer. However, the hero calmly replies that's not really an option for him. Instead, he asks if the team's real owner is connected to the Mirai Group and tells the guy to call him. We go back 17 years ago at a banquet at the Mirai Hotel, where the hero saw some guy trying to force a girl into a private room. Our boy stepped in without even thinking, grabbed a wine bottle and shut that down. The dude got furious and started flexing that he was the grandson of the Mirai Group's president, threatening to ruin his future. As expected, our boy completely folded that man. However, beating him up wasn't enough, so he held him hostage and forced them to donate 50 billion won to a children's charity. Ever since then, just hearing his name makes that guy nervous. Realizing this, the representative knows he can't risk letting the hero meet the higher-ups again, so he reluctantly agrees to the deal. Hearing this, our boy lights up and tells him that he will only be cutting his initial offer in half since he is happy. A few weeks later, at the YSM clubhouse, the new players gather while the head coach watches from the side. He notes that Kim Jin-soo might lack physical strength, but his shield control is really solid. Improving technique usually takes forever, but since his main issue is just physical ability, that can be fixed with proper training. Our boy agrees, adding that the kid's hardworking and kind nature will help him grow fast. When they talk about Youngmin, Gabriel admits he's not sure where to even start. Yeop tells him that the kid has been inactive for a full year, so they'll need to push him hard. Still, he's confident that he can become a top close-range damage dealer. Gabriel trusts his judgment and plans to keep a close eye on his progress. But he points out that aside from Youngsu, none of the players are ready for top-level competition yet. That means the team needs immediate help. The hero agrees and says there aren't any strong options left in Korea since most talented players have already been snatched up. The ones still around are either too expensive or don't have much future potential. Because of that, they decide to look for players from other countries. Around this time, Haeyeon gets back from Paris. When the hero asks what she is doing here, she casually says it's just a vacation. According to the news, her addition to Paris Lumiere was quite successful. Even though she is not selected as a regular starter, her team still depends on her as a joker card to change the pace every now and then. Using his scanner eyes, he analyzes her stats and becomes impressed by how much she's grown. He notices that her overall strength has surpassed most Korean players, and her stats have improved a lot, especially her stamina and leadership. With her current ability, he thinks she could lead any team anywhere. He quietly wonders how long it'll take for her to reach full world-class level if she got better at strategizing. When the girl catches him staring, he admits he used to think she was an idiot, but now she's proven herself. At the same time, her dad arrives, and the hero checks his abilities. Seeing that his growth has slowed down, he feels disappointed, and even considers replacing him with someone like Haeyeon as a coach. Later, during dinner, Jaeho mentions that Yeop's been scouting a lot of players, including Youngsu. Our boy reveals that the vice president wanted his help. When asked about the kid's place on the national team, he says that he's got talent, but his ego is a major problem. Since people don't really change that easily, he just plans to deal with it directly whenever he has to. As the discussion continues, our boy admits they still need 1 or 2 more players, which is why they're searching internationally. He questions why the overall level of Korean players has dropped. His friend explains that a lot of top superhumans left early, and the country just hasn't produced strong new talent since then. Battlefield is still a pretty new scene, so it'll take time for things to turn around. Hearing this, our boy starts thinking about where they can find skilled but affordable players, and wonders if South America might be an option. His friend suggests Kazakhstan instead, explaining that even though the country lacks infrastructure, their strategies are getting better, and they've got hidden potential. Yop finds that interesting, and asks if it'd be embarrassing for Korea to lose to a country with fewer resources. Meanwhile, Haeyeon excitedly mentions that she wants to visit Kazakhstan with him. He reminds her this isn't a vacation, but she laughs and says they can still do a little exploring. She then mentions that he's actually pretty popular there, which surprises him. Apparently, a lot of players in Kazakhstan specialize in spear-based fighting styles, kind of like him. Hearing that, the hero smiles and says if they admire him that much, he might as well go. This makes his friend sad since he believes his wife might also go with them. But the girl quickly mentions that this time it'll just be she and her uncle. Our boy casually agrees to take her with him alone, which totally shocks everyone at the table. Soon after, they land at Kazakhstan International Airport. As he's walking outside with Han, someone calls out to him. He turns and recognizes Guy as Timur Akhmetov, a Kazakh superhuman. This man is an old ally of the hero from past underground battles in Russia, and is strong enough to be ranked among the world's top fighters. Curious, our boy asks why he himself showed up instead of sending someone from the Battlefield Association. The guy reveals that he's now the president of the association. This catches Yeop off guard, and he wonders why someone so important would come in person. Timur just laughs and says he came because he heard the hero was visiting. When asked what he's there for, our boy tells him that he came to scout new players. Hearing this, the man immediately offers to show him their national team. As they head through the city toward the training facility, the association president modestly says the team might not be amazing, but they're still solid. The hero comments that it's pretty impressive for him to both run the association and own a team. Timur proudly adds that he also owns a football club and was even prime minister once, crediting a lot of his success to our boy. Just as they're about to check out the team, a sudden energy attack flies toward the hero. He reacts instantly, whips out his spear, and blocks it. When he asks what is going on, a girl suddenly rushes toward them and attacks again. The hero steps forward and gets into a fast, close-range fight with her, even firing back with his own energy. In the middle of the clash, the girl pauses and asks if he's Seomun Yeop. Then she introduces herself as Sanya Akhmetov and formally challenges him to a duel. The hero turns to the association president and realizes she's his daughter. After her dad scolds her, Sanya steps aside with an ice pack on her head. Timur confirms she's indeed his daughter, and proudly says she got her looks from her mom and her strong build from him. Hearing this, our boy jokes that if people could pick their genetics, this would be the result. He also compares her to Haeyeon, remembering that she also benefited from some strong natural talent. Yop then uses his special ability to analyze the girl, and the results surprise him. Her stats are super high, and her skill muscle strengthening lets her boost her strength way beyond normal limits. He realizes that among female superhumans, her potential is up there with some of the strongest fighters in the world. When he asks her position, the girl reveals that she's a tanker. Remembering her earlier challenge, our boy agrees to spar with her properly. They both hop into a simulator, where their avatars appear in a big arena, ready to throw down. As the duel begins, Yop notices that the girl uses a spear and shield just like him. He quickly realizes she's copying his style. Sanya powers up and throws her shield with a strong burst of energy. The attack is fast and powerful, even if her technique isn't perfect. The hero understands that her raw strength is making up for her lack of skill. The two of them clash up close, trading strikes with weapons and kicks. The girl keeps attacking aggressively, showing she's got solid close combat ability. But our boy soon spots a weakness. He takes advantage of a small opening and breaks through her defense. Sanya quickly retreats using her shield, but the hero already saw that move coming. He concludes that her shield control is still pretty weak. While fighting, he reflects on what makes a good tanker. Our boy believes that a real tanker should be more skilled with a shield than with their weapon. He uses a shield because he can predict attacks and block them efficiently, and because it helps balance out his lower strength compared to others. From this, Yop realizes something important. Even though this girl can play as a tanker, her natural speed and strength actually make that role less suitable for her. If she keeps copying his style, she'll never reach her full potential. He figures that forcing her into a defensive role will just slow her growth down, and she needs a different path if she wants to truly become strong. Our boy decides to take it slow and push her step by step, so he suddenly charges in to attack. The girl blocks his strike, knocking his spear out of his hand. In response, he quickly takes her down and raises his hand like he's about to hit her in the face, but stops at the last second, saying he held back. And just like that, he wins the match. The dad laughs, saying that's exactly what he expected. When he asks about his daughter's potential, the hero tells him that she's clearly got talent. The dad then tells Sanya not to get down on herself, reminding her that being called not bad is actually pretty high praise. When asked where she learned her fighting style, the girl confirms it came from her dad. She was guided into the tanker role because of her strength and was told to stick with that same spear and shield style. Timur proudly claims he's the best in the country at teaching that method, but this statement really annoys Yeop. He explains that using both a shield and a spear spreads strength evenly, which means it doesn't focus power in any one area. Instead of aggressive attacks, this style relies more on dodging and countering. He points out that his daughter puts way too much power into each move, making her body stiff and slowing down her transitions between attack and defense. Because of that, she can't fully use her abilities. Then he gives a bold suggestion telling them that she should ditch the shield and fight with 2 spears as a close-range attacker. That way, she can fully use her strength and speed. He even offers to train her if she joins his team, but the girl immediately refuses. This shocks and ticks him off. Seeing the tension, her dad steps in and tells him to calm down. He asks why he hates her current style so much, and the hero reveals that it's wasting her true potential. The dad argues that her speed still has value, but our boy insists that's exactly why she should switch roles. He admits that using 2 weapons is dangerous, but still believes it suits her way better. Hearing this, the dad shakes his head and comments that the hero still doesn't understand women. This makes our boy mad, and he kicks him down, saying that it has nothing to do with women. Trying to endure the pain, Bro finally explains the real reason. His daughter has spent 18 years looking up to Yeop and trying to copy him. Our boy begins to say something but immediately pauses when he realizes that she's actually 18. With that in mind, he walks over to her, offering to personally take responsibility for her growth, and asks if she'll come to Korea with him. Even Haeyeon shouts in confusion as she realizes what he just told that girl. Around the same time, rumor spreads that the hero left the country again, and honestly, that alone is enough to grab attention worldwide. As he heads to Kazakhstan, news spreads like wildfire, and major clubs from all over are said to be throwing huge contracts his way. Social media goes absolutely nuts with speculation, especially after a video shows him at the airport with Baek Hae-on. Lots of people start believing he's heading overseas to join a foreign team, and rumors about a record-breaking transfer start picking up steam. At Incheon International Airport, reporters gather in big numbers, swarming him with cameras and questions. They keep asking if he's planning to join a European team. Our boy calmly responds and shuts down all those claims as just rumors. As he's talking, Sanya appears behind him, and the hero reveals that he stayed because he still had stuff to deal with. A quick flashback shows that she initially refused to go to Korea. She figures that if the hero plans to move to a bigger league, there's no reason for her to follow. Instead, she thinks she can use her dad's connections to move to Europe on her own. Yop quietly thinks it over and realizes she's got a point. He weighs the options, taking big money now versus investing in her future. In the end, he decides not to move to Europe for the time being, and promises that if he ever goes abroad later, he'll take her along. Hearing that, she agrees, trusting his word. Back in the present, the hero wraps up his explanation and presents it as a fair deal. When Jae-ho asks why his daughter didn't come back with him, he acts surprised. It then comes out that she stayed in France because of urgent matters, which makes her dad uneasy. Later, our boy introduces a spear instructor from France named Maxime Blanco. He translates Maxim's greeting for the trainee, who respectfully bows. The instructor studies her carefully and warns that he expects her to prove she's worth his time. Our boy then asks the girl to show what she's got. Inside a virtual training room, Sanya gets ready. She's told she can pick any monster to fight. Before starting, she asks the hero about the first monster he ever defeated. Yop recalls it was a Salaban, and without hesitating, the girl decides to fight the same creature. The simulation begins, and the monster launches a powerful attack that shakes the ground. Sonya stays calm and reacts fast. She leaps from above and strikes with a spear charged with energy. The impact is massive and destroys the monster in one blow. Maxim is stunned by what he sees, then excitedly praises her technique and elegance. Afterward, the girl asks the hero for feedback. He tells her she did really well for someone her age, but adds that she's still got room to grow. He explains that the instructor will guide her training when he's busy and reminds her that he'll take responsibility for her development. With only 1 month left before the season starts, both the hero and Maxim focus on getting the girl ready to shine in the opening match. Soon the new season begins, and the arena fills with cheering fans. The commentators introduce the first match, featuring the powerful Seoul BC against the rising team YSM. They highlight YSM as a new force in the league, with a carefully picked roster built by none other than Seomun Yeop. The team includes a mix of tanks, close-range fighters, ranged attackers, and a support player. Their flexible lineup lets them switch roles during battle, making their strategies hard to predict. Attention also goes to Youngsu, whose powerful long-range attacks can cover huge areas, even if his mindset is still a bit shaky. When our boy asks Coach Gabriel if they can beat Seoul BC, the guy confidently says yes, adding that their team has reached another level. Moreover, they also have a hidden trump card. Now equipped with long spears, Sonya has improved fast in skill, speed, and agility. They explain that changing her role helped her grow way beyond her old limits. Gabriel mentions he's rarely seen someone progress this quickly, and believes she'll soon become a world-class player. As the girl steps onto the battlefield, Maxim proudly cheers her on, saying that she is his masterpiece. This makes our boy a bit annoyed since he also taught the girl. Still, he decides to ignore it since the girl is about to bring him his 1 million. The match begins, and just before the fight starts, Gabriel gives the team simple instructions. Instead of some complex plan, he tells them to rely on their strength and show everyone what they've got. The battlefield, known as the Grave of the Warrior, is introduced as a place that was once considered impossible to clear, until Yeop became the first to conquer it. The battleground is shaped like an upside-down pyramid. Both teams start at the top and work their way down, where a horrifying boss made of human bodies waits at the bottom to guard the core. Along the way, they've got to deal with dangerous plant creatures called Padoop, plus their parasite buddies known as Mistle. As soon as the round starts, YSM charges through the monsters with confidence. In the past, they used to struggle to finish fights, but their new damage dealers have fixed that weak spot. Instead of stalling like before, they're now pushing ahead aggressively while clearing enemies non-stop. Watching the match through a hologram, our boy mentions that the chaotic fighting reminds him of the early dungeon days, when nobody really knew what they were doing and anything could happen at any moment. He recalls a grim memory where a teammate got secretly infected by a parasite after a battle. Since they didn't yet understand how short the infection window was, he had no choice but to quickly take down his own teammates to save the rest. Hearing this, the coach feels a bit disturbed that the hero can talk about moments like that so calmly. Soon, both teams finish clearing monsters and start moving toward each other. Their positions on the map show they're closing in on the boss area. YSM's leader confirms their side is clear, while Seoul BC also completes their hunt and advances from the opposite side. Seoul BC uses a split formation designed for scouting and surprise attacks. As one of their captains moves forward, he suddenly gets hit by purple energy projectiles. The strike heads toward YSM's position, but the team's fast fighters dodge and use the momentum to close the gap. Their opponents quickly realizes the enemy has arrived and gets ready for battle. Neon is surprised by how fast they reacted and wonders if they were expecting this move. Seoul BC's leader stays confident, thinking they're safe since all nearby monsters are gone and YSM's scouting group doesn't have strong firepower. He warns his team to focus on one key opponent, believing that finding that person will decide the fight. At that moment, Sonya and Hyuk drop in from above. They've already taken flanking positions and are waiting for the signal. When the order comes, they leap down right into the middle of the enemy formation. Their sudden attack causes chaos as blue energy explodes across the battlefield. 3 Seoul BC fighters immediately jump in to attack the girl. She quickly pulls out her weapons and counters with a fast spinning move packed with energy. Afterwards, she continuously blocks all incoming strikes at once. The captain joins the attack, clashing swords with her spear, but the girl stands her ground and deflects everything. As she powers up, a massive wave of energy bursts out from her, pushing her enemies back. One opponent is shocked that she's holding off 3 attackers all by herself. Nearby, Hyuk fights another player while Sonya's attacks keep raining down. At the same time, Byum uses his shadow ability to take out an opponent in a single strike, scoring the first kill. Commentators praise the new recruit for drawing attention and creating the opening for her team. The girl remembers the hero telling her that in order to fake a spear throw, she first needs to make her opponent believe it's real. She focuses her energy and gets ready for her next move. Aiming carefully, she targets one enemy for a decisive attack and launches her spear with powerful energy, forcing the guy to defend. As he tries to block, she grabs the spear midair and redirects it, catching him off guard. Moving at insane speed, she overwhelms him with a series of rapid strikes. The guy struggles to keep up and starts to panic. At the same time, Sanya raises her spear and slams it into the ground, breaking the floor beneath him. The guy thinks he's dodged the attack, but she uses the rebound from her spear hitting the ground to launch herself back up. In an instant, she reverses her fall and strikes him from behind, taking him down. Without slowing down, she attacks another guy who watches in fear as she rises into the air and dives down with a powerful strike. The explosion from her attack knocks him out instantly, and the announcer calls out her second kill. Her teammates, watching from a distance, are blown away. They quickly call for everyone to regroup and focus on team fighting instead of going solo. Even Yahello notices that her stats are improving during the match, explaining that players can still grow in battle if they haven't hit their limits yet. The girl realizes her fighting style now reflects what her coach taught her. She also understands that she'd been too focused on playing as a tank before, instead of just enjoying her role as a damage dealer. Now she finds it exciting to deal damage and fight freely. Still, she remembers the hero telling her that getting kills means nothing if it puts her teammates at risk. Bro even threatened to teach her a lesson if someone died because of her. Remembering all of this, the girl decides to help out her tanker and immediately rushes back towards Hyuk. She signals him to get down and uses his body to jump up with her spear, shooting it towards a player in front of her. With this, she gets 3 kills and both teams start fighting head-on. Since the enemy team has already lost several players, it doesn't stand a chance against YSM, and our squad wins by 9-0 in their first game. The commentators zero in on Sanya and hype up her performance, mentioning that she's YSM's new damage dealer, and praise how she's proving her worth in just one match. They also point out that bringing her all the way from Kazakhstan was clearly the right call. As the crowd roars, the announcer signals that the second game between YSM and Seoul BC is about to start. At the same time, Young-soo is sitting alone in a restroom, staring at his phone with a tense look. As he reads online comments, his anger keeps building. People are mocking him, saying he did nothing, and that a foreign player carried the team. Frustrated, he mutters that they have no idea what they're talking about. Nearby, 2 Seoul BC players are laughing and talking about him, saying that even though he's got strong abilities, he's just getting carried. From inside a stall, the kid overhears everything. They even start praising Sanya and joke about how he must be feeling right now. Unable to keep quiet, he bursts out and angrily demands to know what they said. One of them quickly plays innocent, while secretly thinking they can use his temper against him to get him benched. The rage bait works, and the kid prepares to fight them. However, before he can even reach them, he hears someone laughing inside one of the bathroom stalls. Without warning, Yahello comes out of the stall and slams the door into his chest, knocking the wind out of him. He gives a sarcastic apology while clearly enjoying the moment. The Seoul players panic when they recognize the hero. Our boy casually explains that he overheard everything and wanted to see how the kid would react. He then looks at the 2 players and comments that he was actually hoping there would be more of them. Hearing this, one of them quickly apologizes. Our boy then turns to Young-soo and asks him apologize to the Seoul players. The guy protests, saying they started it, but the hero coldly replies that there must be a reason they were talking about him that way. When Young-soo refuses, our boy grabs him by the hair and forces his head down, making him apologize anyway. After that, he asks the Seoul players if everything's settled and drags the kid away, telling him to get ready for the next match. Before leaving, he turns back and warns the 2 players that they got lucky this time since the kid was still on probation. He hints that things won't end the same way next time, making his threat pretty clear. Back at YSM's side, the coaches start explaining their strategy for the second game. They split the team into 2 groups, a Czech team centered around key players like Sanya, and a separate hunting team. They explain that this match is also a chance to test the girls' abilities in real combat and see if their strategies hold up at a higher level. As the coach starts naming players for the Czech team, Young-soo watches from a distance. He notices the Seoul players are still laughing and feels his anger rising again. Quietly, he promises himself that he'll make them regret it. The announcer then introduces the next dungeon, called the Ant Nest. It's filled with massive battle ants, with tunnels spreading out into different chambers. At the end, a powerful queen ant boss waits, capable of summoning more enemies. To win, players have to clear every ant inside. Both teams enter the dungeon and get ready for battle. As the match officially begins, YSM's Czech team, including Sanya, rushes forward. Meanwhile, the hunting team waits for their signal before moving out. Soon, waves of giant ants charge at them, but they get wiped out fast by powerful attacks. The hunting team fights in formation, cutting through enemies with shields and weapons. Explosions and coordinated strikes tear through the swarm as Young-soo and the others attack non-stop. The captain notices that their hunting speed has improved, probably thanks to their stronger damage dealers. But then one teammate suddenly points out that someone's missing. When they look around, they realize Young-soo is no longer with them. Elsewhere, a blast of energy breaks through a wall, revealing him fighting alone. With a confident smirk, he decides to prove himself by taking down the opposing players on his own. His communicator rings as his teammates try to reach him, but he ignores them. Annoyed, he mutes the channel and cuts off communication completely. Back with the team, the captain is shocked to hear that their teammate has gone silent. He decides to deal with it after the match and tells everyone to keep moving. Time passes, and about 10 minutes later, Young-soo quietly moves through the tunnels on his own, getting ready for what's coming next. He spots the enemy players in the distance and smirks, getting ready to ambush them. But then he quickly realizes that something's off. The Czech team from his side should have gotten there first, but they're nowhere to be seen. He'd originally planned to coordinate with them and attack safely from behind, but since they're missing, he decides to just go for it on his own. Without hesitating, he lights up his spear with flames and tells himself that even a reckless attack might still hit someone. He also reassures himself that he can bail if things go south. With that in mind, the guy hurls a massive flaming blast down the tunnel, shouting as the explosion fills the area with fire and shockwaves. As the smoke clears, he eagerly wonders how many enemies he managed to tag. But his confidence fades fast when a figure calmly walks out of the smoke, totally unharmed. The Seoul BC captain immediately orders a defensive formation, realizing he attacked alone. Shocked, he understands they were ready for him all along. One of them mocks him for being predictable and easy to provoke. Pissed off, he launches another attack, but this time the enemy team counters together. As their attacks rush toward him, Bro starts to panic. Arrows and blades close in from all sides while he struggles to hold them back with flames. Even when he surrounds himself with fire, their attacks break through, forcing him to retreat. Meanwhile, their close-range fighters are already moving in, leaving him almost no room to escape. Realizing how bad the situation is, he gets ready for one final move, gathering all his energy for a last explosion. But just as he tries to unleash it, his power suddenly fails. He freezes in horror as he realizes his main skill is still on cooldown because he used it too much earlier. That ability, which usually makes him one of the strongest attackers, now leaves him totally exposed. With no way to fight back, he stumbles and falls, surrounded by enemies. Just as they're about to finish him off, a sudden attack hits one of them from a distance. The system announces a kill, and the remaining players look around in confusion. Moments later, Sonya appears behind them with her spear glowing with purple energy. Taking advantage of the chaos, Biom grabs Young-soo and drags him away from the enemy team. With this, the commentators begin to wonder if this was all a part of YSM's strategy. Looking at his teammates, the dumb guy starts to yell at them, asking why they didn't follow their plan. The shadow guy looks at him with a weird expression and reminds him that he was the one who ruined the plan. Bro has no response to this, so they all just sit in silence for a bit. Still, he is mad at them for not coming earlier, but they explain that they were waiting for the perfect moment. Turns out the hero had already predicted that he would do something like this since he knew how stupid he was. Hearing all this, the guy remembers how Yeop actually hyped him up to get revenge on the guys and put some kills on his stat sheets. Realizing he fell into his trap, he gets out of hiding and mentions that he might as well get some kills. With this, the kid stands in front of the enemy players and prepares to use his ability once more. We go into a flashback where he is reading some mean comments from Fan while sitting on the toilet seat. At first he gets mad at them like usual, but then he notices that some of his fans were actually hopeful for him since he was now part of YSM. Even though he was a dumbass, he still knew he couldn't let go of this opportunity. Back in present, we see him using his restraint ability to hold one of the enemy players. Instead of finishing him off, he calls out to Sonya, who does a drive-by sliming of the guy, securing herself another kill. Coach Gabriel watches this and comments that Kid is now becoming a team player. This makes him a bit relieved since he won't have to worry about him anymore. Our boy guesses that Young-soo probably saw the special treatment he was giving to the girl and realized he could get an assist if he helped her. The coach mentions that it's all good as long as he fulfills his role. The two then talking about teaching him how to use a spear. While talking to the head coach, the hero uses his scanner eyes to analyze the kid and notices that all of his stats are nearly maxed out except for his focus. If he continues training him, he might be able to increase his stats. Right now, our boy is planning to grow his brand and then sell him later to bring in a new player like Sanya. Meanwhile, the kid starts using his flame ability on the enemy players, preventing them from moving forward. At the same time, Sanya rushes in and finishes them all off. She ends up with 6 kills and the match officially concludes with YSM's victory. The team manages to take the second game too, completely shutting down Seoul BC in the opening series of the KB1 League. It's a strong and successful debut for the team. All fired up, the players rush out and celebrate together, cheering like crazy. Watching from the VIP area, Yayop and the head coach agree that the team has clearly leveled up. Gabriel gives credit to the strong players he brought in, and the hero tells him that he is probably right. Other than Sanya, he has his eyes on Youngmin since he believes that the kid will continue to grow stronger on his own. All of his other stats have increased by 2 or 3 points, but his hardest stat has increased by 5 points. The hero thinks it's because of his observational skill that allows him to find enemy weaknesses. Apart from him, he also has the guy named Jinsu, who was in the youth league, and Youngmin, who was in the cafe with bullies. By now the kid has realized his mistake, and fortunate he is to get a second chance. Our boy gives him a smile and turns back to the head coach, asking him about their next opponent. Turns out they will be facing a team named Twin Stars, which surprisingly has the same coach who is scared of our boy. Last time the hero met him, he managed to bring over Hayuk just for 50 million won. He even mutters that if he'd really wanted to, the guy wouldn't have survived. Still, our boy is not satisfied with their current lineup going against that team. He asks Gabriel if their team is strong, and the guy reveals that they are the top contenders. Hearing this, Yop decides he'll personally handle the next match and declares he wants to play himself. The head coach argues that the current roster is already strong enough, but the hero insists. Since he can't go after the coach directly, he plans to take it out on the team instead. With a grin, he says he'll feel better after crushing them himself. Even though this uses up one of his limited appearances for the year, he chooses to make an exception. When asked if this also applies to postseason games, he confidently says yes. The head coach, now pleased, comments that this actually makes things easier for him. Later, at his friend's house, Jeho asks if he still has that dangerous Zadran seed. Our boy casually shows that he keeps it on him at all times, which makes his friend shocked. He scolds him for even taking such a risky item to Kazakhstan and asks what he would have done if he accidentally dropped. The hero makes an annoyed expression and comments that he is not like him. Jeho then mentions that the World Battlefield Association wants to buy the seed and is curious about how he got it. They're even planning to send someone in person, warning that losing it would be a huge problem. Our boy, though, barely listens to his friend's worries. Feeling annoyed, he even thinks about opening the container, which makes the guy threaten to throw both him and the seed out of the house. Instead, the hero starts thinking about the World Battlefield Association. He remembers how advanced their virtual systems and ability measurements are, way beyond anything from the old underground war days. That makes him more curious about who they really are. Suddenly the doorbell rings. Both the hero and his friend are surprised since they're not expecting anyone. Jeho checks the monitor, but the bell keeps ringing loudly, making him nervous. When he looks at the screen, he gets startled by a close-up of some pale guy's face. Hesitantly, he opens the door, and the visitor greets him politely. The man introduces himself as Pietro Anella from the World Battlefield Association. Once inside, he repeats his introduction formally. Our boy quickly fires up his analysis ability, and Pietro's info pops up right in front of him. Almost all of his stats are completely maxed out. Only his concentration and leadership seem low. His special skill, though, really stands out since it lets him poison anyone just by touching their bare skin. Seeing this, the hero figures at least he now knows the guy's human. The guy then politely introduces himself and offers a handshake. Our boy eyes the hand and immediately gets cautious. A dude who can kill with a single touch is asking for direct contact with no protection. He considers the risk, but decides to roll with it. If something goes wrong, he's ready to react instantly. After a brief pause, he accepts the handshake. Once they let go, he doesn't feel anything weird. For a moment, he wonders if he worried for nothing. Without his analysis ability, it would have been almost impossible to guess such a dangerous skill unless the guy told him himself. Curious, Yop asks the man if he is a professional fighter. The guy calmly says no, explaining that he's only got experience from dungeon missions back in the underground wars, a long time ago. That answer gets the hero thinking. With stats this high, the guy looks older than expected, and his low concentration feels strange for someone who survived that era. Our boy then realizes he must have been trained for very specific situations, which explains the imbalance. The man shifts the topic and suggests they continue their negotiation privately, saying there's no benefit if this gets out. He opens a suitcase stuffed with money, revealing 1 billion won. Our boy is a little surprised since the offer's higher than he expected, but he has no reason to reject, so he hands over the seed. The guy takes it and steps outside for a moment. Then suddenly he smashes the container on the ground and stomps on it repeatedly, destroying it in a very direct and almost aggressive way. Watching this, the hero feels confused. With abilities like his, he could have handled it way more easily, yet he chose such a crude method. After finishing, the man calmly fixes his clothes and says the issue's resolved. Before leaving, he delivers a message from the president of the World Battlefield Association, who wants to meet the hero personally. This surprises both our boy and his friend. Yep wonders why someone so important wants to see him. When he asks, Pietro just says the president hopes he'll accept the invitation. Seeing his friend's shocked reaction, our boy pulls him aside and asks if this is really such a big deal. To him, it sounds like meeting just another businessman, but his friend disagrees, revealing that this president almost never meets people directly and usually sends representatives instead. In fact, no one knows anything about him, not his identity, age, or even gender. The only confirmed fact is that he created the entire arena system. Hearing this, our boy gets even more interested. He asks when the meeting's supposed to happen, and they eventually decide to meet tomorrow. After the man leaves, Yahello quietly admits he's curious about this mysterious president. At the same time, our boy can't stop thinking about Pro. His stats are way beyond normal, yet his actions don't fully match that power. Instead of using abilities, he destroyed the seed in a simple physical way, like he's hiding something. That detail makes him suspicious. As a precaution, he warns his friend to be careful because something might happen tomorrow. The next morning, they arrive at an airport in Calgary and start traveling together. Our boy's surprised to learn that the association's actually based in the US, so he wonders why they came here instead. Pietro explains that the president isn't at the headquarters right now. After a long drive, they stop near the mountains in a quiet, remote area. Our boy feels uneasy and asks if the president really lives somewhere like this. The man doesn't give a clear answer. Instead, he takes out a strange stone and tells the hero to hold it. At first, it looks like an ordinary rock, but Pietro explains it can transport them to the president's location. Yap is confused, since these stones normally only work inside dungeons, but the man confirms this one's different and was made specifically for this place. Hearing this, our boy wonders how they got the skills to make one of these since no humans possess that ability. Curious and a little excited, he decides to try it anyway. Even though he has no idea where it'll take him, he accepts the risk. The moment he activates the stone, he gets teleported instantly. Our boy finds himself inside what looks like a dungeon. Smiling a bit, he says he likes what he sees. Suddenly, a monster appears behind him and tries to attack, but he dodges in time and uses his amplify ability to finish it in one strike. Examining it, he realizes it's a type of monster created during the later stages of the old underground war. That means this place isn't ordinary at all. Looking ahead, he starts to understand that something bigger is hidden here. With a grin, he pulls out his spear and gets ready for more enemies. Saying he hopes they can at least keep him entertained, he charges forward. After fighting for a long time, he takes down everything in his path and breaks through a sealed door. Inside, our boy finds a strange glass structure that looks like a coffin. Confused, he steps closer and hears a voice asking if he's human. Suddenly, the body inside the coffin starts to levitate and activates the intruder annihilation process. Before our boy can react, he gets hit by a blinding light. Gathering himself, the hero realizes that he has already felt these vibrations before. Meanwhile, the mysterious entity that rose from the coffin also recognizes him. Taking a clear look at the face, our boy finally realizes that it's actually the High Priest. The High Priest calmly accepts the title and says that's what people used to call her. Yep notices she doesn't really look like someone from the underworld anymore. She seems more human. The girl reacts a little to that and explains that their kind originally looked human, but they changed their bodies for combat. She greets him after a long time and admits she once believed she'd killed him, while she herself also died because of him. Back then, she failed her mission, and instead of her soul moving on, someone trapped her in an undead body. The hero figures she must hate him for what happened, but the girl says no. Instead, she says she sees him as some kind of punishment sent by a higher power and actually feels thankful. That confuses him since he was expecting her to attack him or something. When he asks what's on her mind, she pauses, and then reveals she's received an order to kill him. This makes our boy laugh and he mentions that she's probably acting freely, but she cuts him off and explains the order doesn't specify when, so they can talk first. At the same time, she appears right in front of him, and it catches him by surprise. He asks if it's okay for her to go against her orders despite being undead, and she explains that someone of her rank can't be fully controlled, only directed to fight. Yup comments on her confidence, and she replies that she's just stating the truth. He cuts the conversation short, saying he'd rather fight than talk. She warns him he's walked into a trap and asks if he's not curious about who said it. When he asks why she'd help him, the girl reveals that she has no hatred toward him and actually believes he can free her again. The hero laughs, telling her that he was actually planning to finish her off for good. This makes her smile as she realizes that he's still the same. She then reveals that the one who brought her back wants to start another war and needs to be stopped. Our boy points out that she was the one who started the previous war, suggesting peace could have been possible. The High Priest disagrees and explains that coexistence was never an option. According to her, the Underworlders watched humans constantly fighting each other, even in the name of peace. She also explains their weakness. They can't properly use their power under sunlight or even moonlight, so they created monsters to fight humans instead. But those monsters unintentionally led to the rise of powerful humans like him. Despite hearing all of this, our boy tells her that he doesn't really care about their reasoning and demands to know who brought him here and why the underworld disappeared. She starts explaining that everything began with a prophecy. When underworlders die, they become spirits, and priests can communicate with them. As a high priest, she alone could speak with an ancient spirit that revealed a prophecy about a chosen one who would lead them to the land of light. She admits she once believed she was that chosen one. Her growing power even surpassed the underworld king, which messed up the balance. Looking back, she calls her past self arrogant. She twisted the prophecy to suit her own desires, launched an attack on the surface, and ultimately caused the destruction of her own people before dying. Yap dryly concludes that everything happened because of her greed. Even so, he admits to himself he can't fully hate her. The girl continues by explaining that even after her death, some surviving priests still follow the prophecy. Our boy realizes the one who revived her must be among them, and she confirms it. These remaining high-ranking priests now aim to start another war, and they're strong enough to control her. However, the hero shrugs it off, saying since he beat her once, dealing with the rest shouldn't be too hard. When he asks how to find them, the girl proposes a deal. If he defeats her, the control over her will break, and she'll help him track them down in spirit form. Our boy agrees right away and gets ready for battle. Since the girl can't resist the orders of the priests any longer, she also prepares to fight. With both of them charging at each other, she tells him that she has no choice in this and hopes that he can defeat her. This makes the hero laugh, and he comments that he can send her back to the grave with a single strike. Despite being in her current state, the girl doubts he can defeat her this easily, but our boy smiles and says things are different now. As the fight begins, she fills the area with countless magic circles and summons the spirits of her ancestors. A barrage of destructive energy rains down, shaking the whole space and tearing it apart. The explosions keep going, leaving destruction everywhere. As the dust settles, she hovers above and wonders if she used too much power. Suddenly, she hears his voice and realizes he survived. Yop activates a special ability, turning his body into a glowing spiritual form surrounded by blue flames. She's shocked that a human can reach such a state. While impressed, the girl warns him that her next attack can still hurt him. Bro realizes that he might have messed up and immediately prepares to release his spiritual form. Just then, the girl tells him to wait and mentions that he can also hit her in his spiritual form. Hearing this, he asks what she is trying to tell him. She reveals that he can simply avoid her attacks and do his best to hit her like he did in the past. This makes him a bit annoyed, but he decides to try it anyway. Then, without hesitating, he charges straight at her through the destroyed space, leaving a trail of energy behind him. As they rush toward each other, her summoned spirits surge forward to intercept him, and the battle gets even more intense. Their powers collide and burst into a bright flash that lights up the entire area. The priestess quickly calls forth many beast-like spirits, sending them to attack together. But our boy moves smoothly through the swarm, spinning his spear as he cuts through them and dives straight toward her. As he gets closer, he realizes his earlier suspicion was correct. He brings his spear down with a heavy spiritual strike, aiming straight through the spirit creatures at her. In response, she forms a glowing seal with her hands, preparing to counter. Their attacks meet in midair, clashing in a fierce struggle of energy. To him, the fight feels similar to a final dungeon battle, and he decides this level is nothing special. And with that, our boy pushes forward. The battlefield lights up with beams and explosions as both sides trade rapid-fire attacks. Moving at insane speed, he suddenly appears right in front of her, catching her off guard. Another massive collision follows, shaking everything around them. He then rises above her and winds up for a huge downward strike. She braces herself below, throwing up a barrier to defend. His spear crashes down with everything he's got, driving her backward inside a glowing sphere and sending her flying across the hall. As she struggles inside the barrier, she senses something's wrong when dark energy starts poking through it. The hero keeps attacking, thrusting his spear again and again into the barrier while she tries to hold it together. Realizing his current state isn't going to last much longer, he decides to end things fast. Suddenly, our boy unleashes a massive wave of spiritual power, striking from all directions. The pressure builds, cracks spread across her barrier, and finally, it shatters. She falls free but immediately blocks another incoming strike, barely managing. Then his spear pierces the seal on her chest, breaking the binding circle that controls her. The glowing chains and symbols around her vanish, and everything suddenly goes back to normal. Both of them stand there in their physical forms again. Our boy casually asks if she's really free, or if he should just finish her off to be safe. She calmly confirms the control over her is gone, and explains that his attack destroyed the force that had trapped her as an undead spirit. He looks unimpressed while she adds that her body will soon collapse because it can't hold her power anymore. The girl believes that the fight ended quickly only because he used his spiritual form. Without it, the battle could have dragged on way longer. As a reward, she offers to send him back to the moment before he entered this place. That gets him excited, especially since he wants to deal with the one behind all this. But she tells him to wait, predicting that the one who controlled her will soon come to check what happened. He agrees, figuring their enemy will show up now that the traps are gone. Curious, he decides to stick around and see who's really behind everything. The High Priestess adds that she has to stop those who are following the wrong path, while he just says they should get crushed instead. Her expression turns serious as cracks start forming on her face, a sign that time's running out. She suddenly senses their enemy approaching and tells him to look ahead. A dark purple rift opens in front of them, and a strange figure steps out. The priest senses that the chains controlling the priestess are gone and immediately assumes Yeop must be dead. But when he sees our boy standing there, he's shocked. Using his scanner eyes, the hero finds out that this intruder is a powerful senior priest with dangerous abilities, including a white flame skill. The priest seems shocked and asks the hero if they still can't defeat him despite using the spirit of the high priest. Our boy guesses that he must be the one controlling Pietro and mocks him, claiming he defeated the priestess long ago so she was never a match for him. The priestess complains that he's exaggerating, while the senior priest struggles to understand how that happened. Our boy casually thanks him for showing up, and both he and the priestess get ready to attack together again, entering their spiritual forms. Seeing this, the senior priest panics. Unable to believe a human can reach this level, he decides to run and suddenly vanishes. This makes our boy annoyed and he yells at the girl asking her if she is going to let him get away like that. The priestess stays quiet and uses one of her abilities to reveal the location of the priest. This makes the guy confused since he didn't think the priestess would work with a human. Holding him in place, she demands to know if this was all his plan. The priest doesn't answer and instead tries running away again. However, the girl uses that same ability again and pulls him back, declaring that she never gave him permission to escape. As he cries out, asking why she's siding with a human, she explains she's not helping humans at all. Instead, she's reminding him not to mess with things he can't control. The guy angrily argues that she has no right to lecture him anymore and claims she's no longer their leader. She responds with disappointment, saying he's fallen far from what he once was. In his frustration, he shouts that she was never the true prophet and reveals that they have already found the real prophet. Even while being badly beaten, the priest stubbornly refuses to talk. He insists no amount of torture will make him spill anything, and even begs them to just kill him already. Annoyed by his yelling, the hero smacks him hard on the head, knocking him down. For a second, he worries he might have hit too hard, but the high priestess calmly assures him the guy will survive. She then sends a surge of energy into the priest, forcing him awake again. As he comes to, he starts screaming all over again. With a cold look, she warns him they can repeat this process over and over until he talks. Scared senseless, he finally gives in a little and reveals that the so-called new prophet is actually the first high-ranking priest, who's now claiming both the titles of prophet and high priest. This shocks the priestess and she asks how that's even possible, especially since he claims to hear the voice of the primordial light. After she started the war, she couldn't hear that voice anymore, so there's no way it would now guide someone else to keep walking the same path. To her, this sounds more like a lie than the truth. She presses him further, demanding to know whose voice he really heard. But he refuses to accept her reasoning and angrily calls her a failed leader. Fed up with his attitude, our boy launches another powerful attack, sending him crashing to the ground. Injured and desperate, the priest decides to take them down with him and starts to self-destruct. As his body turns into a raging ball of energy, the hero casually asks if that's dangerous, but the priestess tells him not to worry. Just before the explosion, she opens a small portal and redirects the blast somewhere else, safely getting rid of the threat. With the situation handled, she prepares to send the hero back to the real world, but he asks her what she plans to do with herself. The girl explains that if she stays like this, others will just use her again, so she plans to completely erase herself. Hearing this, our boy suggests that she should first see the blue sky of the surface before disappearing. This makes the girl visibly shocked since she didn't expect him to say this. He encourages her, saying that if she's going to fade away anyway, she might as well experience the land of light, and also promises to destroy her body afterward so no one can misuse it. Touched by his offer, she agrees and accepts his help. They activate a crystal together and a bright light surrounds them as they teleport away. Outside, under a clear blue sky, Pietro feels relieved, thinking his plan to trap the hero worked. He even mocks him as nothing more than a reckless fighter, but his confidence shatters instantly when Yeop suddenly appears in the air, holding the high priest. Without hesitation, land directly on top of him, smashing the man into the ground. Injured and confused, the guy asks how this is possible. Hearing this, the hero mocks him, asking if he thought he was the only one with a return stone. Bro also reveals that he got rid of the priest who was ordering him around. Pietro still thinks the hero is bluffing, but our boy mentions that he probably learned the language of the underworlders and got brainwashed. With this, he tells him to close his eyes and finishes him off with a single flick of his fingers. Nearby, the priestess slowly regains consciousness. As she opens her eyes, she sees the sky and sunlight for the first time. She's amazed by the warmth, noticing that instead of hurting her, the light actually calms her unstable energy. For a brief moment, she just enjoys the peaceful scene, but the sunlight still weakens her, and talking becomes hard. Eventually, she passes out again, leaving Yep unsure what to do next. Thinking fast, he figures the answer might lie with the mysterious World Battlefield Association president. While searching Pietro's body, he finds a glowing golden stone and realizes that this special item might lead him straight to the president. He isn't really worried about this being a trap again since he believes he is the world's greatest warrior. Without hesitating, our boy activates the stone. A bright light surrounds him, and in an instant, he's transported to some strange new place. When he looks around, he finds himself standing on a mountain covered in blooming yellow flowers, even though it's surrounded by snow. The scenery feels real, but something's clearly off. Trusting his instincts, he quickly realizes this isn't an ordinary place. It's another dungeon. In the distance, he notices a small house that seems important. Staying alert, he walks toward it and carefully opens the door. Inside, he finds a calm, crowned woman pouring tea, like she's been expecting him all along. As our boy uses his scanner eyes on her, she turns around and tells him that he is late, and she had been waiting for him. Her title shows her as the queen, and her stats are average overall, but her aura has reached almost 200 points. Moreover, she has the ability to receive messages from the primordial light and also see the fate of her target. We learn that the Underworlders don't have any names and are known by their title. Our boy had faced many of them, but this was the first time he faced someone with the title Queen. This makes him remember the High Priestess's words about a king who took her authority and realizes that the ruler of the underworld civilization is now in front of him. Apart from her immense aura, she has two incredible abilities. However, the hero still can't understand why she has the ability to hear the voice of the primordial light, since it actually belongs to the High Priest. While he is analyzing her, she suddenly invites him to sit and have some tea. With a small smile, she assumes he's already checked out her abilities. The hero feels uneasy when she casually reveals that she knows about his analysis skill. The queen explains that her power lets her see stuff like that, and mentions that she had been waiting for him. Still confused, he asks what she really means by waiting for him. The queen asks how he thinks he managed to escape the final dungeon alive. Slowly, she reveals that she was the one who helped him reach the surface. This completely catches him off guard. He struggles to accept that someone from the underworld actually saved him. She explains that while he earned his strength on his own, he would have been trapped forever without her help. He immediately shuts that down, pointing out that he destroyed her shrine and killed her people. To him, there's no reason she'd help him, but she calmly tells him that when she first saw him at the collapsing shrine, she looked into his fate. What she saw was unexpected since he appeared as a savior. Even though it was hard to accept that someone who brought destruction could also bring salvation, she chose to follow that possibility. She then recites a prophecy about a believer who would awaken spiritually and guide their people to the land of light. As he listens, still doubtful, she continues and reveals that the prophecy also talks about coming hardships and the need to bring forth a savior. As he thinks it over, he realizes that the believer in the prophecy is actually her, not the high priest. She admits that she once misunderstood the prophecy, thinking it referred to the fall of their sacred land, but when he appeared, she understood that he was the one mentioned. Even so, our boy openly admits he doesn't believe in prophecies and asks what she wants from him. The queen explains that the high priest wasn't the real danger. The true threat hasn't even shown up yet, and something far worse is yet to come. She reveals that she created the battlefields to prepare humans, so they'd become strong enough to survive what lies ahead. Hearing this, he starts seeing her differently. She's not an enemy trying to destroy humanity, but someone trying to protect it in her own way. Although he still doesn't fully trust her, he admits he owes her and agrees to cooperate, at least for now. She thanks him warmly, clearly expecting this answer. The queen then asks how he managed to reach her alone when she'd sent someone to guide him. He smirks, acknowledging that he knows exactly who she means. Later, inside the house, the priestess wakes up, surprised to find herself unharmed. Confused, she asks where she is and learns she's inside a dungeon. As she starts to mention something important, he quickly covers her mouth to stop her. The queen explains how Pietro helped her in the past, even knowing she was from the underworld. When asked if it's possible to remove brainwashing from a high-ranking priest, she shakes her head, saying it can't be undone once they learn the divine language. The priestess then notices how much stronger the queen has become. The queen confirms that she regained her connection to the primordial light years ago but kept it secret, knowing the priestess would have reacted violently at the time. Hearing this, the priestess lowers her head and apologizes, calling herself a sinner whose actions led to disaster. Our boy bluntly agrees but tells her to stay quiet and let the queen speak. Determined to help, the girl shares a theory about the real danger. She explains that long ago she tried to reach the primordial light through intense prayer. As her soul rose higher and higher, she nearly reached it, but then something else answered her. A strange voice spoke to her, asking if she was searching for the light. She admits that if she hadn't known the true voice of the primordial light, she might have been tricked. According to her, this false voice came from far away and carried a dark, evil presence. Hearing this, our boy quickly concludes that the high-ranking priests must have mistaken this voice for the real one. To him, the solution's simple. Find whatever's behind that voice and beat it. His straightforward thinking leaves both the queen and the priestess momentarily speechless. Deciding they need time to understand things better, they agree to rest for now. Later that night, the priestess lies outside in the field, quietly staring at the stars. When he approaches and asks what she's doing, she calmly says she's counting them. He finds it strange that she's been at this for hours, but she replies that only humans would find it boring. As he looks up, he admits the sky does look unusually clear. While he complains to himself about wasting time, she suddenly pauses. Her expression changes and she quickly sits up, like she's just realized something important. When the hero asks her what is going on, she reveals that someone is coming. Hearing this, he immediately tries reaching for his spear, but then remembers that he left it inside the house. The next moment, several underworlders appear in front of them asking if the queen is here. The hero boosts his strength using his amplify ability and prepares to fight. However, they turn out to be a bunch of harmless underworlders just looking for the queen. Watching how cautious and nervous they act, Yap and the priestess ease up a little, figuring these people aren't connected to any powerful high priest. One of the robed men suddenly recognizes the hero and panics, pointing out that he's standing there with a grand priest. The hero confidently confirms it and proudly introduces himself as the guy who cleared the final dungeon. When they mention the queen invited him, the hero assumes they're her remaining followers. He quickly figures that if the king's still alive, then other underworlders must have survived too. As the two girls tremble in the back, our boy asks the man why he brought them here. The guy explains that the two with him are underworlders who've been wandering without a place to stay. He says the queen has prepared lodging for them. The hero takes this to mean she's arranged separate places for all underworlders, but the hooded man refuses to say more, still bitter that he destroyed their old sanctuary. Even so, the priestess lets slip that there's another similar place nearby. Hearing this, the man complains, asking how the great priest can side with the hero. The girl replies that it would take a long time to explain, and reveals that she actually remembers him. When the hero analyzes him, he realizes that the man has the Observer title with a unique power called Observation, which lets him record what he sees, and another ability that allows him to manifest certain objects in real life. The hero is genuinely impressed, realizing this ability is way more powerful than it sounds. Excited by the idea, he suddenly grabs both the Observer and the Great Priest, telling them to come with him. While the others react in shock, he grins and says he's come up with a great plan. Later, as they sit together, the queen admits she still has no clue about the strange voice they discussed earlier. She figures that if it's not from the primordial light, then it must belong to some ancient spirit. As she is still talking, the hero cuts her off, telling her that it's all good since he can just ask about it himself. He then mentions a dungeon named Tomb of 10,000 where the ancient emperor resides. Long ago, the emperor sealed himself with 10,000 followers so he could rule even after death, turning the place into one of the most dangerous dungeons ever made. Our boy recalls that this dungeon was considered nearly impossible to clear. In fact, it took a massive effort involving dozens of powerful fighters to take down the emperor. Yap himself was the one who landed the final blow, and he admits it was one of the toughest battles he's ever faced. Hearing this, the great priest realizes that he wants to recreate the emperor's body using the manifestation ability and question his spirit. Since the emperor is undead, the observer can rebuild a body for his soul to inhabit. The priest explains that the emperor's spirit likely still exists, unable to move on, and suggests preparing a suitable vessel for it. At first, the hero thinks they need an actual corpse, but the queen quickly shuts that down. Instead, she suggests creating the emperor's body inside a virtual world. Soon, advanced machinery kicks on as they prepare the virtual battlefield system. Our boy recognizes the devices as battlefield modules and realizes that the queen created the battlefield system with the observer's help. The queen confirms it, saying that he was the biggest help. She also explains that the reason she chose the virtual world is to prevent the emperor from harming them for real. However, they still have a problem. Since the great priestess is dead, the connection between her soul and body is weak. She fears that entering the virtual world may destroy her completely. Hearing this, the hero points out they still need her to summon the emperor's spirit, so they look for another solution. After thinking for a bit, he suggests she can try possessing someone else's body to enter the virtual world. Hearing this, the girl mentions that it's possible and reveals that similar experiments were attempted with superhumans before, but spirits refused to use human bodies because they saw them as inferior. Our boy mocks that idea, reminding them that a mere human already beat them before. To make him understand, she asks him to imagine possessing the body of a monkey in order to win a war. The hero realizes that she's got a point and decides not to talk about it anymore. In the end, the great priest agrees to use a human body this time. She says they already have a suitable one, thanks to earlier events. Without arguing further, the queen gives the okay. The ritual begins, and bright energy fills the area as the priest transfers her soul into the prepared body. The whole space glows as the transformation takes place. When it ends, everything returns to normal. Our boy taps her on the head and asks if she failed, but the girl mentions that she simply reshaped the body to match her original appearance. Even so, she complains that a human body is too weak to hold all her power and feels limiting compared to her former self. Yap dryly remarks that it's still better than being a corpse. She admits that despite the weakness, she can clearly feel life again. Finally, the hero checks her new condition with his analysis ability. The results show her updated stats and abilities, including powers like spatial travel, meditation, necromancy, and spiritual attacks. Our boy briefly admires her strong stats, but he quickly loses interest and shifts his focus to the task ahead. Meanwhile, the great priest starts to enjoy having a real body again. She asks for just one day to walk under the sunlight, saying that she needs time to adjust to this new physical form. In the next scene, we see the hero making a weird expression as he watches her bring back a snowman. She tries to act serious, claiming she only stepped outside to get used to her body, but it's obvious she's enjoying herself like a kid. Yup, who's already seen everything, says nothing and just hoists her over his shoulder. He tells her to drop the doll and come back quickly, leaving the toy behind as they head inside. Back in the module room, our boy cheerfully suggests entering the virtual dungeon. Both of them lie down in the pods, and the system starts loading their avatar data. They soon appear inside a simplified version of the dungeon. There are no regular monsters here since only the Emperor's been recreated. The Queen speaks to them through a screen, confirming they can go straight to the boss room. She warns them that the Emperor once rejected becoming a higher spirit, chose eternal life, and sacrificed 10,000 of his own followers. If he refuses to cooperate, she leaves it to our boy to deal with him. She also mentions she's upgraded his avatar, letting him use spirit-based powers. Our boy takes this as a chance to fight freely and seems pretty pleased. After thanking them, the Queen wishes them luck as they step into the massive throne room. Inside, the hero wonders if just the two of them can actually beat the Emperor. The girl explains that now that he can use spirit energy, attacking the Emperor's soul will be effective, since that's the weak point of an undead being. She lightly roasts him for not knowing such basic knowledge, and he fires back with sarcasm. As they approach the huge doors, they recall how a past expedition failed to clear this place and only weakened it enough for Yeop's group to succeed later. Together, they push open the heavy doors and finally gaze upon the Emperor himself sitting on his throne. At the same time, somewhere beyond, the Emperor reflects on his belief that only he can bring peace and order to the world. His eyes suddenly glow as he decides to act on this. Back in the throne room, he grips his weapon and gathers power. In an instant, he launches forward with explosive speed. Our boy comments that it's just a skeleton, but he can still feel the pressure. Still, it's not like he wasn't expecting this, so he tells the priest to focus on bringing out the Emperor's soul while he holds off the armored body. Without wasting any time, the two of them clash directly, creating massive shockwaves. The hero nervously laughs and complains that the observer really made it as strong as before when he could have just nerfed him a bit. Meanwhile, the High Priestess watches them from a distance and prepares to do her part by entering a deep meditative state. Reaching into the spiritual realm, she starts searching for the Emperor's true soul. Her voice reaches the Emperor's spirit, which exists somewhere in the vast emptiness. In that distant space, the Emperor's soul sits upon a floating throne among the stars. Hearing her call, he demands to know who she is. She introduces herself as his descendant and tells him she's come to return his body. The moment he hears this, he reacts with excitement and rushes toward her, eager to take back what he lost. Back in the throne room, she tells the hero to step aside. Sensing the timing, Yeop quickly moves away just as the Emperor prepares another powerful attack. He barely avoids a fatal strike and realizes how close he came to dying. Soon after, the ritual completes, and the Emperor's soul successfully enters the armor, fully restoring him. He laughs loudly, declaring that the king has returned, but his excitement quickly fades as he notices that none of his followers are around. Looking around, he realizes his entire army is gone. Then, his gaze lands on our boy and the great priest. He immediately recognizes the hero as the one who beat him before. Bro awkwardly tries to deny it, but the Emperor remembers clearly. He admits that he is the only human who ever managed to defeat him, and expresses a strong desire to tear him apart. Still, he pauses, sensing that something about the situation is off. He looks at both of them and demands to know why they brought him back. The great priest calmly replies that they need answers. Hearing this, the Emperor quickly understands they're searching for lost history. He mutters that this kind of thing always happens when people try to hide the truth. According to him, the so-called primordial light always claims to be right while burying its own mistakes. Only when problems get too big do people finally start looking for the truth. He mocks them for coming this far just to uncover the past. Then, with full confidence, he declares that his rule is still the only way to bring true peace. In his eyes, he's the one destined to save the world and end all suffering. Watching everything from outside, the Queen stays silent, clearly uneasy. The great priest, though, doesn't hold back. She tells him he's no savior, just a forgotten ruler who'll only be remembered as a mad tyrant who killed his own people. Hearing this, the Emperor gets furious and suddenly rushes at her, annoyed by how sharp her words are. But she stays calm, telling him they've got to uncover the real history, no matter how unpleasant it might be. While our boy barely blocks the attack, she explains that she wants answers about the tribulations finding them. Hearing this, the Emperor coldly says he's got nothing left and might as well use them for entertainment. He leaps back to create some distance and refuses to share any info, saying that he might change his mind if they manage to beat him. The fight kicks off immediately. The priestess uses spiritual attacks while Yeop powers up with his amplified immortal state. The Emperor charges forward at insane speed and both of them rush to meet him head-on. As they trade blows, the Emperor watches their spirit abilities with interest. Our boy keeps attacking aggressively and even mocks him, but the Emperor just laughs and calls his efforts nothing more than childish tricks. This ticks the hero off, pushing him to attack even harder. However, he watches as the Emperor also uses his spirit form and catches him by surprise. Suddenly, a massive explosion tears through the area and the hero gets thrown back by the Emperor's overwhelming strength. As their powers collide, he struggles to understand how the Emperor can use such techniques. Suddenly, a system message pops up informing him that his spirit state has hit its time limit and ends. Back in his normal form, our boy angrily points out that the Emperor never used this power in their fight years ago. The Emperor calmly replies that he just didn't need it back then. Then he reveals another technique called weapon spirit manifestation, turning his giant sword into a spirit weapon. Without giving our boy any chance to react, he instantly swings at him with crushing force. The next moment we see Yeop's shield breaking in half and a system message announcing that he has been eliminated. Soon after, the High Priest falls as well, but the Emperor senses something strange. He notices that hitting them doesn't feel completely real, probably because of their current state. This makes him suspicious that there's more going on than he understands. Back in reality, our boy suddenly wakes up, groaning from the pain. Both he and the girl complain about how ridiculously strong the Emperor is and collapse in front of the Queen. The Queen tries to comfort our boy, reminding him they still learned that the Emperor knows about the mysterious voice and the coming disaster. Yeop agrees, saying the Emperor's just unstable after being revived, and that continuing to fight him should eventually make him talk. The priestess also agrees, though she clearly wants to beat him too. Together, they decide to gear up for another attempt. Outside, the hero brings something up while talking to the girl, now called the Grand Priest. He starts recalling what happened after he defeated her in the final dungeon. Our boy remembers the dungeon collapsing, monsters swarming everywhere, and believing he was going to die with no escape. In that moment, he explains, he had no choice but to keep fighting. Strangely, instead of fear, he felt excitement. He then realizes that he and the Emperor are similar. Both of them seek battle until all their frustration is gone. For someone who's mastered combat, fighting itself becomes their only joy. Because of that, he believes they need to keep fighting the Emperor until he's satisfied. He also admits the Emperor's right about one thing. They've got to beat him eventually if they want to overcome the coming disaster. At the same time, the Queen walks out and reminds them that their main goal is to stop that disaster from ever occurring. The hero says he gets it, but also admits things rarely go as planned. This makes the two of them wonder if he is actually on their side. In any case, they need to beat the Emperor enough to make him talk. The scene changes back to the dungeon again where the Emperor has already been expecting them. He asks them how they managed to come back from the dead. Yeop smirks, calling him a fresh out of the coffin bastard, and reveals that they are in a virtual reality. Without wasting time, they charge in again, determined to force answers out of him. The Emperor laughs wildly, clearly enjoying the challenge, and also charges forward to attack. As our boy blocks his attacks, he feels the crushing weight of every blow. He realizes he's got to constantly strengthen his weapons with aura, or they'll break under the pressure. The Emperor mocks him for running away, reminding him that he came here to ask questions, not run. Hearing this, he and the girl dive in again, shouting that they still have questions to ask. The High Priest unleashes a large wave of spiritual attacks, not to damage the Emperor, but to create an opening. The Emperor finds it amusing and gets ready as our boy immediately tries to attack him while he is distracted. Unfortunately for them, Bro is too good and manages to block even that attack. With this, he slashes both of them at the same time and mocks them, saying they should come back with a new plan. The second attempt lasts only a few minutes before ending in failure. Back outside, both the hero and the girl collapse from exhaustion. In the past, beating this dungeon required many fighters taking turns, and even then, they only attacked when the Emperor was weakened. Now the situation's way worse. The Emperor's always at full strength, and only two of them are fighting him. Even so, they keep trying again and again. Each attempt lasts a little longer, but they still fail. After several rounds, our boy finally loses his temper and slams the ground in frustration. The girl points out that their current approach isn't gonna work. In her human body, her spiritual attacks are way weaker than before. She asks if the hero is even listening, but he stays quiet. Then suddenly, he asks if it's possible to copy the Emperor's weapon spirit technique. The girl is surprised and admits she doesn't fully understand it. Her people know about spirit manifestation, but not how to apply it to weapons. She suggests simply asking the Emperor himself. Yop doubts he'd ever share such a secret, but she reminds him that the Emperor enjoys fighting seriously. If their positions were reversed, he himself might do the same. Realizing she's got a point, the hero agrees to try. On their next attempt, they return to the dungeon again. The Emperor's already waiting, but before he can even speak, our boy rushes forward, shouting insults and demands at the same time. Confused, the Emperor wonders if he has lost his mind after so many defeats. The hero ignores that and demands to know how the technique works. Amused, the Emperor asks if he really wants to learn it. Yop insists and tells him to explain while he's still asking nicely. The Emperor remarks that he improving with each attempt and suggests he might understand it if he keeps pushing himself. Hearing this, our boy gets mad and prepares to attack him, but the Emperor tells him to throw away his spear. Though confused, the hero does as told. The Emperor explains that once the weapon's discarded, it's no longer part of his spirit body. He then demonstrates the technique and tells him to think of it in reverse. First turn the spear into a spirit body, and then separate himself from that. Even so, he warns that mastering such a skill takes time and can't be done instantly. The hero remains suspicious, wondering if the Emperor is just messing with him, but the guy just complains that humans are ungrateful even when given valuable knowledge. Trying to figure it out, the hero releases his spirit form. Just then, the Emperor appears in front of him and slashes him down in half. Our boy falls once again during the fight, cursing the Emperor and swearing he'll get his revenge. This attempt lasts just over 7 minutes. Before he disappears, the Emperor claims he's already explained everything, and says he's curious to see how much he improves. Even after leaving the pod, the hero can still hear those words echoing in his head. This time, he decides to train a bit before his next turn. He starts meditating, focusing on training a smaller and more controlled form of spirit manifestation. After some time, he proudly thinks he's nailed it and mentally calls out the Emperor, promising to beat him next time. The girl admits that learning weapon spirit manifestation is impressive, but the hero tells her to shut up so he can concentrate. She wonders if finding a different approach might be easier, but Yop insists they've got no better option unless she can come up with one. He believes this path is necessary, especially since the Emperor clearly prefers a direct and fair fight over tricks or outside help. As time passes, the hero keeps training in the flower field, ignoring distractions and focusing completely. Eventually, he shouts that he's finally done it. The girl is shocked to see the aura around him and struggles to believe he's grasped such an advanced skill so quickly. Meanwhile, the hero proudly laughs, thinking to himself that he is a genius. However, the girl suddenly asks him to take off his shoe, and when he does, he realizes something weird. Only his physical body changed, not his spirit form. That makes it clear his control is still incomplete. Frustrated, he complains, while the girl finds the situation a little amusing and explains that he's only partially understood the technique. Even so, our boy notices some progress. When he checks his abilities, he sees that the duration of his spirit form has increased a bit. From this, he figures out that the time limit depends on how much aura he uses. He then realizes that if he focuses the power into his weapon instead of his whole body, he can reduce the energy cost and keep it going longer. Encouraged by this discovery, he trains even harder. Gradually, his control improves, and his spirit form lasts longer and longer, eventually hitting over 30 minutes when focused through his weapon. After a full week of intense practice, he feels ready. When they return to the dungeon, the massive doors of the throne room swing open once more. The Emperor recognizes the hero right away and comments that this attempt might last longer than the previous ones. When Yeop says only a week has passed, the Emperor reflects on how meaningless time has become to him after living so long. Annoyed, the hero insults him, saying he's lived way too long already. The Emperor reacts sharply, and the fight kicks off again. This time, our boy charges forward with his weapon and shield fully enhanced by his improved spirit technique. The Emperor laughs as he realizes that the hero has figured it out and asks him to entertain him this time. Before the fight begins, the girl tells him that he should aim to survive for 10 minutes. However, the hero thinks he can easily fight for half an hour now since the duration of his spirit form has increased. With this, the fight actually starts, and the two of them begin exchanging blows. As they clash, the Emperor notices that Yeop has grown stronger and acknowledges his progress. Our boy fires back with insults and keeps attacking aggressively. Despite the Emperor's overwhelming strength, he manages to hold his ground way better than before. Meanwhile, the girl watches closely and reveals that for the entire past week, the hero wasn't really preparing to fight the Emperor. She then uses an ability that allows her to summon countless vengeful spirits, the souls of those the Emperor once killed. These spirits cry out in anger and rush toward the Emperor, driven by their desire for revenge. The Emperor is momentarily surprised, but our boy immediately takes advantage of the distraction and attacks again, telling him to stay focused. The girl explains that while these spirits might be weak individually, their hatred is powerful. She orders them to charge, and they swarm the Emperor from all sides. Even as he fights them off, the hero keeps pressuring him with constant attacks. The Emperor admits that Yeop feels different now after the week of training, but he doubts it will make a difference. With a powerful surge, he unleashes a devastating attack that wipes out tons of the spirits. Immediately after, he changes his target and charges straight at the priestess. She tries defending herself, but it's already too late. Just as the Emperor hits her, our boy comes in clutch and blocks the attack using his shield and arrow. However, as a result, his weapons get completely destroyed. The Emperor thinks of this as his victory and mocks him for failing again. He claims that no matter what they do, they can never defeat him, and he is the only one who can overcome the tribulations. Bro starts glazing himself and prepares to land the finishing blow when the hero comments that he's not being truthful. Even though he claims he is the only one who can overcome the tribulations, he actively tries to eliminate anyone who might take his spot. Just then, a flame manifestation of the Emperor's son appears behind him, asking him why he killed him, even though he tried his best to become like him. Seeing him distracted, our boy slowly picks up his spear and stabs him in the back of his head. Claiming he has won, he asks the Emperor to open up his mouth.